Is this fat nigga riding an orca? How we get out here? That's easy. Fat nigga tech built the big body icebreaker, powered by Henny-fueled nuclear engines. So why Antarctica? Simple. The fat niggas came to find the ice wall and uncover the truth once and for all. Is the earth flat or fat? We out here vibing. Big body kings sliding across glaciers like it's Sunday at the rink. Baby seals getting cradled like newborns. Penguins moonwalking in the 𝘾𝐤𝙎𝙃. But it ain't all fish sticks and igloos out here. Whale poachers pulled up on some villain shit. Wrong move. These niggas started throwing harpoons, so we threw hands. Fat nigga hell, activate defense mode.
Activating defense mode, nigga.
Then a narwhal popped out and handled business. Skewered the ops like a polar kebab. Niggas got aquatic alliances out here. Oh shit, what the fuck was that? A UFO coming out the water? Fat nigga Hal linked with the alien craft and downloaded new coordinates. Something big was out there. Something hidden. So we kept pushing. Then finally, the edge of the world. But there was no wall. They said the earth was flat, but they was wrong. This beautiful planet, rounder than a fat nigga. Gold chain orbiting like a satellite. Antarctica conquered, the truth revealed. Now the real question is, where the fat niggas going next? Drop a comment. Hey yo, shut the fuck up. It's fat nigga season.
State your name. You the devil. You the devil. You a Satanist, huh? Then you wrote a book too then, right? You got a book with blood on it, huh? You Satan, huh? Who created your ass, Satan? Who created your ass? I come in the name of Jesus by the power of the Holy Spirit. I come in the name of Jesus by the power of the Holy Spirit. The devil is a motherfucking liar. So you know I ain't worried. Bitch. Stupid bitch. Look at that. I'm provoking that, huh? I'm making motherfuckers just hate God more. I'm provoking that, huh? You goddamn devil worshiper, you ain't got no excuse. Motherfucker, you ain't coming in you come in the name of Satan. I guess if you like a house nigga and want to go competitive, if I say I'm God, then I guess you have to take the side of Satan, huh, motherfucker? Stupid bitch. It's not a competition, it's a cooperation. Stupid ass house nigga. I can't see you though, bitch. You see me, I'm all out. I make my ass very available. Tom, next call. You don't like it? Kiss my ass, you don't like it. It's my house. What's happening? What's happening? Motherfucker, the book I got in my hand. You don't know him? You don't know him? You don't know him? It looks like the yellow page. You're killing me. Next caller. Like I said, I come in the name of Jesus by the power of the Holy Spirit. I ain't playing with your ass. Don't call up and play with me.
Oh, Shanaka Anderson, how you a pastor in cursing? Be aware of the prophets. We are definitely living in our last days. Well, bitch, let me tell you something. You must be a bitch like Cheryl. Yes, I cuss. I'm the cussing pastor, while your motherfucking pastor ain't doing a goddamn thing. I'm the cussing pastor that used my platform to raise $6,000 for this mother who was going through a plight, while these other ignorant-ass, non-functioning ass pastors wasn't doing a motherfucking thing in this city. Now, if that bothers you, that I'm a cussing pastor, then get your motherfucking ass off my damn page. Plain and damn simple. See, I don't play. It's about being real. It's about the truth. And I don't give a damn what none of you bitches said, and none of you hoe-ass niggas either. It's about telling the truth just like it is. So, bitch, bye. I'm gonna take you off the page so you don't have to worry about it. See, y'all be worried about the wrong thing. You curse. Yes, I curse. Hell, Jesus probably cursed.
The pussy! Hey, bring the camera, son. Bring the camera. Out
the young girls who want to make life with pussy. Your pussy will perish with you in hell. May your pussy perish with you. May your smooth pussy, creamy pussy, and tight pussy perish.
A word of knowledge, a word of prophecy, that God is going to put a burning in the butthole of every sodomite. Everyone that practices sodomy from the day of this message, right there, it'll burn and burn and burn. If you thought that AIDS was bad, you ain't seen nothing yet until you see the flaming butthole. And that way we'll know who is a sodomite undercover, because your butthole will be flaming. Barack Hussein Obama, the son of Satan, you're going to have a flame coming out of your butthole. And there'll be people walking around all over America with flames coming out of their butthole, with flames coming out of the butt of these faggots, flames coming out, fire, flames shooting out of their behind. You women that have a flame coming out of your vagina, tell these faggots either they get out of town or a flame of fire is going to come out their buttholes and they'll never be able to put it out. I'm the Lord, sir.
I don't even care no more. All y'all going to hell. My wife is going to hell. My kids is going to hell. You are going to hell. Everybody, you going to hell. Stop playing. You going to hell. You going to hell too. You're going to be the lead musician in hell with the devil. You going to hell. Hell. Everybody, don't play no more. Hell. So everybody, I'm out of here.
Look at demon. Look at demon. Look, oral sex demon. You see oral sex. Look, oral sex. Look. You oral sex. Use oral sex. Let that sperm of that man out. Out, you demon. Out. Let go.
The demon came with his penis and put it in my mouth. And then he came again and he slept with me last week, and I told the pastor that I need deliverance again. And since then my private part has been itching. Yes.
Okay. Who are you? Who are you? Speak. Who are you? Check. Who are you? Look at that demon. Who are you? Who are you? Speak out. Who are you? Jesus. You demon can help you. Yeah. Come up from the private part. Demon in the private part. Watch what happens. Fire! Come out from the private. Come out from the private. Come out from the private. Out from the private. Go.
Who do you think you are today? The more we learn about this covenant of God. What blood? The blood of this covenant, oh my God. Cut the covenant with his Father God.
Glory.
Yes, like Moses of old. There's the coming one. Oh. Don't ever do it. Don't ever feel sorry for yourself. Don't ever do it. Absolutely stunning. Just delicious. It's so good. And he will be like Moses, and he'll live 120 years. And he said, yeah. Preach it, brother, preach it. Just before the cross. And we have a healing covenant. Dwells in me, the pure, spotless blood of God. And Hesed was performed for me. He's my blood brother and my Father is my friend. And as he is, so are we in this world. Glory to God, I don't have it. I never will have it. And I don't mind telling you, I'll never be sick again in my life hereafter forever. Not one time. I will never. Say what? Today.
Police! Police! Help! Police! Help! Police! Help! Help! Police! Help!
Gang, 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 fuck bitch, gang, nigga, money, 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 gang, 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 nigga, money, oh my god, nigga, money, fuck bitch, gang, nigga, money, hi, nigga, money, hi, nigga, money.
There's no sense in hating that, goddammit. Don't start hating now. You wasn't hating when the motherfucker was living, goddammit. Now the motherfucker dead. Fuck the son of a bitch. Fuck him, goddammit, and fuck anybody with his ass. Yeah. Y'all know the motherfucker ain't no good. You want, look, all you motherfuckers been snitching for him and shit. Now you standing up in here, goddammit, talking about preacher. Fuck that nigga. Fuck that. I'm gonna shoot your ass too, motherfucker. Keep on. You gonna get shot too, nigga. You gonna get shot. God bless the fool, goddammit. God bless the fool. Now, I'm gonna tell y'all something. I'm gonna end this goddamn thing. Look, where's that goddamn money bowl at? Who got that money bowl? We taking that money right now before you leave this bitch. We ain't leaving out here for free, motherfucker. Where that money bowl at? Don't have me to fire this bitch off now. Where that money bowl at? Don't you? Look, don't make me shoot this. All right. Officer Tubbs is already dead, motherfucker. I don't mind shooting another motherfucker. Oh, shit! Oh.
good. Who knows what a cow says? Susie.
A cow says moo.
Excellent. Now, who can tell me what a pig says? Little Johnny.
A pig says, "Get up against the wall and put your hands on your head, you black motherfucker!"
Very good.
I hope everybody got their Ishtar sandals on. Do you have the blood and the body on your plate today? Huh? Very special Sunday service. It is the resurrection of our Lord and Savior, Pig Jesus, and his holy companions, Ishtar and the bug-eyed Jesus. Give yourselves a round of applause. Let's run it down. Eustress, what up with it though? Salute. Nefarious one, salute. Oh shit, my TT Lilith in the building. She always on YT time. I told you we on CP time. Salute. Karma, what up with it though, sis? Salute. Tanithia Phillips, what up? What's good? Salute. Solo 5000, salute. Jesus freaking Christ, salute. Scorpion, salute. Man, my bruh Sosa in the building. Montrez, salute. I see you out there. Pan Mulatto, what up, gang? Salute. Schumann Show, salute. Rocketers, what up? Salute. Zev, I see you out there. Salute. Famous Malo, salute. Just another Geechee. What's good with it, cuz? Salute. Did I say Scorpion? Salute. Man, my sister's Cajun in the building. Salute. On the edible. There go my cousin. Salute, man. What's been good with you? Ethereal Royalty, salute. How's everybody doing today on this happy resurrection day? God damn it. Praise Black Jesus. Or if it was not, yes, I'm only 12 hours late. For if it was not for watermelon and chicken, sprinkled with a little Hennessy, our Lord would not have risen to give us the holy benediction. Hallelujah. Amen. What we got on the slate this Sunday, 420, the blessed of days. See, not only is it the day that the Lord made, where his prophesied son, who did moonwalk on water, mind you, and fed a multitude with a fish and a piece of bread at the fish fry. Can I get a hallelujah? That's what Black Jesus do. One catfish to feed them all. And I know you ask, why did those niggas, why were they so hungry? Why did they need all that catfish? Because, as we all know, this special Easter falls on a day that is 420. See, the holy synergy, symbology, syncretism has aligned. Now we know why the Israelites were hungry for the fish and bread in the wilderness. We now know why they needed that water to wine, because them folks was off of the bush that bottom. Flaming bush, anyone? Shout out to my cousin T-Bay in the building. Salute, T-Bay. Welcome to the shit show.
Hey. What's poppin'? Can you hear me?
I hear you loud and clear, my brother.
Hey, I'm in here early. They don't be giving me the notification. Y'all niggas be 6-7 hours in. I be like, what?
But you're here right on time. Hey, forever late, but always great. That's what I say. Bomb Quisha, goddamn it, where you at?
Hear me? That's me on the edible. Been there. I had, you know what I'm
I
saying?
know that's you. I know that's you. I know that's you, T-Bay.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What we doing today? Happy. Build your hopes on things eternal. Oh
Oh,
yeah.
wait a minute. I ain't expect that. Keep going, my brother. But that boy sounded like
Oh,
Luther
to God's
Vandross.
unchanging hand.
Hey, Marvin Gap. God damn it, in the building. Uh-huh. Kurt Stanklin in the
Kurt
motherfucking.
Franklin.
All right. We get the glitch god himself. Off the bank bone, nigga.
Now check this out, right? So now,
Oh, wait. Bank gotta give his obligatory what's up with my niggas. It ain't right.
Oh yeah, what's up with my niggas? My shit was
There it
popping
is.
last time
Yeah,
with the
see,
niggas. What's up
that's
with my
like
niggas?
that's that one liner right there. That on the t-shirt. What's up with my niggas? That could cure the world right there.
See, that's Cleveland all day. When a nigga be like, "What's the link?" Like nigga be like, "What's the word?" That's some Chicago. Like nigga be like, "What's up with my niggas?" Yeah, that's some yeah. You
Yeah,
already
we
know.
checking that. Yeah, the rest of the United States need to hold on to that. That's more endearing. What's the word? All of this. What's up with my nigga? Oh, and look what the Falcon drunk in. Look what the Falcon drug in. It is her herself, the sweet goddess, one and only, your sister, Cumberland. I said humbling.
welcome, Miss Humble. Yeah, roll the red carpet out. Talk your talk.
What's up, homie?
Can y'all hear
Won't
me?
he do it?
Oh, I'm out of one breaking up.
No, I think that's because Bank got a little bit of feedback. I'm finna mute you real quick, Bank. We hear you loud and clear, sister and humbling. How you doing on this holy blood and body day today? Jesus got your tongue? All right now.
That's funny as hell.
I see your mic unmuted, but we can't hear you, homie. That was a joke. My brother Zev and Lance in the building. Salute.
Peace, Bobby. What up? Peace, Bobby. Peace, brother. Peace, brother.
What's up with it, Zev? How y'all brothers doing on this holy blood and body benediction day today?
Okay, that's what's up, bro. I'm
That's
good, man. How you doing, man?
Man, hey, what the old folks say, blessed and highly favored, huh?
Blessed and highly favored.
Yes, let's use all the terminology today, God damn it. Fuck, we going now.
You said blessed and high. It's 420.
Yeah, that's what I've said. This was the symbology or the syncretism I was trying to bring together. We now know why Jesus fed the multitude with fried catfish and white bread, because it was 420. The people that was following him, the Israelites, the Jew, whoever was following him, when they got high and hungry off that burning bush, that's the miracle.
So when they said the nigga rose from the dead, he really ate like 5 edibles and then just popped back up.
Man, my man, Jesus was off the burning bush. Can you imagine the potency of the first weed plant?
Now, Bobby, you wrong. Now it wouldn't have been no catfish because that's outside of the boundaries of the dietary laws of the Israelites.
You're right.
It would have had to been tilapia or sway.
See, but we gotta deal sway fish. There we go.
Did that nigga say tilapia?
No, this is, and it gotta be tilapia because everybody know black people we fry catfish good, but that tilapia is like delicatessen fish. So I'm with you right there, Lance.
Delicatessen. Oh,
Right,
man.
right. No, because Jesus would not have fed his people catfish. We eating the top of the line. He bust down one fried tilapia for 1,000 niggas. If that ain't cold.
And you got to look at the
See, I was
region.
thinking more like
Tilapia
turkey,
was
man.
like the
Y'all,
size of dolphins, nigga.
You say a tilapia is a dolphin?
Tilapia was like the size of dolphins in that region.
Oh, okay, man. So a tilapia-sized dolphin, but hey, I mean a dolphin-sized tilapia. Excuse me, I'm dyslexic today. My bad.
Yeah, you know that shit gotta have scales.
Is wild.
It gotta have scales and fins. It
a
shit can't
dolphin
be.
sized tilapia is just a crazy image. Cause that shit, that bitch funny as hell.
You ain't never see the motherfuckers fishing over there. They don't pull shit that look like a sunfish out the water, bro.
No, the Hindus, they be going in ponds, and the women be with nets and shit pulling out like some 30, 40 pound shit. Like,
yeah, ain't
damn.
nothing small over there. Ain't no fucking sunfish, nigga. No
Yeah, they
crappie,
need a
no bluegill.
in order to catch that, they need a demiurge and Egyptian blood magic to catch that type of shit.
Who said that? Nigga, y'all cutting up already. What?
You need everything in the fucking book to catch that shit.
Yes, sir.
Don't forget the whiting too. The whiting.
Oh man, the best whiting I had, I was in Brooklyn, New York. There's a shit, I don't know, it's about a Barclay or some shit. My nigga live out there. We walking the streets. I'm like, nigga, I'm hungry. I don't know what the name is. It's like it's New York. Shit. That nigga was on some
Whiting
chicken.
fish,
I'm like,
nigga. We way off the subject, nigga. We're talking about our Lord and Savior, Black Jesus, nigga.
But he fed the people
who
with
else?
fishes, Bobby. We still on it. Just a tangent a little bit.
Listen, whatever Jesus did with that fried tilapia, he wasn't supposed to be able to do for 1,000 hungry niggas off burning bush. That's all I'm saying.
Did T-Bay say he fed fools and bitches?
Come on, man.
I didn't say that. No, I did not say that.
If Jesus was around today, all the dope boys in the trap would have a hood nigga holiday.
Hey, bro, I was just
He not
bullshitting.
fucking with Jesus. Ain't fucking with you bougie niggas and white people and shit. He coming to the trap with us.
Hey, yo, Bobby, I was just bullshitting, so I just looked up what would be the fish the Israelites would have eaten. It says the Israelites would have likely eaten fish from the Sea of Galilee and surrounding freshwater sources such as the Yarkin or Jordan River. It includes species such as Peter's fish, tilapia, and carp.
So he really did
like
bust down the tilapia.
It really was tilapia, nigga.
Shout out to Jesus, nigga, for busting down tilapia for niggas in the ancient trap.
Yeah,
Goddamn.
that nigga would have ate tilapia. He got sunbeam, grouper, and meager, and I don't know what the fuck those are, but I do know carp and tilapia, nigga, and that's what niggas eat.
Man, Jesus was that nigga. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. You see what I'm saying? So we here today to do the zombie shit. Drink the blood and eat the body, I guess. Ain't that what they do on Zombie Day?
Well,
I don't know when. I think all this shit is Easter when they eat the blood. Ain't this the day when you drink the blood and eat the body? Don't be quiet now.
No, I don't think
I thought that was
No, that's every. They do that. They do that every.
We're doing zombie
First
rituals,
Sunday,
so don't act
Sunday.
like don't act brand new now, like y'all don't know what you did in early Sunday school.
Well, that's
When you
first
ate
Sunday.
cracker
Sunday.
and drunk
Vacation
that
Bible
Every fourth
school.
Hawaiian
Sunday.
punch.
Every fourth Sunday.
Yeah.
Every fourth Sunday.
Oh, okay. Fourth Sunday. Okay.
Every
So
fourth
what they
Sunday.
call what's the ritual called?
Zombification. That's it called.
Blood of my
Zombification.
blood
There
and
you go.
flesh of my
That
flesh.
part.
Communion, aka zombification.
Communion, aka. Thank you.
Yeah. How to make a zombie? You eat the blood. You drink the blood and eat the body.
They need the body, right?
That's right.
That's probably the first blood transfusion.
Yo, anybody
Just
check
drink
out
this
the
shit.
Go ahead, Lance.
Anybody check out that movie Sinners yet?
No, but I'm pretty sure it's about some vampiric shit.
Yeah, it's
or
pretty
something.
good. That black man did a good job on a scary movie, nigga.
Ain't that the same nigga that did Black Panther?
I'm gonna be honest with you, my brother.
Yeah.
That's Michael B. Jordan. Michael B. Jordan.
Nobody should be surprised that black people make the best horror movie.
Yeah, I mean, we ain't never really get to see none of them make it until recent.
But this I'm saying, white people make horror movies, right? And they gotta like make a monster that's, you come out the depth, you draw some shit on the ground, or nigga read something wrong and shit crawl out the TV, or the ancient Jason Voorhees, your dream demons and shit. They vampires be Nosferatu and all that shit. Like, when niggas do scary shit, it be too close to trauma. Niggas really live horror movies in life.
Yeah.
Our life be horror movies. So it's like, just take some shit we really live to and add a monster in it, nigga. That's scary enough.
Oh man, he centered it around, racism.
That's what I'm saying. I seen the preview.
He had the new white guy come in that sound like a Christian, bro.
I'm already hip.
Yeah, he had the white guy come in and sound like a Christian. Like, we don't fuck with them whites that think that skin color determines man. We accept all people. And nigga, as long as you can sing and dance, we down with you. And you niggas can sing and dance.
Oh man.
Real talk.
Here you go. Go ahead, Bank. What you was gonna say?
No, I'll be like, and them white scary movie shit, it be hella fire plot contrivance, like nigga trip over a blade of grass while Jason chasing him. Like, this shit ain't real. Like, not real, because obviously it's not real.
This ain't real.
But the fucking plot don't make sense. That's what I'm saying. It's contrived. He had to fall right there.
Right.
And not in a good way, nigga. Like,
I'm not to cut you, Bank. This why every nigga remember it was probably like Jason 3 or 4. From that movie on, they knew we can't put a bunch of black people in the movies, because it took one nigga to show you that all you gotta do is jump Jason and you could whoop his ass.
You can whoop his ass. Busta Rhymes.
Remember that? No, not Busta Rhymes. Remember that nigga? Remember, it was a skinny nigga that was a boxer in one of them Jason movies.
Oh.
And Jason caught that nigga on the roof and he said, "You know what, nigga? Fuck all that. I ain't running no more. Put your dukes up, nigga." Jason put them hands up, man. That nigga boxed the shit out of Jason. And he got tired. He almost knocked Jason off the roof. And Jason hit that nigga in the head and punched his head off. And I said, and from that day forward, I said, if it were two niggas, all he needed to do was another nigga with him. And they would have flooded the fuck out of it.
Oh, we gonna pack that nigga.
But you gotta remember,
Blood Jason is legendary shit. That's some
Bobby, you gotta remember though.
Flood Jason.
Yeah.
Flooded the fuck out of Jason.
The plumber nigga. Who the plumber nigga? The fade
Yeah,
guy.
come on, man. The fade. If the fade guy and 4 extra called Jason, they will beat the fuck out of Jason. This is why you can't put black people in the scary movie.
Nah, Jason wasn't the
Wouldn't
hard
even
one
stick to the
beat,
script. It would be
Jason
hard to
wasn't
get
the hard white dude to beat. It was Mike Myers, bro. Mike Myers was the hard.
We would have beat the fuck out of Mike Myers, Leatherface.
Nah, that nigga was fucking everybody.
All them niggas would have got
the
flooded,
Big Show.
Bro.
He fucked the one black dude up, the trucker.
Bro,
Fucked him up in the bathroom.
no.
Nigga, Mike got shot. Nigga, he got switchbladed.
Or we gonna whip his ass too.
Man, that motherfucker trucker was out of shape and shit. Nigga had a beard. I ain't trying to hear all that. That's why them niggas only attack
Mike Myers
old.
was like
Them
7
niggas,
foot, bro.
Mike Myers only attack old black men who be working desk jobs and chilling and shit. Them niggas ain't never. Listen, you ain't. This what you ain't never seen in the scary movie. The scary monster just stumble across the hood. Anytime that nigga stumble across the hood, niggas be like, "Hey, who cuz is right there?" They make it some movie shit because they know in real life niggas would have been shot the fuck out
Nah,
of Michael
they
Myers
had a scary
creeping up the
monster go
block.
to the hood. I gotta.
Man, Leprechaun went to the hood and damn near got
Yeah.
stomped out. Stomped the
Yeah.
fuck out.
Hold on. What
Niggas was
about
not
Candyman?
scared
We
of
gonna whoop on
Leprechaun.
him?
Huh?
Are we whooping
Candyman
on
from the
Candyman?
hood.
Nah,
Candyman is
from
the
the
one
hood.
monster that's no
We
other
give him a
monsters
pass?
want to fuck with. No, I'm telling you, it ain't that you give him a pass. He just the one monster that all the other monsters spooked of because he really from the block. He from Cabrini Green. Candyman ain't no good.
Oh, hell
Candyman
no.
is a fucking slave with all the bro. That's what I'm saying. Ain't nothing scary in real life. This nigga is a slave, bro. He ain't a regular nigga. Candyman is a free slave who got killed by some racist white people, nigga, and roaming through the blocks of Cabrini Green. You think that nigga to play with?
Yeah, that nigga wasn't no joke.
Did you see the new Candyman movie? This why that shit wasn't big.
Not
Nigga,
yet.
they had
Not
black
yet.
people in the hood calling on Candyman. That nigga was showing up, snapping white people, police neck, and all. Man, they said, "Boy, we can't put this shit in the movies.
Fucking a hood hero.
We cannot make niggas think they got hood demon heroes. Hell no. Do you hear me, Lance?
Yeah,
That black lady called. That black lady said Candyman. And nigga, Candyman showed up and killed all the police. I said,
Okay,
yeah, this is
since
why
you
this
saying
movie
that,
ain't big.
Nah, Jeepers Creepers
Since you-
was fucking shit up though too.
Candyman was killing all white people in the
Whoa.
movie, G. Jeepers Creepers.
Jeepers
Bro,
Creepers flipped the
man,
whole bus, nigga.
check this out. Niggas would take Jeepers Creeper ass apart like a Lego set. They would have this nigga arms and legs. Oh, this nigga ain't nothing but put together nigga.
Well, once we got over the fact that ugliness not gonna kill you, but this nigga sucking out nigga eyes, nigga, and then his eyes, your eyes become his eyes. Now, if I seen that shit, it's fuck if I can beat him or not. I'm not sticking around no longer. So
Man,
this nigga
fuck
got to
that.
chase me. Real talk.
Hey,
That's
check
one
this out,
motherfucker
man.
Nah, they all
literally
slow though.
I'm
Yeah,
like,
you
hey,
right, Lance.
hold
They
on,
all
Zell.
slow, nigga. They
I'm
all
like
slow.
this nigga right here. This is how you should handle all demons.
Nope. Ain't no games being played over here. Get out of my house. Yeah, you. You can't hide. Get out of my house. Oh, you're not scared? Did you just punch me? But I'm scared. You see? Oh my God, it's crazy. Hey, Calvin, he's back. You punch
Slender Man, Backrooms Man,
that was
Shadow
dope.
Man, nigga. Lakers in 5.
Nah, I seen that.
Nah,
nigga.
Lakers
Shadow
dying
nigga.
5.
I ain't
but,
do none of
mean,
that
you
shit.
right,
nigga.
Bobby. You right, but you not right completely.
Nah, niggas
You
gonna
right,
run off of
brother,
that
but you
motherfucker.
know I got that pushback always in the back.
That
Lakers in 5 all day.
shadow
What?
nigga. That peripheral shadow nigga. That nigga get all the smoke, bro. I'm not fucking with him. I be like, I didn't see him.
No, I did see you. Niggas not, bro. I done been on the live before and been like, bro, niggas be like, man, you ain't never seen them little shadow people. I be like, bro, I be in the basement by myself and see shit out the corner of my eye. And I say all the time, hey, cuz, if you come from around that corner playing, I'm gonna knock your ass the fuck out or shoot you. Nobody is scared of all that peek around the peekaboo peripheral vision shit. You either go do something or you not. I'm not spook up. I see that little shit running all the time. That shit ain't no nigga. If you ain't finna squabble up like the West Coast niggas say, if you ain't finna catch no phase, nigga, you just here doing shit. Slamming doors and moving chairs and opening up cabinets and shit. Nigga, show yourself. Catch a real phase. Just like cuz right there. You show up in the house for real. Let a shadow nigga walk around the corner for you is getting packed the fuck up.
Nah, bro.
This ain't the movies. You niggas do not possess.
Hey.
You niggas do not possess some type of extra demon strength. Y'all niggas will get beat the fuck up out here, man. I'm not scared of no motherfucking shadow walking
Nah,
around.
they told. Nah, that's right, Bobby. They did tell us that when Nosferatu, they did. Nigga, that nigga wasn't. He had to lurk at certain times because
Lurking,
nigga, you
yeah.
could fuck him up. You could. His body was like he was a skinny build, bro. You could knock him the fuck out. He would like the way he had to lurk in the shadows because if you seen him, you know vampire lore. If you seen him, bro, and you had the light, bro, you could fuck him up, bro. He was a weak build.
No, I ain't fucking with none of them. I don't know what y'all talking
Nah,
about. I'm
he was trying.
I'm not fighting no monsters, nigga. I don't give a fuck what y'all talking. I'm black as it can get, but I am not fucking with them. Y'all have not really seen anything, so obviously.
Yeah, I have seen shit before, and it don't spook me.
Man, I'm telling the wife we going to mom's crib for the evening. Get your clothes, get the kids ready. We out. Hurry the fuck up. I'm in the car. I'm waiting on y'all.
None of that scary movie, bro.
Yo,
It can't.
Lex, it's
You
crazy.
can't exist here. You can't exist here. Straight up. We beat demons up around here. That's the energy I carry. If it is some, they already know this nigga is not playing.
So on some real.
Better stay out. If you live in the shadows, you better stay in the shadows. Cause if you come playing like you finna spook somebody around here, you nigga, you got another thing coming.
That's the big old play right there. Like
What do it?
it's
What?
to keep
Okay,
us
check
in
this out.
fear.
What would an interdimensional, if these things really existed, what would they really be feeding on, Lance?
Yo, fear, nigga.
So if you don't fear them, that mean they weak, right?
No, nigga, he's fat already. I'm scared. Trust me.
What he fat on? Not on my fear.
He's fat on my fear, nigga. Trust me.
So you
fucking
go
with him.
let
I'm out.
Pennywise and all them niggas pull you in the sword.
Pennywise, I'm out. You crazy,
Man, stop
all
Pennywise
that
the
little
fuck
kitty gremlin laugh shit, nigga. Just
stop Pennywise the fuck.
I'll float down here.
If I'm somewhere and see a red balloon, I'ma pop it, and if a clown show up, I'ma stomp him, bro. I remember when all that clown shit was jumping off. And remember that year when niggas was just catching clowns in places like, man, what this nigga just doing in the alley in the clown outfit? Remember that, Lance? Remember that was big everywhere?
That shit was
until they tried that shit in Chicago. And a nigga came and popped
They
up
tackled that nigga
in the nigga alley. Bro, they ain't tackled that nigga. They put the artillery. Cuz was out there on some he shit, like with a sledgehammer, like he finna do some demon kill. Man, them niggas up to bang on Cuz and got the fine. You ain't never seen a clown dip run that fast.
No, that's crazy because
The movies, that's what I'm trying to tell you. The movies show you one thing. In real life, it show you demons, whether interdimensional or whatever. Everybody's scared of bullets. Everybody fear weapons somehow.
The ID characters, nigga,
Right.
they scared too, huh?
You
Like,
feel me,
nigga, we
Zeb?
gonna see
It's like somehow all these demons and shit still boil down to some Scooby-Doo shit. Like, oh, just pull the mask off this motherfucker. He was scared of a bullet.
No, I like what you're saying though.
Even
it's
with a
like
gun,
it's
I'm gonna
proactive.
run
It's
first, bro.
Stick your chest out type shit. Yeah, I like that, Bobby. I like that.
My first assumption ain't gonna be this a demon. My first assumption gonna be you playing and you finna die for trying to play like a demon.
That's how the white people talk about Bigfoot, though.
And
They
if
be
you
like, pull out
is
a
a
gun and
demon,
shoot him.
and if because you want to know why I'm gonna pull out a gun and shoot if a Bigfoot do exist? Because that nigga is made of flesh. If you walk, bro, why people don't get that? Ain't nothing that can just bro. If something is made of spirit, energy, air, and the most they can do is open some cabinets or push on some doors hard, you ain't spooking shit around here. If all your ethereal energy just cause you to wind rush doors and blow open cabinets, get that goofy ass shit out of here. Because one thing I know true, once you got real footsteps and you really showing up in places and you got real density and dimensions to your motherfucking body, bullets go through that. Bullets stop all of that. It ain't been nothing yet that walked the earth that nigga that didn't prove that nigga they can stop bullets, because you got to exist here with organs and shit.
They got a new conspiracy with Bigfoot though. This dude in Wisconsin, he said Bigfoot's like is a spiritual being.
And if he is a spiritual being, that means he not walk whatever they catch walking in them forests is something else. Then it's a bear that walk on two legs.
Just
It's
like
an
the
undiscovered
chupacabra.
gorilla. I don't know what it is, but if it's something that's spiritual, one thing I do know, that motherfucker ain't punching nobody. It ain't grabbing nobody.
That's what sort of what they said.
Ain't nothing spiritual picking shit up. Nothing. No Amityville horror. None of that. None of that shit is real.
Come on. Step on them. Step on all that bullshit, Bobby.
None of
Step on them.
None of
Step
that
on
shit.
that shit.
No interdimension. None of them niggas exist here. Only way that if they is being created, they exist because niggas is fearful and imaginative, and you creating it in your own mind. So you the one that's giving the energy.
Ooh.
Yeah, motherfucker can't do that. Motherfucker ain't just finna have me just living in all type of random fear thinking shit. Man, I don't give a fuck. Only thing in the woods that's killing motherfuckers is animals. And crazy niggas that's out there hiding. Yep, we at the 420 shit show. You already know. My sister Humbling in the building. They fuck with niggas who scared. The fuck you gonna do to me? That's right. Shout out to 𝘾𝙤𝙎𝙃 Trip the Ghost that put up. Man, my OG Rail Lamar in the building. Rockwell. FOMO. What up,
Yo,
dog? What's up,
Is
though,
there
Lance?
any type of monster or cryptid or creature that you really would have fear in if it was real or you seen it?
No. Not one.
I don't believe you, Bobby.
Because you
Not
got to really
one.
think about it like what he said. It's in your mind.
Because I'm saying,
this is a game that we live
think
in
about
this
it,
place.
Lance. I'm saying, because if any one of them was real, that means I live in a world where that already exists and it's known. You feel me? This how my mind. You understand what I'm saying, Lance? So if any one of them was real, I would assume I live somewhere where that's already a known. So I would be one of the people that's either hunting that shit or not giving a fuck because I know how to kill that shit.
Yeah, so just like you just mentioned, the shadow niggas, that it's not a coincidence that you could say shadow nigga and we know what you're talking about. That nigga that be appearing in the periphery of your eye.
Right.
Everybody know that motherfucker exists.
Right.
That shit, so it's obviously something that's not going on in our head. We are experiencing something that we just haven't accepted or don't have an explanation for.
And what I'm saying is that I've seen it. Whether if I can explain what it is or not, I can admit that I've seen it. Guess what else I can admit, Lance? It ain't never did nothing to me.
I can agree
So
with
in
that.
all of my time seeing it, bro, listen, my normal first reaction used to be to turn my head real quick, like what the fuck was that? Now when I see it, I just look at it through my peripheral.
I do the same. I know
I
what
ain't
you mean.
move. I just be like, nigga, stop fucking playing. If you're not finna do nothing, like I'll literally be talking to it, and niggas will think I'm crazy. Man, stop peeking around fucking corners. Nobody is spooked to you. And I assume, just like in that video I showed, that little shadow creature be around the corner like, this nigga is not scared. I do not want to pop out on him for real because he might actually be one of the ones that tackle my ass and pummel me the fuck out. I would assume that if shadow niggas is peeking around corners trying to build fear, they know they more fearful of humans because they assume that I just can't pop out on a human that ain't scared of me. They will fuck me up. That's where my mind go.
Yeah, my whole thing is why sneak around a corner and you could just stand out in the open?
Because you scared. That's where I'm telling. This is where my mind go. You more scared than me if you peeking around corners.
I mean, it's just. I mean, we got to.
A bear
in
don't
this
peek
reality
around
we live in,
a
we
bear
use
don't
logic.
peek around no corners, bro. Cause guess what? I'm the bear in my house. I'm the bear to all these shadow interdimensional monsters and all that. When they peek around corners, when they ruffle shit and all that, guess what happened when I walk through the room or when I actually get up and walk through the door? They ass scatter.
Hey, you
I
remember
ain't
that movie?
sticking around to see what the fuck finna really happen. Just like a bear, if a bear walk in this room right now, I'm finna move the fuck around. I'm finna try to get the fuck on.
Yeah. You remember that movie with the little monkey demon nigga and the bitch took the chain off his neck and he came to life and was fucking her up through the whole movie?
Yeah. That's an old school 80s movie.
Yeah, Trilogy of Terror is what it was called, I believe.
Mausoleum.
Yeah.
One of them.
Yeah. Yeah.
The one British actor was the husband, and the one she looked crazy as hell. She just looked crazy. I know what you're talking about. Yeah,
the lady with all them fucking teeth in her mouth.
But that's like Chucky and all of them other like.
That was the first Chucky. Yeah.
Right.
That was the first Chucky movie.
Anytime I see them movies like that, you know what my first name be, Lance? These people don't want to accept minor pain to get rid of a major problem. Bro, I would have been through on some fucking construction, some good mechanic construction gloves. Some heavy duty.
They throw the blanket over the motherfucker first.
Man, I would have caught the fuck out of that fucking thing and balled it the fuck up, burnt it, stomped it like no little Chucky doll monster monkey man is gonna tear.
It's gonna back me down, nigga. Facts.
No, I don't give a fuck how many little knives you got in your fucking hand.
Yeah, I'm running first, bro. Still.
I'm not running. I'm grabbing the fucking blanket. I'm throwing it over your fucking head. You might stab me in the arm once or do some shit like that. But once I tie that blanket up and bang your ass up against this floor a couple times, stomp you tied up, pour the gas on it, set it on fire, open it up, make sure it's burnt out good. If it's not, stomp you some more, set that on fire again, make sure it's nice and ashy.
Bro, I'm running up the stairs.
Out of here.
I'm running up the stairs and jumping in the bed with the old lady like a little kid and say, it's a little monkey nigga downstairs. I swear to God, boo.
Man, that motherfucker.
Nah, nigga. When you locked up in Washington County Jail in Kansas City, Missouri, and you see an op, nigga, and you gotta get down and do what you gotta do, you are definitely not afraid of no nigga weigh more, like 150 pounds more than you, and you gotta get it up. You're not scared of no motherfucking Chucky dog.
I would have more fear of a nigga standing in front of the liquor store with a motherfucking 𝘾𝐼𝙎𝙃 𝘼𝙃 on than the fucking Chucky dog running around the house. Do you hear what I'm saying? That nigga pose more threat than the Chucky dog running through the house. And that's stereotypical as hell, but that's what if I'm a play anywhere.
I mean, I feel you because I'm gonna be if I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place, if you will. I'm definitely gonna go with the little Chucky nigga before I fuck with the nigga with the mask on and the motherfucker
in front of the fucking store. Exactly. Because if we talking about just death being an outcome, yeah, the YN in front of the store is the way more dangerous.
The YN in front of the store, nigga, is dangerous, nigga. What?
He packing you and Chucky the fuck up out of here.
Oh, this you too? This you too, homie? He's going with me.
Right. You got the little dog running around this bitch like he tough. Watch this. Beams on all you motherfuckers, boy. Next thing you gonna see is green beams on you and Chucky.
But low key though, I'll say about a good 8 times out of 10, none of them YNs can fight, bro.
Bro, listen to what I'm telling you.
As soon as that gun run out of bullets, nigga.
Obviously, you don't know how long it take for 100 bullets to run out.
I feel both of y'all though. YN can't fight, but you're right, Bobby. No, they can't. They can't. But I feel you.
Yeah, I feel you. Nobody wants to stick around and see if they can fight.
Yeah. You're not trying to see what 30 and 100, but how long? What's the time limit? Where do I gotta hide to wait for this nigga to unleash 30 to 50 to 100 bullets before I can pop back out and put up your dukes now?
Shit, the YNs when we was younger, they ain't even go to the motherfucking gun. They was shooting sideways and shit. and all
Yeah.
type of shit.
No,
Now
hold on,
to the
nigga. Tell
gun
the truth.
range,
You
nigga.
was because you was a YN too.
No, you
Nigga.
want to know why? You want to know why, Lance? Because the YNs today got this little thing called the internet, and they play these little games called Call of Duty and shit, right? And they starting to find out that like, oh, for people who not that good at shooting, is all type of adjusters and trick and things that can help you with that. So now all that little shooting sideways shit don't apply to niggas who got the flashlight and the beam and the undercarriage and the stock and the this and the that and the they done put a little
banana and all that.
Skin on their gun like they in Call of Duty. This bitch customized and shit. You feel what I'm saying, Lance? Like
motherfucking flashlight on the front, nigga.
Yeah,
You can't even see what you shooting
right.
at.
This nigga's gonna turn that flashlight on, then put that green beam on, and they don't need to see what they shooting at. They just whatever the beam touch, that's what they know.
No, I'm saying when that flashlight, when you in front of that flashlight, you can't see with a bullet. Like you can't see where to shoot at. You just see the big ass light, bro.
That's what I'm saying. They're putting the light on you. They got the flashlight on their guns.
Yeah, I got you. They shoot.
They blinding you, then putting the green beam on you.
Yeah.
You think these little niggas out here right now just like shooting sideways? Even they handguns got 1,000,000 gadgets on it. These niggas ain't Lance. They ain't out here with shit with like black electrical tape around that. That shit dead. You feel me? This shit, did you talk about some old school shit we was doing? Nigga, you got right. You right.
38, nigga.
Right. The old 38s and 380s and shit that you shoot that bitch too many times and then you know what I'm saying, that motherfucking slide cock back, you might not be able to get it back in place. No. These niggas got you, bro. They got YouTube.
They got bullet catchers now, nigga.
Bro,
we used to have to put the bag on the
bullet
gun.
catcher. They got YouTube tutorial that walk them step by step through how to break their gun down, how to clean it, how to do this and that. How to go. We didn't know none of that shit, bro. We just had guns. I can admit that. If a motherfucker asked me to take apart a gun from 18 to 20 some years, I'll be looking at them like, well, I'm not in no military, nigga. I just shoot these motherfuckers.
Yeah, that's why I was saying I was in the military. I kind of knew how to do that shit for a long time.
That's what I'm saying. The only people who really knew how to do it was like, I ain't saying I was like all the way dumb on it. I can like cock the slide back and take it. What I'm talking about, take the gun apart. No, his niggas knew how to they had that whole gun broke down, barrel, all that shit.
Yeah, now they buying motherfucking aftermarket pieces and shit for they shit, nigga.
That's
we ain't
what I'm
had that.
telling you, right?
You had to go on a motherfucking dark web to find a motherfucking silencer.
Ain't no dark web no more. They got gun websites like Craigslist now, boy.
Yeah.
That shit come right to your steps. That's what I'm telling you, Lance. They in a new day and age, and all that shit is illegal. I mean, legal.
Legal, yeah. As long as it's not assembled, they can ship you the parts to anybody, to felons and all.
Nigga, they'll turn their motherfucking handgun into an SMG on your ass, nigga.
Quick, put a stock on the back, all of that shit. That's what I'm trying to tell you, bro. They're in a different lane on the YN side. So when it comes to like back to the conversation of monsters, like monsters ain't coming through the hood today.
Nigga, back in the day, you get your first gun, nigga. You look at it for a few days. You show your best homie. You tuck that bitch away. Nah, nigga. Niggas flaunting they shit with the pearl handle like that bitch is a car. The motherfuckers walking around and flossing that bitch.
That's
like
what they doing.
Like some buffs, nigga, like Cardis.
Yeah, because listen, it's only to be expected in America, bro. This America, right? So one thing we didn't do is groom our children to the obvious culture that we was raised in and everything else, which is gun culture. You know what I'm saying? That's just as American as apple pie, as they would say. You know what I mean? So that's one thing that I feel like we do our children a disservice with, is exposing them to guns, teaching them gun safety, education, how to use them, so on and so forth. It's a real stigma with black people with guns that us having them has to be for obvious nefarious reasons. But if we had the proper education, like I see with a lot of young dudes that I work with, once they So educating themselves on guns and knowing where they can go shoot and stuff like that, they tend to be a less more trigger happy and quote unquote violent with them, because the obvious thing that anybody who's a gun enthusiast want to do when they get a gun is shoot that motherfucker. But when you from the hood, quote unquote, and you don't go the proper paths, you necessarily aren't open to all the avenues to go, release that tension. So like Lance said, you grew up in this culture of wanting to floss and do all of that because you're not privy or don't feel like you privy to the spaces where that would be accepted. You feel me? It's spaces for that. You feel me, Lance? That's why I like all the black YouTubers and people that's putting it out there that's like real gun enthusiasts that's like, yeah, this is how you do this. Go back in the woods. Go here. Go. It's plenty of places where you can get this off without just like shooting at a nigga.
Right.
Because a lot of times that be the thing. They just want to shoot them bullets, and if you don't know where to go to no gun range or something like that, you gonna create tension just to like use your weapon.
Yes, sir.
No, you right. I deal with my niggas ACOG out of Alabama. We teach our kids like the 4-H, like the white guys do. You know about the 4-H, don't you, Bobby? I know you about the 4-H clubs and shit like that. What they be and we do that, like hunting and farm raising. Like we started this shit. We know. I ain't got to get into that. We know what the deal is. Like chickens and shit like that. Me and my lady, we getting ready to get us like 20 chickens for eggs and shit like that. We ain't gotta worry about that. We can help the neighbors out. Y'all can come. We $3 a carton. We gonna keep it. You know what I'm saying? As long as we eating, y'all can eat too. Type shit. And I know because you're a community nigga. You explain yourself. I don't know what y'all can do in St. Louis like that, but where I live at is kind of rural, and we can do that. You know what I'm saying?
We would have to drive out to places, and I wouldn't want to drive a bunch of niggas out to, rural Missouri, because it can get a little sketchy out there with how.
Yeah, it is sketchy. And
But what something that I could push as an initiative is us kind of because St. Louis got a lot of abandoned buildings or unused properties. So an initiative that I can probably get pushed is rehabbing some of these larger factory areas and things like that into, urban gun safety and training, facilities, so on and so forth, where, we ain't got to necessarily gear it, because you can't just say black. But once you use that word urban and poverty, you know what I'm saying, Lance, it kind of, motherfuckers know what you're talking about. So,
oh yeah.
And if you do something like that to where you write a proposal or some type of nonprofit to where you can get some of these areas and then make it, gun safety or places where people can come, and do this within the city in order to alleviate some of the extenuating crime, that might be a good idea. I have to look into that. But that is a good idea, because within a lot of these city limits, especially in places where in the state they got those stand your ground laws and loose gun laws, they don't have in the city, a lot of places where they do training or people can go and actually shoot and things like that.
Yeah, see, white people, they got competition and shit.
Correct.
They be having gun competitions and all type of shit that they can be involved in and get off into the sport of being able to shoot and all this. And we got to practice on each other and shit. So
which is
and it would probably deter. Yeah, it's a travesty for sure.
But what you was finna get into the deterring, it does actually deter a lot of crime. I actually seen that because, like you say, a lot of times the major thing be they want to test out or practice with a weapon, and within the city limits, if you ain't really privy to those spaces, or it ain't a lot of them, you know what I'm saying, or access to them is kind of stringent, you do what you do with your weapon just in the streets randomly. You know what I'm saying? Like, nigga might one night you might just be in the alley somewhere and hear a nigga let off 7 shots. You know what I mean? Just random in the air, and it's like because he want to shoot his gun. You see what I mean? But this
I mean, you
nigga ain't
can
got
even
no
see
training.
like you can see even what you mentioned earlier, like Call of Duty. That even is helping that's helping to alleviate some of the little wildness and shit. Because you can see I play the shit. Them niggas be on that motherfucker like they really chasing your ass, nigga. Coming to get you. You know, it's better
All
to
that
do it on
Call
the
of
game.
Duty, Grand Theft Auto shit.
Yeah, definitely Grand Theft Auto. But I ain't even gonna lie, bro. Playing that shit keep you on point. It make me check my corners when I hit at the gas station. All that shit is real.
I've heard a lot of
training.
people say that too.
Yeah, it's
Even
training.
with the Grand Theft Auto stuff, like it make you more on point with like movement with your weapon and stuff like that, and how you go into situations and stuff.
How you approach a situation. Yeah, definitely. Nigga, I seen niggas orchestrate a hit, nigga, like some gangsters. Nigga, just off of the I played with these niggas on GTA, bro. They was like, all right, when the nigga gonna run. When he run, he gonna come down this street right here. That's all you gotta do is be right there waiting. I'm like, God damn, right? This shit, them niggas did run out of 2 of them. Out of 6 niggas, 2 of them ran down the street, bro, and I blazed both of their ass. Just off of the little young and telling me, yeah, just post right here. We gonna chase them. If one run down here, blaze them. And they sure did, bro. I could just see that shit applying in the streets being in the military. Low key, I think that's their little secret way of at least mentally training Americans, you know, for war. Like every other country, it's mandatory.
Come on, there you go.
It's mandatory that at age 18 you got to go to the army. But none of us is prepared to defend this country, at least by playing video games, and those are quintessentially.
We don't know how to set up. Like if you're getting ready to be under attack, none of us know how to set up a perimeter if you're getting ready to get attacked.
You want to know why, T-Bay? What Lance is saying is right, but here go the caveat to that. I remember in the early 90s, right, Lance? Let's say like from 91 to like 96, maybe 98. The big games. This one, arcades was still popping, right? The big games was like remember them Air Commander flight games with those big controllers, and you know what I'm saying? You have to down there get in that shit like a cockpit and fly the plane and all of this, right? It was like Flight Simulator, but it was like Ace Combat, all of that, like in the arcade, and you know, yeah. Even at home, they would have to play with those big ass controllers, right? It was like remember the big Nintendo, like even if you went home and you played with the Street Fighter, they have that big ass controller down there like an arcade controller, right?
Yeah.
I remember seeing this thing on 60 Minutes when 60 Minutes was big in the 90s, and they was like this when they was like the US military is starting to recruit children that are good at these Ace Combat games, right? And at these flight simulator games and stuff like that, because they said that's in line with their drone program. This when the drone program was first being mentioned. This in the 90s, bro. And they were like children, or you know what I'm saying, teens and stuff that's good at these flight simulator games that know how to, cause like if you good at this game with this controller, this is basically simulating that you will be excellent at controlling a drone. Like, because a drone essentially is just a plane. You know what I'm saying? A manless plane. You know, like before they had the little helicopter drones and all of that. Most of the military drones is like just plane, like airplane style, you know what I'm saying, manless operated machines. So they tied that in and say, well, if these kids are, you know, out here doing all of this with these controllers, which is basically what we're building, they took all the ones that was like excellent at those games and kind of transitioned them over, you know what I'm saying, to military operation. And I've heard that from people that's in the military that said all those guys that's like the drone operators and stuff like that, they're great at video games.
Yeah, motherfucker, I'm a drone pilot, a drone builder. So those Air Force pilots, they be in the drone races.
Right.
They be in them drone races. You put the goggles on and you fly the drone, and it feel like you on a ship in the cockpit of that motherfucker flying around, going 2 miles away, nigga. That shit's real. But not only that, when I got in the military, the first thing we did was play the video game. It was a tank. And that tank is what you use to simulate warfare. In the military, it's a video game, and you using it, and you inside of a tank. And that tank make you be able to see, like some people colorblind. You know what I'm saying? So if you look through this little tank little setup, if you can't see certain colors, like where's the 4, where's the 2, they show you they indicate you colorblind, so you can't do this. So they put you on something else. You know what I'm saying? So it's definitely real, but I just think that they just like in covertly training the youth. And when them youth get older and they dedicate, a lot of them dedicate themselves to the military based off of their experience in playing the video game. You even got the same like guns and military weapons is copyright, bro. Like you can't just use that shit.
And while you training, Big Lance, look, while you training, how you know you ain't really on an operation? You never know. You might be really gunning down some shit for real. Remember the movie with what's his last name? Idris, the brother from the UK with Anthony Mackie and shit. Like Anthony Mackie was the robot, and he recruited the nigga. You know what I'm saying? Because he was in there eating gummy bears or whatever he was eating shit, nigga, while he was killing people in a drone and it
don't even know it.
Hold on,
no,
let me
he
take
knew
a
it.
one.
No, he knew what he was doing.
Watch this. It's an old school movie from the 80s with Matthew Broderick or Michael J. Fox, one of them, where he was playing a video game. Like one
War
of them
Games, that's the name of it. Matthew Broderick, you're right.
There you go. And remember, he accidentally tapped into some military shit, and he was on that simulator, and he thought he was just blowing shit up on a video game, but he actually really tapped into a military drone program and was out there flying a drone and actually blowing up shit in real life. And the military came looking for him to like, hey, who the fuck was able to do all of this shit? And he thought he was just playing a video game. He thought he had just tapped into a server that was like some new shit, a new board on a flight simulator game. And he didn't know, like, nigga, you doing real world shit.
Yeah, War Games. That's crazy.
War
I think shout out to I think what's my nigga? Val Kilmer. Was he in that movie too? I think Val Kilmer was in that movie too. I think
so.
Yeah, shout out to him. Rest in peace. Because I think he was the big homie in that or something like that. I don't know. I think he was. I don't know.
Yeah. That's what it is. That's where we at with it, man. Ain't no telling what's gonna be going on in the next few years, man. They just doing shit right up under our noses like we just idiots, dumb. But I always knew what was going on. I could just tell. Like I said, when I be playing video games, like to be shooting with somebody, and before you start a gunfight with them, throw a grenade behind them and start running towards them. As they backing up, they perceive you as the threat, but the real threat is already behind them. And as they backing up, they just get blew up, bro. That's a real strategic military tactic. That's what you do every day in the game.
Oh man, that's dope. Yeah, that's how I go. Yep. And that's a psychological game to play on somebody in real time. It's just like Mike Tyson said or Zab Judah said, nigga, everybody say they want to fight until you get punched in the face.
But here,
now we scrapping for real.
But this is why I'm saying we need urban facilities in order to bring it to that next level of training, right? Because even in the military, when they train you like on a simulator for the tank and stuff like that, they still have to give you a high level of degree of real world training that's still simulated, right? But it has to be with the real world physical activity. This is why the white boys, right? That's very good at Call of Duty, because I'm sorry, all my brothers, as great as we is at Call of Duty, them white dudes be kicking our ass. You hear what I'm saying, Lance? It's in their blood. And I understood something that, like, outside of them playing the game or outside of them maybe having military training, right? They actually train for that in real world, just like niggas going to play basketball, niggas playing 2K, and then a nigga go play basketball. You dig what I'm saying? They might play Call of Duty and then say, okay, we going paintballing this weekend. Or we're going to the laser tag place so we can, you know what I'm saying? Or we going to the indoor, you know what I'm saying, airsoft arena so we can, you know what I'm saying, put some of this shit to the real. You dig what I'm saying, Lance? Because it's like playing 2K is one thing, but then, all right, now let's see if your knees really good like that in real life.
And
then it apply.
if your motor stand
Right.
up, nigga, can you run all day?
Right.
Like
At
this nigga?
least to some level of what you think you're doing on night. You ain't got to be dunking and shit, or you know what I'm saying, like you saying, Lance, throwing a grenade and coming up with all these crazy strategies. But you got to be able to translate some of this shit. You dig what I mean? And then if you can't translate just a little bit of it, then it don't apply. That's where them white boys win, because they actually train outside of the video game. Like when you think of why paintballing is still in motherfucking business and laser tag and airsoft arenas are in business, it ain't because a bunch of niggas visit them. It's just not. That's they pastime, shooting guns. Salute to my nigga Latrell spinning 10 wheel and pulled up in the building. Nigga, where the hell you been at, boy?
Spinning 10 wheel. Salute. Welcome. Humbling. Miss female getting this motherfucker.
I think Humbling still got her feet in the crock pot. We gonna give her a second to get into. Oh no, there she is. Oh, excuse me. Pardon my French. Pardon my Missing
Hey, I'll be back. Y'all got hit.
All right, go ahead, Lance. Salute.
Yeah, they're well done and cooked with extra garlic powder, onion powder.
Oh,
Some
wait a minute.
secret ingredients.
Time out. Humbling.
A little bit of salt.
T-Bag.
Himalayan to be exact.
T-Bag,
Oh, yes,
T-Bag,
I'm sorry.
T-Bag.
Yes.
Listen to me, T-Bag. You hear that tone right there? T-Bag. Because I'm finna joke. I caught you now, TT. You hear that tone?
Yeah.
That tone mean the truck, the bird has landed.
Okay. All right. We on
the truck. Cuckoo. She can't do nothing but give signals right now, T-Bag. Look, she blinking. She blinking for safety right now, and she ain't even got her camera on. That's how she blinking one. Yeah. That truck that put up. She curled up in the kitchen right now underneath the island.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm here, guys. I'm just making a 5-course meal real quick. And I'm gonna
Why he sleep?
Right. She tiptoeing on marbles, bro. Do you know how quiet you trying to be? The marble already quiet. Tiptoeing on marble.
The marble is quiet. Oh, that's crazy. I'm dead.
Did you hear what I just said, T-Bag? She is tiptoeing on marble.
Bobby, that nigga
with no shoes on.
That nigga said the marble is quiet. It's
Come on now. You in the cat, Jake? How you in cat burglar mode inside your house? Come on now. Bro, she talking to us, T-Bay. She talking to us right now. How a motherfucker talking to the police when people done broken your house. Yes, I'm in the closet. Yeah. I'm in the upstairs pantry closet. I hear them in the kitchen right now. Yes, I
can hear them breathing.
I'm dead, man. I'm
The
dead.
motherfucker on the person on the other side of the phone, ma'am, we're on the way. We don't just. It's dangerous.
Don't turn your sirens on. Don't turn the sirens on.
Look, you know when a
Turn the
motherfucker
lights
calls,
on.
right? You know, don't turn it. Don't let them know you can't. You know, T-Bay, you know when a motherfucker call the police and they in the car with the person that they hello, and the police like, ma'am, are you in
bro,
danger?
I know that.
And look, the person on the other line can't say they're in danger. They like, yes, I'll be at school tomorrow. And they like, well, is the person that got you in danger around you? And then, yes, that is the thing that I'm gonna do later on.
Yeah.
And you're like, ma'am, are you near a Walmart? No, I don't plan on going to Walmart, but Target is right here next to Midland Boulevard.
You dumb, nigga. You dumb, nigga.
Ma'am, are you close to Midland Boulevard? Yes, I was planning on eating sushi tonight.
And a smoothie.
Ma'am, we triangulated your position. We got you set. We're on the way, ma'am.
Oh hell no, nigga. Now this is different. Why? Where them niggas go? Y'all want to talk to Humbling? She got something to say. It's Easter Sunday.
Humbling can't say nothing, right? T-Bay, are you listening to me?
Yes, I'm listening. I'm listening.
All the words Humbling had to say to us, she used up already. That's why I'm joking. She can't do nothing but laugh quiet right now, bro.
Exactly. I'll make it squeeze a few more in here and there.
Okay.
Right.
So we go.
When the bird has landed, T-Bay.
It's landed.
When that truck pulled up, you had a 50 word maximum.
Maximum.
And a grunt here and there, and a snicker here and there.
A grunt and a snicker here and there. Listen, you think that nigga playing? He counting them words.
Yeah.
He will wake up out of sleep. Hey, nah. You on 39.
No, cause bro, I be on my breathe the same way. She never here looking at me crazy like, nigga, who you talking? What you talking about?
Them old school players know how to separate their conscience, so they know how to be asleep, but keep a part of them woke that keep an eyeball on everything.
Just enough, yeah.
That nigga will wake up out of dead sleep. Hey, you on 39. You know?
Especially when he done caught wind.
I done told you now. You know, when I wake up now, you got 11 more to go, don't think?
I done told you.
Right.
See. So yeah, I gotta keep turning my head. Gotta keep looking back. Gotta be sure.
Listen, Humbling, I completely understand. The bird has landed, T-Bay. Do you hear what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
It ain't a lot. It's not a lot more to be said. Do you hear what I'm saying? In the building, the one and only. Do not let my angels irritate your demons, huh? Latrell spinning
That would go. Do not let my angels irritate your demons. Yes. Let's go.
Said by the great Latrell spinning 10 wheels. Salute, my brother. Salute.
Appreciate y'all. Let's get it. Have you reviewed your former label mate video yet?
Bobby, before you answer that question, I gotta interject. Okay, 𝘾𝐼𝙎𝙃. Now you know we go way back. What I need to know is why you just coming around us. You have been to everybody else's platform, and you finally making your way over here. The one platform that always lets you get your words in, never shut you down. I just need to know. You don't owe me an answer, but since you're here and I'm trying to get my 50 words in, I just want to know what took you so long to come over here to say hi to us, 𝘾𝐼𝙎𝙃?
Wait, TT, you on 30? I counted 35. Come on.
Don't mute my mic. It's been a minute since I picked with 𝘾𝐼𝙎𝙃. We ain't head out back and forth. We ain't head out back and forth in a minute.
𝘾𝐼𝙎𝙃, let's get it, huh?
So you're the head of the CIA department of the show. I knew it, huh?
See, that's the 𝘾𝐼𝙎𝙃 I miss.
Me too. 𝘾𝐼𝙎𝙃 is in this motherfucker. Hell yeah.
Nah, man, I've been slowly coming around. You know what I'm saying? I've been digitally triggered. You know what I'm saying? But
Digital triggered. I like that.
yeah, let's go. So
Digital
have
feelings
you?
and digital triggered.
Yeah, everything is digital now. You know what I'm saying? Physical, digital, spiritual. You know what I'm saying? Have you broken down?
What video you want me to say of Sanchez's? What video? What
No,
video we talking
no,
about?
no, no. Of
No,
Key.
he said former label mate, man. Come
Oh,
Yeah,
on,
oh,
Bobby.
former label mate.
Key
Yeah,
Norfolk. What video of Key Norfolk we talking about?
man. I thought it. I thought he edited in. You know what I'm saying? 607
Oh no, you know Key Norfolk. Oh,
the live stream.
okay. Now I'm looking at it. Yeah, him and
Yeah,
607
let's
on.
go.
Yeah, it's a live stream. Yeah. I mean, birds of a feather crack together.
Hold up.
No,
That's
but look.
disrespectful,
Wait,
nigga.
I'm saying, listen, I don't want to dissect Key Norfolk and 607 on because I'm pretty sure he listening from the bushes. I don't want to give too much credence to crackhead etymology. You know what I'm saying? So look,
Understood. We
wait,
understand over here.
and again, I've already asked the patrons of Key Norfolk and Bro Sanchez, the one who said out of his mouth that 607 Unc is the breath of fresh air that this so-called conscious community needs.
He did say that.
I asked them to explain why do y'all continue to talk to 607 Unc and nobody asked him why was he a 35-year-old grooming an 11-year-old?
Wow. Yeah. So they trying to I guess he got that title. You know what I'm saying? I guess the
There you go.
the new conscious. I heard I heard that last week, but I'm like, God damn. So Sanchez I mean, to each his own. You know what I'm saying? But it's
Bro, we can't
always
make that
got
each
to
day
be.
on. I don't think we can make that each your own. If a nigga say he was 35 messing with a 11-year-old, that shouldn't be each day on. That should be you get beat in the head till you bleed on.
Yeah, I'm saying with the repercussions behind to each his own, the free will, but the movements of
You went out.
extra,
There you
but
go.
I'm not surprised because I guess the conscious all of that extra shit. So I guess he's the newest, huh?
Was he going in and out on y'all end, or was it just me?
He was going in and out. Copper Tone, sit still and get nigga and pick up the energy. Let's go, Copper Tone. Let's go, baby. It's time to go, huh?
Man, the energy is on here, man. You know what I'm saying? But no, but back onto it. So he's the latest weirdo that's associated with a poster child, I guess, for the conscious so-called community. You know what I'm saying?
The con science.
Conscience,
Yeah, the
the
con
board, the
science.
conscience.
Con
Yeah.
science. We con and science out here. We selling niggas calendars with the dates all fucked up. That's what
Well,
we do.
the dates fucked up, nigga, in 2020, way back to 2019,
Yeah,
nigga.
we have
You were out.
binoculars
Look,
that fix
you
blindness.
couldn't get your shit together. It started in
You know what I mean?
2019 when you started the
In the
Bush.
con science community,
The
you
con
don't have
science.
to go to accredited doctors that spent years experimenting with
You know, you go to
scalpels
Dr. Umar
and
Johnson. That's where
lenses.
you go
Yes,
get
you go to
credited at.
Dr. Umar Johnson, Dr. Dre, Dr. Pepper. You go to Get
Dr.
binoculars.
Phil Valentine, nigga. You go to
Right.
the doctor, the real
Right.
doctors.
You get binoculars from scammers who fix eyes through binocular x-ray vision. You get anointing oils. You get crystals that you hit with
Crystals,
tuning fork.
hell no. That nigga said
Right.
crystals. Hold on.
And the crystal, when you hit it with the tuning fork, explode your chakra like the gusher, like biting in the gusher in the 90s. And your chakra would explode like the different colors of gushers. You will ooze karmic energy, you know, to the point to where you could become organite, energy manipulator, right? And once you manipulate organite, then you able to knock over empty plastic water bottles with your chi. This is the pinnacle of the con science. Latrell spinning 10 well. We knock over water bottles with chi energy. We float paper towels with our mind.
And you can burn them with your mind.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can push nails through tables and shit, nigga.
Yeah,
What?
you
I
never
done seen all the shit.
Dr. Sabi, we healing people from all the sex diseases, huh? Let's get it in
By drinking piss. Okay, let's go.
Piss laced with mushroom roots. Mm-hmm.
Why they want us to go for the bullshit? And some niggas is like when they see the bullshit, they like that's bullshit. And then now we're
Here go the
haters.
bullshit. I'm finna shout out to y'all Lord and Savior Drumpf, aka Trump.
Who said that?
The seventh the one of the riders of the apocalypse, the four horsemen, one of the four horsemen from hell. I believe his hair represents the pale horseman. He who sitteth upon death and desolation, or some shit like that.
A short time ago, the Supreme Court agreed to hear oral arguments in the case about ending birthright citizenship. How confident are you that the court will rule in your favor and allow that order to end birthright citizenship to go forward?
Well, you're just telling me that for the first time. I am so happy. I think the case has been so misunderstood. That case, birthright citizenship, is about slavery. If you look at the details of it, the signings of it, everything else, that case is all about slavery. And if you view it from that standpoint, people understand it. But for some reason, lawyers don't talk about it. The news doesn't talk about it. That's not about tourists coming in and touching a piece of sand and all of a sudden they're citizenship. You know, they're a citizen. That is all about slavery. And even look at the dates on which it was signed. It was right at that era, right after the Civil War. And if you look at it that way, the case is an easy case to win. And I hope the lawyers talk about birthright, citizenship, and slavery, because that's what it was all about. And it was it was meant to be positive. And they use it now instead, not for slavery, they use it for people that come into our country and they walk in and all of a sudden they become citizens and they pay a lot of money to different cartels and others. It's all about slavery, and if you look at it that way, we should win that case. Okay.
Trump has spoken.
Dum dum da 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 da. That Hail to the Chief. Yeah, that's what I was humming.
Y'all trying to kill me? You killing me, man?
Man, that is the Teflon Don. That assassination attempt went astray because he had Teflon sprayed on his orange hair.
No, Trump, Copper Tone.
There you go.
Trump is the first person in history to be filmed in 4K, but the bullet being 380p, huh? The,
Yeah.
the bullet, he was in 4K. The bullet was pixel in 380p pixelation. That's why it's just
Hey,
it
it's a
was there, then it wasn't there. It moved.
it's a sheet metal company that got that famous picture plastered on they or business. I'm like, boy, that motherfucker hell, that goddamn Trump, boy.
They got that shit with him putting that flag up with that fist in the air.
Yeah, man,
Hold
that
on.
shit big as fuck. I'm like, boy, that shit.
Niggas got that tattooed on them.
So what you
White,
That's
saying?
more.
but listen, white people are going to replace Jesus on the wall with Trump and that flag and that fist in the air. Do you hear what I'm
That
saying?
fist in
Jesus
the
coming
air.
off the wall.
It's already been
Huh?
done, Bobby.
Oh
Uh,
man, that
Yeah,
is
oh,
dope,
look,
man. Ooh,
yeah.
that
yeah,
was
You say they
hard.
yeah.
already took
That's gonna
Jesus
be the
off the wall?
image. God
Yeah,
damn.
yeah, it's
Who they
already
had
done.
on the wall instead?
If they did have Jesus. Yeah, I'm sorry,
They
you
had
referring to
no
the quote unquote
white Jesus.
Negro? What,
No,
oh,
no,
you
no,
talking
white
about
Jesus.
white people? Oh yeah,
White
oh yeah,
Jesus was on that wall, Hamlet. Listen,
yeah. They didn't replace white Jesus. Some of them did add Trump, but they didn't
oh no, they
replace him. But some of them did replace.
white Jesus going off the wall. Granny, do we got a new Lord and Savior?
Granny. Shit.
they done told they granny they got a new Lord and Savior. Them white folks ain't playing. They getting
So
that
Now,
Trump
they taking
image
they finally
tattooed to
gonna
their
take
body.
JFK down. They gonna take JFK down and
JFK
Martin
been
Luther
took
King
down.
down.
But Martin Luther King was never up there.
You're fired.
now I have to play the
The
opposition for a
Brody
minute.
button.
Oh,
So,
let my TT get the mic. Go ahead.
so given the dissension, based on his logic, that wouldn't apply to his own son because technically his son was born of a woman that was not a citizen at that time. Specifically, well, let me say it correctly. Well, he has four of his five children were born to illegal immigrants or aliens, whatever name you want to call them, at their time of birth. Now, if that's the case, you have to apply it to a child being born to a U.S. citizen parent, only one parent being a citizen versus the other. It goes into the same accord. So his argument would not make it past the Supreme Court because the opposition will give. Well, what
Well,
about your children?
and this where he go win, Hamlin, cause see, you arguing with logic. You see what I'm
You
saying?
know what?
You using
I
logic.
don't know why my brain
That's
works
it.
like that. Why does my
Right.
brain work
Why
like
do you use it? I just told this to y'all. Why are you wanting insane people?
that? I
It
know.
to be the normal is insane, and here you come with
That's
your
true.
logical ass talking
Listen,
logic, finna
I
get
should have
put
stayed on
on a
mute.
stake. They gonna call you a witch. This motherfucker, you a witch thinking like that. Burn this
Speaking
one.
of
Do you?
speaking of which, and we don't have to talk about this today, but let me throw this in. You know, now they're saying that the reason why his bond was reduced, allegedly, I'm just going on what's being pushed around social media, not to change the subject, but just why it's on my mind, that he had a cleat sharpener and not an actual knife. So that negates the argument about him bringing an actual knife to quote unquote school sanctioned function. So I just want we can talk about that later, but I just thought I'd throw that in. So I don't know if y'all heard that angle.
It sound
No,
like the
no, no,
Dave Chappelle
no.
skit, huh?
You right.
The real world, huh?
Wrong is
Remember when
that. Go ahead.
oh remember the Dave Chappelle the real world skit when when old white man got stabbed up. Just so
Exactly.
happened that song came to mind. I just died in your arms tonight. So if it's
I
real or
I
not,
just
died in
huh?
your
died in your
arms
arms
tonight.
tonight.
Tonight, and just so happened they named the name of that fucking band is Cutting Crew. So, they cutting loose, huh? Let's go, huh? I just died in
Let's
your
go,
arms
huh? Let's go,
tonight.
huh?
Humbling. Look, they
You
writing
must
the
have been
laws. And
something
we could talk
to
about the Carmelo Anthony, but guess what, Humbling? You know what Trump gonna say? Well, you know we white people, man. We writing laws for y'all, not us. So everything I
Oh,
say
bro, that's what
apply
they're doing. You know that.
apply to y'all.
Absolutely true.
You think I'm up here talking about some shit I can do? I can do whatever the fuck I want to do.
That
I'm
is
telling your nigga ass and your Mexican
Yo
ass what
nigga
you can do.
ass, we writing for you, nigga.
But see, and this is the
Motherfucker,
irony of it. Depending on who comes up next, they're setting a precedence that he's not going to give a shit because he's in his sunset year, so he's out the way. He's on the way out the door. But he's setting a precedence for. He keeps forgetting his grandchildren are Jays, so he's kind of setting a precedent that the next administration could come in and revert everything he said and apply to the people that mean the most to him. Again, i.e., his J grandchildren. And of course, his
His
J
Jay,
son-in-law.
get on it, Miss Hubbard. Get on that shit, nigga. That was good. That was good.
So, and that's what I'm thinking about when like, okay, y'all forget that somebody will come in behind y'all, and we don't know which side they're going to be on. If they're going to be a maggot, an actual Reagan Republican, or a Democrat. Are they going to be progressive, the bullshit conservative? Because y'all know me, I don't give a damn what it is. No one is actually a conservative. It just makes them feel good because they're a conservative on front, but behind the door, they're not conservative or liberal, whichever. It doesn't matter. I just can't wait to see how these things are going to turn, come later. But yeah, it remains to be seen. But go ahead, y'all got it.
the next president is gonna be a wildly radical, lesbian, feminist, racist white lady. And her first order
I
is
think
gonna
you
be
know what? I
black
don't want to believe that, Bobby,
young
but I
black
think that
men
could be true.
are super predators. She bringing super predators back, mandatory minimums, subprime mortgage loans. She better do all the fuck. Hell yeah, nigga. What fuck China?
Subprime mortgage loans.
All that.
That's crazy.
Oh yeah. Now, did y'all hear about this? Back to more what the Copper Tone said, cutting crew news. I could have died in your arms tonight. 16-year-old accused in Texas high school stabbing appears before juvenile judge. Let's listen to this.
Meredith, thank you. Also, earlier today, the 16-year-old accused of stabbing another teen near Stevens High School made his initial appearance before a juvenile judge. While his parents said the teen has never been in trouble before, prosecutors claimed the brawl appeared to be pre-planned. Sue Kalberg has more from the 289th District Court.
And you are here because you're arrested for the offense of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon?
The 16-year-old is accused of stabbing another teen in the back, and a probation officer told the judge that school administrators allege this was a planned attack.
They've indicated that there was a confrontation on Friday amongst his friends and another group. During that confrontation, there was an agreement to bring weapons yesterday to campus.
The teen's attorney said it's too early to assign blame.
We have very little information. Additionally, asked for to be mindful that this is a special referral. So we're asking the court for his release.
The parents of the accused tearfully told the judge the teen is a straight-A student who's never caused any trouble, but the judge said the circumstances are too serious.
Straight-A student never caused any
He's
trouble.
engaged in an altercation, and the person who's actually stabbed isn't engaged. He's trying to pull people off and stab in the back.
The judge did order the teen to remain detained. He will return here for another hearing in 10 working days.
It might be setting the trend, huh?
Ken's 5.
Oh shit! Hey, they better not have a remake. They better not have a remake of the Revenge of the Nerds and stuff. Huh?
No, it ain't a remake. This the point that I'm trying to get across to you. Right? No, watch this. You got this white teen who stabbed a motherfucker in the back. You hear me? You hear me, Capitone? Stabbed the person in the back. This Texas. He's only 1 year younger. 1 year. 1 year younger than Carmelo.
Yeah.
He stabbed the person in the back, and what they said was a planned attack. Premeditated.
Oh, premeditated. He planned to do this shit.
Yeah, you there, Humlin? Am I walking this down clear enough for y'all? They said a planned attack.
Yes.
Okay. Now this is where understanding finna get spooky. He used the knife like they alleged Carmelo did, right? Carmelo, unfortunately, in his case, when he stabbed, the person died. He got charged with a murder. This person who they say actually planned the attack, stabbed the person in the back, got charged with what? Assault with a deadly weapon and not attempted murder.
That's blatant murder. You stab a nigga in the back, nigga. Ain't you trying to kill him?
You understand what I'm
Yeah,
saying,
but
Humlin? You see the
that ain't
no,
nothing but a backstabber, huh?
no, but no. You funny as
Stop it. Stop it, nigga. Stop it.
hell. How in the hell? And I know they go argue a lot of stuff like, oh, but he stabbed him in the back. No, you can die from getting stabbed in the back just as well as you can die from getting stabbed in the front. Them lungs get punctured the same way.
Now, Bobby, and looking at that, I pulled up the Texas specifically definition of attempted murder. Shit, attempted unalivement. Uh, Attempted unalivement is defined as a person attempting to commit a unalivement, meaning they take a direct step towards unaliving someone with the specific intent to cause their unalivement. This requires proof of both the intent to unalive and a direct action beyond mere preparation that fails to result in the intended outcome. Damn. It is so
Don't this
deep.
kind of fit? Do what this said kind of fit? Attempted murder.
Now, I'll read one more thing. Now, again, specific to Texas, elements of attempted unalivement is criminal intent. The defendant must have the specific intent to cause the unalivement of another person. This means they wanted to unalive the victim, not just cause physical harm or act recklessly. Yeah.
But see, now that's where the jury and the lawyer, your lawyer, got to get into that because you got to prove that shit, and the
So they
prosecution got to prove
they
that.
could end up upping his charges.
I mean,
Now, I'll
yes,
read.
Look here, man.
yes, they could do that.
As a matter of fact,
This
let me
may
finish
set
reading.
some new precedents. A backstabber has never really been involved in accessory to murders, only accessory to robbing and accessory to telling on somebody. Man, he gonna get off just on they gonna he gonna sing a country version of backstabbers. They smile in your
Exactly.
face.
Now, hold on for 1 second, Carpenter. Now, see, Rocket is putting his.
Your place.
The backstabbers,
That nigga is
a
crazy.
country version, huh?
Oh, go ahead,
Go
huh?
ahead.
All right, now I
Go
know
ahead,
that
homie.
Rocket has put mens rea in the chat, and it was so funny. That's actually was going to be my next point. Now, before I get to the mens rea, specific prohibited act. Now, this is specific to Texas, or rather, according to Texas. Let me say it like that, because I'm sure other states are similar. Specific prohibited act. The defendant must have taken a direct action beyond mere preparation. So I think I read that part right. No, I don't think I read the second part. All right. So if I did, y'all forgive me. The defendant must have taken a direct action beyond mere preparation towards causing the victim's unalivement. This could involve using a weapon, inflicting serious bodily harm, or other actions that demonstrate a clear attempt to unalive. Number 3, it's only 4 points. Number 3, causation. The defendant's actions must have led to consequences that show an attempted unalivement, even if the victim did not unalive. This establishes a causal link between the action and the intent to unalive. Lastly, lack of consummation. While the defendant attempted to unalive the victim, they ultimately failed to successfully cause their unalivement. Now, going to Coppertone's point, he make a
That
great
is
point. But
some crazy law.
yeah, now once you read all of those things specific to Texas, then it makes sense. So going to Rockledge's point, mens rea is basically where you have to prove a guilty mind. So this is where the prosecution has to prove that it's a guilty mind in order to make it attempted unalivement, whereas the defense don't have to prove nothing. The defense is just sitting there waiting for the prosecution to prove a guilty mind, a guilty thought process beyond a reasonable doubt, which is not impossible to prove, but it's very,
Damn
very
near
hard to prove.
impossible shit. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Do you see what
So
I be saying about these laws in Texas? Do I like?
correct.
Oh, that's crazy.
Now, hold on, but now to
Yeah.
be fair, mens rea
And
is a legal thing. That's across the board. That's not specific to Texas. Mens rea is a J, like people who get their JD. That's one of the terms you have to know, especially if you're going to be particularly in the criminal field, for whether it's the defense or the prosecution. You definitely have to be familiar with that, because the prosecution, when they're setting the charges, because of course the police are going to set initial charges, but of course the prosecution can either adhere to those, increase them, or decrease them. So the prosecution has to prove not proven rather, but has to establish mens rea to determine if the charges are consistent with the evidence that's been provided and everything else, in order to try to get a conviction, which again is not impossible, but it's hard to prove mens rea when you're dealing with situations like this, unless you have manifestos and diaries and like Facebook posting and all that. Then you definitely got mens rea. You've established that because it's there. But in a situation like this, it's going to be hard to prove mens rea. But yeah, go ahead, y'all got it. Now that we've
so
established what
this
Can I
Texas
say
dude,
says,
something
now
real
we
quick,
can
Bob?
go from there.
go ahead.
So she's so established with
You was breaking up, or was that me?
that jury now. You make them understand what you're saying, right? And there's rules that the jury got to abide by. Yes, because the judge is gonna give them instructions of what you supposed to be looking at and what is bullshit. You can't take that into account. Yeah. So now what I just heard, I don't know if y'all heard it. I've been in a jury trial, and nigga, I'm the ones doing the shit. And like what the jury get to say, right? With this type of information, what you just explained to me, and I'll get off the mic.
Well, in the land of backstabbers, somebody got to stand their ground. But this buddy boy here gonna be screaming, I I only attempted to be a backstabber. That's it. But that little city sounds like one of them make believe cities or towns in Texas. Remember where a couple years ago, right after those 9 people got killed in Buffalo, like a week later, that little Texas town. This probably
Uvalde,
don't have no,
Uvalde,
like,
Texas.
yeah. That whole town was ran by the Chamber of Commerce. Huh? Let's go.
This
But
nigga
Texas
crazy.
really is a Republican. Like all states are countries, but Texas stay in the news, huh? Let's go.
Again, them people down there are groomed a different type of way, right? So I think even with the sensationalism of the Carmelo Anthony shit, the motherfuckers not people that's not from Texas, that's all aversion to the knife and all that. And look, this is another thing that's coming out. I don't know how true this is or not, so don't hold me to this. But apparently news is finna break soon that this quote unquote weapon that Carmelo Anthony had was not a knife at all. It was a cleat cleaning tool. I repeat, a cleat cleaning tool. So for right.
Yeah,
So
that's going to make
he's
a
some
huge
kid.
difference.
Do you feel what I'm saying, Hummus? So now that
Huge difference.
they're saying like, yeah, now all of that knife shit that y'all been trying to propagate, no, he pulled out a tool since he's a track athlete, and you
He
know,
was
just something that
scared
all
as
track
hell, nigga.
yeah, something that all track, they say apparently all track athletes and people who deal with cleats know about this little tool. It ain't nothing
My
that
son got
uncommon
one.
on the
Oh, I
track
thought
field.
that
It's a
was a
little
meat.
yeah, it's a little thing with a little sharp edge on it, and that's what he got stabbed with.
Oh,
And I
I
will
thought it
say
was
this,
a meat
Meat
cleaver. I was
cleaver.
going,
not a
oh,
meat
Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
You thought
But yeah,
this
my
nigga
bad.
pulled out a fucking piece of some shit to cut off a shank, pork
Copper
shank?
tone crazy as hell.
Go
Oh,
and
ahead,
Bobby,
Hummus.
and it's interesting when I
so
saw that.
Hold on,
it's
hold on, Copper
it's
Tone.
in
Don't
his
cut off the lady.
genetics. Oh, my
Okay.
bad, my bad.
No, you good. You good. Gang. Go
Now,
ahead, dog.
when I saw that report, Bob, and of course, again, we're just, we nothing has been officially released by the state. But when I saw that, I was like, you know what, that makes sense because the there's not, I don't think there's no more than maybe three or four. I think Green Bay may be one of them, and Soldier Field. I think y'all got it, Bobby. But there's not many fields that are still pure grass. So I thought about that. I'm
Got
like, because if you think about it, we're not seeing the steel, the metal cleats like we used to see 10, 15, 20 years ago. And if you notice, respectfully, when was the last time you really heard about turf toe? Well, that more so came from natural grass. So I'm thinking that because they are running around natural grass, it would make sense to have steel cleats versus plastic cleats. Because again, it's like every NFL player now has plastic cleats. Like, what the hell? So I'm like, that makes sense. Again, if it's consistent, because I'm like, how did they come up with that? Like that's not random. So either you would have to know or it's true. So, because I'm like, again, I had never heard
correct.
nobody say that except for that. So that's going to be interesting. So if that is true, it's just getting easier and easier for him. So, and I just hope it gets easier and easier where all this is dismissed and he move on with his life. That can't happen fast enough.
Real quick.
Wait. So I have a question. Wait.
Go ahead, Zeph.
So they're claiming he stabbed somebody with a cleaning tool.
Right. If you ain't familiar with the tool that we referring to, for if you ever ran track or played football and had cleats, it's like a little it got a little blade. It's like a little
You can
3-inch
switch out
blade
your
tool.
cleats. Yes.
Right, to where you able to like pop the bottom of the cleat thing off or clean the dirt from in between the cleats as the clumps get stuck up in there and shit like that. It's an actual cleat cleaning. I'll pull it up for you so you can see the image of it.
It's just like like you can put a ratchet on a V8 engine, right? And you take the sparks plugs loose. It's like that or some shit. You just put it on there
Oh,
and
okay.
screw that shit out of there.
I'm just like, wouldn't that be?
But the clean cleaning tool,
I'm
it
not
got a
saying
sharp
he's
edge on
guilty.
it though.
I'm not saying he's guilty or innocent. I'm just saying, wouldn't that be a murder charge though?
No.
Man, your brother.
Hold on. And the reason why it wouldn't be a murder charge, just like Humlin just said, broke all those. Like this'll be a cleat cleaner too, something like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Something like these, like with it's just like a little thing that got a little blade that come out the end. It's almost like a knife, but it ain't. You see what I'm saying? It pop out like a knife, but it's a cleat cleaning tool. You feel what I'm saying? It might got all this shit on it right here. You know what I'm saying? It might got all of that on it. But you see how I got the little blade on it as well?
Very
It's a little
good.
tool.
Yes. Yes. A multi-tool that you can use to clean. My son got one. That nigga just lost his cleats. That's crazy.
Right. That ain't it's not an uncommon tool, right? And the reason why it wouldn't be a murder is because the intent, Zev. You feel what I'm saying? A person who's arguing self-defense and who's actually got eyewitness account that they were minding their business and being accosted and attacked. Once they stab and are claiming self-defense and everything around the circumstances kind of shows that they were, you know what I'm saying, in a fearful state. They stabbed to get the person off them. They didn't continue to stab. They ran from the situation. They asked, was the young man okay? It's gonna be hard to prove that they had the intent to kill somebody.
To kill him.
You feel me, Zev? Right. Even if you shoot somebody, right? Like, think about it, Zev. If you accost me and I shoot you, right? And I pull the gun out and I shoot you in the stomach and you die. They can't say that I had the intent to kill you, right? Even if I shot you, they could say, well, he was scared. Zev was grabbing him. He didn't know what he was going to do. He shot him in the stomach, right? The difference in that would be if they say he turned, he looked at him, he raised the gun at his head, then he pulled the trigger. You see what I'm saying? Like, yeah, you had the intent to kill a person in that situation. right? With a knife, you dying, it'll be easier to prove the intent to kill if they say he stabbed him, then he stabbed him again, then he stabbed him one last time in the neck and ran off. You feel me, Zev? Then that's showing like you wanted this man to die. You shot him in the head. You wanted him to die because nobody is shooting nobody in the head with the intent to just like wound them or get them up off of them. You doing that with killing intent. And killing them might not be a problem, but the problem comes with, if it's self-defense, even in that case, right? But in this case, the murder that they trying to charge this young man with, that's hard to prove that intent because from all the circumstances and facts that we got from just hearing it, witnesses and stuff, none of it shows I had the intent to murder this person. You feel me, Zev? That's just like.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I do understand what you're saying. It's just a fucked up situation because, like you said, people are groomed in different places. You know what I mean? Differently because of the different laws. You know what I mean? That
Correct.
they can abide by. Because I give you an example. In Jersey, there's no self-defense law, right? So if the police show up and nobody's fighting after there's been a fight, the police can't press charges.
Correct. Right.
So,
and that's what I was trying to get.
So I'm like, all right. If me and you get a fight by right, not fighting,
you breaking up a little
I'm
bit,
like,
Zev.
bite me, this, that, and the third. You said, huh? What happened?
You was breaking up just a little bit, but it's good now.
Yeah, I was saying, like me and you get in a fight, right? Then the police show up. And I'm like, and we're not fighting no more at that point when the police arrive. And I'm like, yeah, Bobby, he hit me first, this, that, and the third. Well, they can say we can't really do anything because when we pulled up, nobody was fighting. But you
Nothing
are
was
allowed
happening.
to press
Right.
charges against Bobby. You see what I'm saying? And that's why I'm like, I mean, the way I've been groomed, the way I grew up, to me, that sounds more reasonable than Texas law. You know what I mean? Because it's like, I mean, scrap it out, squabble it out.
Right.
And if the police,
but Zev, that's
don't
what.
happen. You know what I mean?
And
Don't
Zev,
happen,
that's
you know what I
where
mean?
where me and you
don't
came
really
into
gotta
a
tell. You don't
disagreement.
gotta.
And I don't mean to cut you, brother, but that's where me and you gonna have to disagree because that's where just cultural difference, like those lines, like you have to learn to respect them, right? Because like the same way you saying New Jersey law, right? You were born into that. You were raised from a child into an adult into that. It was probably generations before you that came into that. So this is something that's, for lack of better words, been indoctrinated into your day-to-day living, family culture, extended family culture, so on and so forth, right? Now, when
Which
you
is
talk about
understandable and respectable, but it's
right,
different.
but you got it's different. So it's like, wait, chill out, son. Somebody from Texas can't come to New Jersey with their understanding of life and impede that on you. You feel me, Sev? That's what the whole point of the respect. So it worked both ways. Like, no matter how y'all do it in Texas, stand your ground, blah, 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 no duty to retreat. You can't come to Jersey with that shit. You feel me? And vice versa. You just have to respect what the laws of the place, because people been groomed to this for generations now. And if we don't learn to respect that instead of looking at it like, oh, that's dumb, that's their laws. I mean, we could run down the laws of every state and we gonna find some stupid like some shit to where like y'all gotta do that.
Hey, I grew up in Kansas, Missouri, and Texas, and all that shit different. Nigga, I know. Look,
That's why I just
my
learned
niggas
to
in
respect
my niggas in the federal joint right now because they from Tulsa, Oklahoma, and they moved to Virginia. That nigga did some fucked up shit that he would have been out. That nigga been doing 38 years.
Right.
because he was in DC. He was in a DMV, which is federal district. That shit would have been state shit. They don't got state shit where he committed his crime at. So he went to the federal penitentiary. You hear me?
Yeah, that's why I'm saying, like, to me, some things are pretty silly in some different areas, and even in the areas I grew up at. You know what I mean? But I
Right.
mean, it don't affect the amount you should know the law or know where you are. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, I mean, people still have to scratch up a certain amount of money for his bail. You know what I mean? That's what I'm trying to say. I mean, it sounds good that he could have possibly been abiding by the law, because I mean, they haven't proven him not guilty yet. So that's why I'm talking like this.
Wait.
It sounds good.
We know that a 19-year-old nigga is not thinking about the law when he's scared. He don't know what the
He ain't
law is.
19. He's 17.
Or 17. We don't. He know.
Wait.
He don't.
But that
You.
don't.
Well,
Wait. That don't matter that he's not thinking about the law, because that's what he's dealing with right now. That's just
No.
That's just my point. Like, it don't matter.
Like that.
Because that's who you're gonna have to deal with. Like, if you had to deal with your parents after stabbing somebody, that'd be a different story.
That's true.
That might be morals, you know what I mean? But you're not dealing with those type of things. That's what I'm trying to say.
And I agree with you there.
It sounds good.
But well, listen,
sounds
the
good,
only reason we saying it sound good is because we're only relating it to other cases that's similar to his and the actual, laws that pertain to Texas. You feel what I'm saying? Like, that's why I'm glad that Humbling up here is somebody who more abreast with how the law works. Because once you take my emotion about it, your emotion, the bias of color, all of that bullshit about it, and just look at it strictly from a law perspective, void of how we moralistically may view it or what could have been done better to, what I'm saying, prevent him from going through this and the other young man from losing his life. When you just look at it from the law perspective, that's why we're saying that it sounds good on his part, Carmelo Anthony, because according to the law, he didn't do anything. He did everything according to their stand your ground laws and their no duty to retreat laws. Damn near textbook. That's why I said, jokingly, but being serious, like this may become, the case law for, like, you know what I'm saying, stand your ground and no duty to retreat. They might have to use this.
Yeah.
And I agree.
I mean,
and like
I agree.
Judge,
I agree. But
I agree too.
But they had like they have to go to trial, and I guess they have to see what all of what happened. You know what I mean? Because we could speculate. I get the speculation we make. You know what I mean? But it's very hard with no video footage. That's why I'm saying in New Jersey, I think it's more fair. You know what I mean? It's all different, like you said, Bobby. It's all different everywhere. But nobody was there, and we're speculating. Like, when I say nobody, I'm saying everybody who seems to want to speculate. You know what I mean? We weren't there, so you know what I mean. We couldn't, even if we know the law, we don't know what could have honestly happened.
We're not going to be privy to what the jury is going to see if it goes to a trial.
The footage is gonna be what's swear one way or another. I will agree with you there, Zeb. Any footage, that's what's gonna be what's swear one way or another. The footage could literally be the tipping point between him just going free on all charges or him, you know what I'm saying, having to go to trial and possibly take a plea and all of that. Still in all likelihood, right? The reason why I said negligible homicide, right, Zev? The reason why I said, manslaughter, not even manslaughter, negligible homicide, because it's other case law with this, with these type of situations presented to where I'm saying worst case scenario, negligible homicide. You feel me, Zev? Because it's still other cases. So that's why I keep presenting that to where even if he, and I don't even think he gonna get, by the time they go to like try to indict him or send it to someone, it's gonna even be a murder charge they trying to indict him on. You feel me, Zev? Might be lesser by the time they even send it before a grand jury. In all likelihood. Because they still gathering the evidence. So I think in a worst case scenario, he could be fighting a manslaughter. They might bring him a negligible homicide. I hope he fight it. You know what I'm saying? Because if he do fight it, then they might actually try to railroad him and spin it like that. It might get weird on the racism side of the game. But that's why I'm saying worst case scenario, they might just present him with 30 days in jail. 30 days in jail and 10 years probation like the other dude. And then that's going to be time served because he already done spent about 30 days in jail.
That part.
And I'm just saying that, Zev, on like the worst case scenario based on Texas law. I know the murder charge is like, what you call that? A trumped up charge. You feel me, Zev? They trumped up his charges in the beginning to get that high ass bond in order to, you know what I'm saying? That might have been racially motivated or emotionally motivated, but you already see from, how drastically low the judge lowered the bond, and he free now.
But I just want to say we could go with that, or you know what I mean. We could speculate that it was emotionally or racially driven, the bond, but then we have to speculate that for the whole case, for the whole thing. We have to.
Well,
that's already.
It depends on what your lawyer
but
is.
I was saying that a couple streams ago, and people were like thinking we're commenting that I'm crazy.
If the
and that
judge,
I don't know what I'm talking about.
But I'm saying no.
Where I'm from.
No, I'm not because you crazy from where you from. I'm saying you can't apply, and it's just like me growing up in Chicago. I can't apply. Thankfully, I had enough, travel to actually, live in Detroit, live in Atlanta, live in St. Louis to see like, oh, it's a whole different way. So I gotta be able to view this shit that's going on in Texas and not apply none of my Chicago grooming or how the police are handling it in Chicago. I gotta throw all of that shit out the window. How people would act. I gotta be able to like at least try to begin to understand how Texans are reacting and viewing this.
I'm saying that doesn't matter because that all changes. You know my standpoint, Bobby. I mean, I travel all over the country for a profession. So, I mean, I see what you're saying about that. That is correct. That's understandable. But that's all out the window when money is king in these situations. Money's the same everywhere, bro. And the United States of America. I'm not telling you like you don't know.
But I don't assume that
whether you have more or less.
Yeah, but I don't assume that either Austin Metcalf's family or Carmelo Anthony's family is like one is that much more financially dominant over the other.
It's not
they both. Well, no, I'm just saying. It's basing it off of where they live. Both of them live in, affluent communities. Carmelo come from a nice family background. His dad make great money based on the median income of where they live, based on the house that they was already living in, which was like $1 million home or something like that. Like, so it wasn't like that. He did not come from a broke background. He was from an affluent black family. You feel me, Zev? So it could be argued that in the money case, like his family got more money than the Metcalfs. On top of that, if you like part of the media bias is how they're labeling Carmelo, like with this thug image, showing him with this airsoft rifle, putting his middle finger up, showing Austin Metcalf and this other light, then trying to paint this image of Carmelo being disturbed, acting like he come from a fucked up family and all that, when all the information that we get is the opposite of that. He come from a two-family background. His dad made great money. His mom is a stay-at-home mom. He has other siblings. They live in an affluent neighborhood. He get great grades. He worked 2 jobs. He the captain of his football team. He on a track team, and if any of that emotional family structure shit would apply to somebody, it would probably be Austin Metcalf, who come from from a broken family. His mom and dad divorced. You dig what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying, Bobby. I just don't want to make any assumptions.
But I'm telling you, this how the lawyers are going to paint this. This why I'm speaking on it now, because this how this shit gonna get argued in court.
The courtroom in the jury.
This how this gonna get argued in court, Zev. You feel what I'm saying? Like, hey, this young man come from a broken background. You don't think they go say that shit if it come to a court to a courtroom proceeding?
Of course they have to. Of course.
Right. That's what I'm saying. They ain't go.
But that
they wouldn't
may
give
not
a
be the
fuck.
case, though.
But it is. That's what I'm telling you. Bro, listen. Him and his family could have a great working relationship. I'm saying by default that they're divorced and this young man is not. They can paint a lawyer can paint a beautiful picture, bro. That's all I'm trying to tell you.
Picasso, Jackson Pollock in this motherfucker.
And the thing about a lawyer, a lot of times when it boiled down to information, it ain't what's the truth, it's what you can prove. And right now it's like y'all giving, for a lack of better words, too much paint. You giving too much paint to Carmelo Anthony defense. You feel me, Zev? It's like even the people that's trying to talk on Austin Metcalf's behalf, his dad, his mom, his brother, the people that was these witnesses, all of that information is helping Carmelo Anthony. Do you feel me, Zev? Like you're giving too much paint to his defense. They just sitting back being quiet. Like Humlin said, y'all the ones got to prove all this shit. We ain't got to prove nothing. Y'all got to prove that I had this and that. And the more and more y'all talk, the more and more y'all giving paint to my defense to be able to just paint holes through all this bullshit y'all sitting up here talking about. It don't apply when it comes to the law.
So now, what we do, and that's why our country is beautiful, and I'm not moving nowhere. I'm not African, nigga. I was born here. I'm gonna be here. And we set up these laws and confederacies and so on and so forth for us. We was the first niggas, first Americans here. So we apply these laws appropriately to what we're doing. And like what Bobby said, that was beautiful. The way they gonna paint this shit. You gotta have a good lawyer to paint. I'm done.
All right.
Yeah, that's not like I'm just saying these aren't far-fetched things. Like T-Bay, I think I've heard you say you drive trucks before, right? Like, I drive trucks, bro. It don't matter what state you in, bro. Like, depending on the company, if you drive for a company or you're not an owner operator, it don't matter what state you in, bro. They gonna go to court if you hit somebody, if you hit a family of like 6 people in a car, right? Bro, they gonna, depending on the company, bro, they have so much money and liability and so many like defense lawyers. Bro, it don't matter where you hit the people in the car, bro. That family's gonna have a very hard time fighting against this multi-billion dollar transfer company, distribution company, trucking company.
I agree with you.
A hard time trying to prove.
You're right, Zeb. Now bring me back to what we talking about. All right,
so many
you are right,
lawyers.
but bring me back to what we were talking about.
Yeah, we talking about this though, but because in that case,
That's
you
what I'm
would be
saying.
right.
Money is king in
But money
the
don't.
court of
But I'm
law.
saying in this case, but listen, even if you saying that in this case, it still would say it would still sound like you arguing on the side of Carmelo, who not only come from a affluent family, just got another lump sum of money from GoFundMe and other gifts that was donated to him. He not at a lack of resource.
No, he's not because he's a good kid.
You
He was a
understand what I'm
top
saying,
dog.
Zev? So
He
even
was
in
a
that
top guy. He wasn't no
even in
thug.
that argument, it like that would favor Carmelo Anthony in this situation if we saying money is king.
I'm trying to figure out. I don't know. I'm just saying.
I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
No, I'm rocking with you, Zev. I'm rocking with you on that. But like,
I feel
rocking
you,
with
Zev,
you.
but I'm telling you, if Austin Metcalf dad shows up to that press conference and gets escorted out by white police, that lets you know who's holding the power and cards in this situation.
Let's go.
Right.
That's what we're talking about. See, because
you got one person who, you know, getting interviewed from his mom and dad who, right, like, perception wise, I'm telling you, you don't see it on the front end because you're blinded by just the emotion of, and I ain't saying you, me too, because you're blinded by the emotional reaction of the first hit of the situation. Somebody stabbed and died, right? You hear me, Zell? But then when you go back and you analyze this shit with a fine-tooth comb, you got to ask yourself, two people lost a child, both of them giving interviews, and I ain't seen none together once. Fuck the divorce. You feel me, Zed? I'm saying all of this still go boil down to perception and public perception, right? And if I can notice that, don't you think other people noticing that too? That's closer to this situation. You just seen this man, you just seen the father on TV, you just seen the mother on TV with the son. You ain't seen none of them together.
Come on, nigga, pop it. Pop that
I don't
shit.
know because when I go online,
no,
I see
don't say you don't know.
I don't because I see white people commenting. I see white people saying that every killer should be locked up. That's how I see white people talking about this.
How the white and I get that, but guess what? These white people are nameless faces that may or may not be Texans. Do you understand what I'm saying, Zev? I'm not a Texan. You not, and I'm not saying that to say like you don't travel. I'm saying it to say like this is no matter how national it get, this is happening in Texas in a Texas court with Texas people presiding on it that understand what go on in Texas. You feel me, Zev? That's why I'm boiling it down to like we gotta understand how
black
Texans
ass,
feel about this. Not no white man in Indiana, not a white or black man in Illinois, or niggas in Chicago, or motherfuckers in New York or Jersey or
Missouri
Philly
or
Atlanta or any. No, we all got the news. You feel me, Zev? But guess who it boiled down to? How the motherfuckers in Texas feel about it? How they feel about their laws? How they feel about upholding their laws?
Pop it,
all of that apply. It means something when you saying you trying to paint this man as one way in a national media, but actually there in the place where he at, we ain't synced this man, we ain't synced this other person with his other son yet. Not saying he ain't, but publicly we ain't seen that. We ain't synced him with his wife. We ain't seen them consoling. We ain't seen none of this lovely family dynamic and shit that y'all claiming he came from. While on the other hand, we got Carmelo with backing from the black preacher. You see what I'm saying? The white lawyer, his mom, his dad, his family, everybody together. Like the shit that y'all claim America built off of, right?
So for all we know, they warned like Austin gonna get himself fucked up. We know this. Like if we investigate for real, like Austin, we like, look, he was gonna get fucked up. The nigga was fucked up. He was doing fucked up shit. And we knew he was gonna get fucked up by somebody because of the way he was acting. See, when you investigate, you figure that shit out. We watch Mississippi Burning. We watch all this shit that go on. Like that nigga was fucked up. He was looking to fuck a nigga up. When you find out, when you investigate, right? Yeah. Where's Coppertone at? That nigga got off here.
I hope so, man. I do, because I mean, that's bullshit happens, but you know, it just don't sound like that Texas law to me is really trying to favor him. If they had to make a GoFundMe, you know what I mean.
And
You know what? It don't really
I know
sound like
you
that
ain't
Texas
trolling.
law.
I agree
Hold
with
on.
you. I know you
Zev,
ain't trolling.
Zev, listen to me.
I know you ain't
Not
trolling, Zev.
hey, Zev, listen to me, Zev. Not only do we have a GoFundMe, his father they already come from an affluent family. You understand what I'm saying?
They got resources. They can put it together.
Right. With or without the GoFundMe, he was gonna be able to pay that $25,000 bond.
I hear you. I just don't want to be an excuse like, oh yeah, to, you know what I mean? Because then, like, if it was such a good thing, everybody be trying to move to Texas. If the laws of Texas were like, you know what I mean? I just don't see.
No.
I see what you're saying about
You're
the
not
law.
saying
Yeah,
it's a
you know what I
good
mean?
thing.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's a good or a bad thing, Zev. I'm saying it's just the thing. I'm not saying the laws in your states are good or bad. I'm saying that's just the laws there. You see what I'm saying? The law, it's just the laws, and bro, it's laws in places out west. You can't leave water running for a certain period of time, and they serious
Regardless,
about that.
we come steal your turnips, nigga. I said,
Right?
no, I'm just
You feel me, Zev? You might be from out east where it's like, nigga, oh, I just left the water hose on by accident. That ain't no other places. Well, that's a big deal. You might get a $10,000 fine for that shit and be like, bro, why are y'all laws like this? It's like, nigga, cuz that we yeah, water's scarce, so it's different out here than in other places.
And that's the only point I'm trying to make, Bobby. Like, out east, we understand, okay, yeah, the only person winning is the people at top. Because at the end of the day, you're going to make that GoFundMe, and that's just to pay the court. Like, that's what I'm saying. That's to pay the legal system, bro. That's to pay the people at top. Like, that's not, like, you're not going to come out of it, oh, nandy, dad, you're going to get your ass whooped. That's the understanding I'm saying I'm getting from being out east. Okay, you may not get locked up, but we gonna make sure you gonna feel this shit. That's how they coming. That's how the legal system's coming. Because he might, like you're saying, because it might be swayed more to a racial thing. You know what I mean? So he could be walking out with the white man, but there's still white men on the other side of.
But this what we got on. This what you got to understand though. In the case of the legal situation around this, right? Let's just say all things go according to the law, and his case get thrown out because it actually is proven to be self-defense and stand your ground. You feel me, Zev? Let's say all of that is true. You following me, Zev? You know what happens at that moment, Zev? That $25,000 that he paid for bail, he get that back. All that money that he got from that GoFundMe, he gets to keep. His father may get to go back to his job or get to sell the $1 million home that they already live in and move somewhere else.
And why not?
And do what he do. Because that's the.
And that's what I'm
that's
saying.
the
Bobby.
laws
I
in
hope
them
they
places.
don't gotta move.
People,
I hope they don't gotta do that. All that.
I would
bullshit.
assume they're gonna move, but I think that they're gonna have, it won't be as tough as how we making it out to be. It's people here in St. Louis that I know, Zev, that have, did things in self-defense, and that shit gets solved right there on the street. You hear what I'm saying, Zev? They don't even go to
That's how
jail.
it goes. That's how it goes.
Them folks come back and just update you later on, like, hey, this is what happened with the case and blah, 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 blah. Oh, no, you good to go. We just had to take your weapon in order to process it and blah, 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 because it was involved in a homicide. And you feel me, Zev? But no, it wasn't that right there on the street, self-defense.
Yeah. That's the way I respect. That's the
But
way. That's the way.
but what I'm saying is, it get judged that way right there on the street because of the eyewitnesses, right? In this case, it did get judged that way right there because of the eyewitnesses. But the misstep that all the eyewitnesses made in this case is that they all said that Buddy attacked first, which is against Texas law, which would then put the onus on Carmelo Anthony, meaning that he had every right with Texas law to do what he did. And they admitted that in their testimony by saying he came up to him first. He attacked him first.
And that's all you got to establish. And that's all that a good lawyer, even a public pretender, can do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, hold on.
All you got to establish, man. They keep trying to avoid the first assault and batteries, no matter how you look at it. You cannot put your perception on what threat looked like on somebody else. We still got to hear how this young man felt. You feel me, Zev?
No, yeah, I'm with you.
And so I get it. And we all grown in different places.
It's just like, I know, like the past streams, people were like, "Yo, they're gonna take you." So if you let somebody take your shoes, and I'm like, bro, like, you know what I mean? If that's what you be thinking, you know what I mean? Like, if that's how somebody like moves around and feels people are gonna treat them, that's what you're gonna get. It's like the effect, bro. You know the effects. I don't gotta like speak too much on it, but that's it. If you perceive those type of things in the back of your head, that's how you're gonna get treated, bro. That's how you're gonna get stepped on. And this is how I came up. You don't get stepped on if you know you're not gonna get stepped on, bro. You know what I mean?
I mean,
if you are prepared and preparated,
I agree with that to a degree.
You are not going to get stepped on, bro. You know what I mean? And I'm all over the country every single day talking to all different type of people, and I keep a certain face and certain persona, and I talk a certain way. And people you're gonna have to. It don't matter what color you is, bro.
Hold on, let me get.
You gotta
understand. You weigh 230 pounds, though, right? You weigh about 230, right?
I'm 40 pounds bigger than
like
that, bro. And I used
140
to be
pounds.
even bigger. It don't that you better
That
you gotta know
matters.
how to rock.
That matters.
If you don't know how to rock, then you don't know how to rock, bro.
Hey,
that
you
may
know,
sound cocky
listen.
to some people, but
No,
it's not.
that ain't saying
You don't
that.
know how to
Listen to
bang,
what I'm
you don't know how to
saying.
bang, bro.
It ain't about knowing how to fight, brother. Listen to me. It's about this. And I used to hold that stigma too, until my father was like, bro, listen to what I'm telling you. This my father told me that. You shouldn't have to walk around and keep no screw face or do all of that shit just to feel like you got to protect motherfuckers to keeping you up off of them. You feel what I'm saying? You should be able to live your life, right, without motherfuckers impeding on you. But if somebody impede on you, you need to be able to handle your business. And from that day forward, it freed me from all that tough goon face and all. Because I know exactly what you're saying, Zev. Like, you got to keep a certain persona to make motherfuckers feel like they not gonna fuck with you. But then I had to start understanding, like, nah, man, I'm that dude that, like, I love having a smile on my face. I love doing that. But if you think you want to be Billy Badass today and be like, he the one I'm gonna pick on, the one that's all jolly and smile, that's gonna be the deadly choice for you. You see what I'm saying? Because the one thing my pop used to say, most niggas walking around with the screw. Not saying you, Zell. I'm saying it used to be like a lot of niggas walking around with their screw face. They doing that to hide something. And I know you get busy. Right. And I know you get busy. But I know you know a lot of people who don't get busy and they use that as a defense mechanism. And I'm saying he shouldn't, Carmelo, to bring it back to Carmelo, he shouldn't never have to feel like I gotta ooze a persona just to not have people fucking with me. You feel what I'm saying? I got a 6-year-old. That mean in 11 years, I gotta groom my son to be like, oh, you gotta move. No, I want him to feel free in the world just like everybody else. I don't want him to feel like you gotta keep a certain, but I do want him to feel like if somebody fuck with you, bro, get back home, protect yourself at all costs.
At all costs.
All threat is real. And I live in one of them places where he could just be like, hey, nah, I thought motherfuckers trying to do something to me because I'm gonna raise him to get great grades, not fuck with nobody, not get caught up in no bullshit. Get a job, so it ain't never gonna be the case where your son was out here fucking with such and such, and then they got it's gonna be he was chilling and some dumbass came fucking with him. Just like in this Carmelo Anthony
And he
case.
knew how to handle himself when a dummy came fucking with him.
And that's just the end of that.
Texas.
He who laughs most laughs last.
But hold on. We keep saying the state of Texas, like Texas ain't the second biggest state in all of the United States. You see what I'm saying? We can't
Don't matter. It ain't the most populated.
But it probably is the most populated. We can't
It's not the most
minimize.
populated. New York State is the most populated state. Then it's California.
Okay, with the New York State,
So,
then
okay,
California, right? No, but wait,
Bobby
hold
was
on.
talking about a surface area.
Right,
Texas
right.
is the second biggest.
But what I'm speaking on is
Yeah, I know you talking about.
What we can't do is minimize a state's sovereignty to do what they do inside of that state, right? Because everything you speaking of, Zev, it only apply to Jersey. Everything I'm speaking of only apply to Missouri. Shit, Trip speaking on only apply to Texas, so on and so
I'm in
forth.
Missouri
So
too.
we
Yeah,
only
I'm talking that.
T-Bay, Missouri, Kansas City,
Texas,
like so we're right. We only speaking from.
Texas,
Go ahead, Trip. My fault.
Texas is the second most populated state in the union. So just putting that out there.
I
31
figured
million.
Texas. I figured Texas was like
California is
either one
number
or
one.
two.
Texas number two. I think New York was number 4. California,
I
then
was gonna say
Texas,
Texas was
then
number 3.
Florida, then New
Yeah.
York.
Yeah, I was gonna say Texas number 3 behind New York, based off what Zev said, but I knew it was
No, but
at
New
least
York,
top 5.
New York is at 19 million. Texas is at 31, almost 32 million people.
Right, that's because I knew Texas had a big population surge, and on top of that, it's
Man,
the
nigga,
second
what? I
biggest
just
state
came out of there.
land wise. So that's why I'm saying we can't minimalize it. You know, now we got the real numbers. We really can't minimalize it because this is where the second most people in the United States live. So it's a lot of fucking people that feel that way. You feel me, Zed?
No. Okay. My numbers were off a little, but Texas is roughly half the size of the lower 48 states, right? Don't cut me off. Texas
As
is
far as
half
what?
the size
Hold on.
of the
Hold
lower
on.
48
Make
states,
it
right?
clear. Zed, make it clear.
So New
As
York
far
and
as
New
what?
Jersey's population alone, put
What does
that
that have to do
in
with
the
anything?
comparison of the size of those two places. That won't even make up 1/3 of Texas.
What you
we
mean?
talking about?
Population,
Wait
you
a
see what I'm
minute. We
saying?
talking about
So
people.
you got more
We talking about people though, right?
I'm talking about city areas. I'm talking about like
Right.
more suburbanized areas.
What you mean?
That's the only point I was trying to make. You know what I mean?
Do you know that Houston, Dallas, and Austin are some of the biggest cities in the country?
Yeah, they got
In the
it's
country.
metropolis. Yeah,
Oh,
it's metropolis.
bro,
Yeah, the Texas got 3
No
of them
city,
biggest
no
metropolis.
city, no city in Texas is bigger than
Shit is the fourth
any
largest
other
city
cities
in
that
America
are
after
tri-state
Chicago,
to New
which is the
Jersey.
third largest.
Houston
cities
is
in
like the
Texas
top 5 biggest city in America
Houston
right
and
now.
Houston and New York are about the same size.
Yeah.
Houston has about 9
You didn't
million
know that?
people, and New York has
way
about
larger
9 million people.
population.
No, New
No,
York
I
has
just
a
looked it
larger.
up.
No, New York has
Even
a
the
larger population.
population, no, the populations are damn
No,
near the
where
same.
Bobby from?
In Houston.
Bobby, nigga, Chicago is up there. What the fuck?
Chicago
Yeah.
second.
But see, when I say Houston,
Chicago
I'm
might not be
taking
second no
all
more.
of. So Houston is like
Chicago
one
second.
city, but Houston has a greater Houston area, just like every other place. If you take all of what we call Houston, it's 9 million people.
No, Chicago ain't second. It go New York, LA, Chicago, Houston. Yeah, I knew Houston was top 5. So
And
that's what
that's
I'm
just
saying, bro.
in Houston County, not including Cypress and Katy and all that other shit that's really Houston, but it's like on the outskirts. Like,
Houston,
that's how Texas
Houston
cities are
is
built.
and Zev, Houston is closer to Chicago than people think. That's what I be trying to tell people. Like Chicago had a lot of flight.
Bro,
Like you might be dealing with like a decade old number, and I can tell you is because
I'm not.
Hold on, Zev, that's what I'm saying. Chicago within the last 10 years had a lot of flight, meaning a lot of people left Chicago over the last 10 years, Illinois specifically.
And you know where they moved to?
A lot of those, they moved to Houston.
Thank you. They moved to Texas. They moved to
They
Texas.
moved
All
to
the people
Houston.
from
Listen,
the
listen, no, Houston got way more people than Philadelphia. Chicago got 2.7 million people. Houston got 2.3. Philly got 1.5.
In
So
the
almost
metro
double.
area.
Right.
In the
New
metro.
York.
Yeah, in the
New
metro,
York.
not including all the
New York.
greater.
Right. New York is by far the biggest with 8.8. Then you got LA with 3.9. But
And nigga, I know
Chicago,
I
right.
lived in Long
I'm
Island
saying
for
there's just
2
more
years. They don't
people.
count
My
Long
whole point
Island
is
as
there's
a
more
city.
people. There's more people that have to abide by law. This was my point. And
Well,
on the East Coast,
no. If you're
there's
talking
more. They're
about,
more conjoined.
wait. If you're talking about, but when you say it's more people that have to abide by law, that's dealing with you dealing with New York, New Jersey. But when you're dealing with the East Coast, I don't know all the laws that apply to all the states that go on, because you got DC, you got you got Delaware. I mean, yeah, you got Maryland, you got Virginia, you got New Jersey, Pennsylvania, New York. What's that up there? Is that Connecticut where Boston is?
Yes, Connecticut. Well, no, Connecticut, Boston is in
right. Well,
New
like
Hampshire,
what's
Vermont.
New
Yeah.
Hampshire? Yeah, what's the laws? Well, I ain't even gonna go out to New Hampshire and Vermont because they don't have a large black population. So that's why I ain't even go deal with them like that. But if we just talking about Connecticut and all that, like what's
Connecticut, yeah, nigga.
what's
We
the gun laws in this
big out
place?
there. We big.
Yeah, I used to
They're
live
sort of like
in
yours.
New London.
You say they sort of like
yours.
what?
It's not till you get to like Pennsylvania. It's not till you get to like Ohio, because Pennsylvania, I mean, they're even more strict than places like Ohio and Indiana. But I mean, like you saying, Texas is the least. Texas is a republic, if I'm not like mistaken. You know what I mean? But that's what I'm trying to say. Like everywhere, like you're saying, everywhere is different. But are you going to try and abide to? Like, do you need to memorize all the laws of each different place?
Yes.
Or
Yes.
you
Okay.
just, you know what I mean?
Let me give you. Yes. You want to know why? Okay. Look at it like this. Pennsylvania is a state that got stand your ground. Did you know that?
Did. As soon as you
knew
cross
that.
those bridges, the state troopers
Hold on.
be on.
Okay. Now, wait. Now, this is my whole point.
did not know
I
that,
know
but I
for
do
listen.
now.
Okay. Okay. And this is why this is key. If you live in Camden, New Jersey, you literally probably 20 minutes away from Philadelphia, correct?
Shout out to my nigga in
Yeah,
Campbell.
one of the murder capitals.
Right?
That's
Hold
one of the
on.
murder. That's where
Yeah, I know it is. I know about Camden. So you following me now, Zev? If a nigga from Camden who raised his whole life in Camden, right, with no stand your ground laws, go to Philly and get into some shit and get gunned down, he might not get his case. His death might just go as a a proper stand your ground self-defense.
Okay, unsolved shit.
15 minutes away, your shit can go from just being self-defense to being a murder. Do you understand what I'm saying, Zev?
Yep.
And people, and I guarantee you, as close as the people is in Camden and Philadelphia, as far as proximity, I guarantee you, based on their laws and how they was raised, they act a completely different way, right or wrong.
No, you're correct. I know. You know what I mean. You don't gotta believe me, but I know gang members that would go and bang out in Philadelphia because of the laws. You know what I mean?
Because of the laws. There we go. Thank you.
I'm glad you said that because they do that in Camden.
Now
They'll go
watch
across
this.
that bridge.
Now watch this. And I've heard that before.
They
Now
go
watch
right
this.
across that Ben Frank.
East St. Louis is Illinois. Anybody know this area? No. East St. Louis is Illinois and St. Louis is Missouri.
You know I know, nigga. It's
Right.
the boogie, the East Boogie and
East
St.
Boogie.
Louis.
Now watch this, Zeb. East St. Louis, Illinois is the east side of St. Louis. It's damn near like how Camden and Philly is, but it's even closer. The bridge separate East St. Louis from St. Louis from about 2 minutes. 5
We got the
minutes.
same thing in Kansas City, Missouri. Same shit.
Right. Now watch this, Zeb. East St. Louis, Illinois is subject to all the laws and stipulations of Illinois. 5 minutes across the bridge, now you in stand your ground. Now you in this and that. Now you in Bro, you're literally in a place to where you can kill somebody with an illegal weapon, and if it's self-defense, you still won't get charged with the murder. You only get charged with the illegality of the weapon.
Hold up, nigga. I've been locked up with niggas from Illinois. Same shit, like, nigga, I wouldn't be over here, nigga, if I didn't if I didn't get
If I
caught
didn't
over
get this
there.
case cost in Illinois, I'll be free. That's what I'm telling you. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand, Zev. And I understand, just like how you saying, there's people that understand those laws and manipulate it. Then there's people that's just born into them and grew up in them their own life. And that's just how they operate in their mind. And that's just how they think the world works, because their world is where they live their whole life. And when you from a place like Texas, that's the second biggest state, literally the biggest continental state. You know what I'm saying? Because Alaska ain't even connected. You feel what I'm saying? Alaska is a part of Canada technically. So when you talk about continental,
you're right.
You talking about you talking about a place where most people who live in this state, bro, their idea of vacation is like, let's go from Houston to Dallas. That's how big that shit is. You feel me?
El Paso to Austin.
Right. Let's go to Austin and go do some shit. Right. Let's go from South Texas to North Texas, and it's gonna take us 17 fucking hours to just get through the state of Texas. That's how big that shit is, Zeb. So they don't gotta leave Texas to entertain themselves. Sort of like
From
California.
Texarkana to El Paso is 15 to 16 hours.
It take 2 days in a semi truck to get from one side of Texas to the other.
Thank you. So you know this shit, Zeb. That's why they don't gotta leave Texas.
If you ain't running clocks, it's quicker, but the Texas and Montana.
Say what you said again, Chris.
It's the same way with the Cali people. They don't have to leave Cali. They entertain themselves right inside of California. The furthest them niggas going is Vegas.
Right. Because it's right there. You right.
They getting on the highway.
I used to hear my cousins in San Diego saying, we finna go up north to Sacramento to the vineyards and shit. That's their trip.
Listen, a California nigga their vacation is Vegas and their retirement is Seattle or Washington up there. So
right. All the old gangbangers in Seattle.
Right. They not leaving that shit, Zeb. So that's what I'm trying to get you to understand. If you try to explain to them niggas your world in New Jersey, they gonna be looking at you like an alien in the face. Like, nigga, this ain't how. I don't know what you talking about. Like,
nigga, like me and Bobby is Chicago, Detroit, Kansas City, Cleveland, Akron, and shit, nigga. We do certain shit in the Midwest, nigga.
This is a whole different. We know sundown towns, Zeb. You feel what I'm saying? I don't know if the East Coast got sundown towns like that. I'm pretty sure they probably do.
Like you were saying, Bobby. Like, you know how most people in St. Louis, Chicago, from like
we definitely do.
Mississippi area, you know what I mean? Louisiana. You know how like during the Great Migration in the 20s, everybody in the East Coast, really, all the black people in inner cities, like first city was Harlem. But they all came from like North Carolina, South Carolina, maybe Georgia.
Oh, wait, Zev. This is what I'm trying to get you to understand. All of our people, including your people, came from the South, right? I get that. But what I'm trying to get you to understand is the experience that we experience outside of the South. Y'all moving to the North, y'all dealt with racism from Irish Italians, right? We get that. I get that, especially growing up in Chicago. But what I'm telling you is that in the Midwest, once you leave outside of the major cities, Chicago, St. Louis, Detroit, Cincinnati, Cleveland, you feel what I'm saying, Zev? All these Indianapolis, you're in, right? Kansas City, St. Louis. You know what you in when you leave out of all them places and you driving through Illinois, Indiana, Ohio. You're inside of sundown town land.
I don't know.
You're in danger zone, brother. It's dangerous just like the South. So when we say
we know how to
Zeb, when I tell you sundown, I'm telling you like not 1970 sundown town, 2006 sundown town, 2025
they gonna get at your black ass. Yeah, facts.
Humbly, you in Virginia, right? Or out there in the Virginia area, correct? Hold
Oh,
on,
she's
stop.
from Virginia, the city of lovers, the
I
state of
know it's sundown
city
towns
of
out there,
love.
motherfucker. Today, still, I know it's places still where people
No,
out
but
there
that's what I'm
drive
trying to say,
and be
Bobby.
like, "We're not
I'm
Bobby,
stopping
aware. I
here."
know what a sundown town
Bobby,
is, but I didn't grow
it's
up
Oh,
around them, Bobby.
but
I know
that's
what
what
it
I'm
is. My
trying to
people
get you
from
to
South Carolina,
understand,
I
Zeb.
know
Bobby.
it.
Like
I
when
did.
you
See,
grow up around it, you get a different understanding. Go ahead, humbly.
There's a county here called Appomattox County, and every street
Famous,
in that
Appomattox,
county,
famous.
it's named after a Confederate soldier, and they
Do you really?
refuse to rename it anything. And when I say they know their quote unquote colors, they know their local colors from the non local colors, well, it's very evident. And if you go through there at night, you're not going to see anybody out there unless you're on the major highway. I think it's 40 or 58 that goes through there. Yeah. But other than that, and you pretty much going to only see trucks at night. But other than that, if you're not a local Negro, you bet not be off that highway
What
because
my uncle used to
they
say
just
was,
know.
you better have a lawnmower or you better have
and
some
I
work
respect
equipment on the
that.
back
I
in the
Yep.
back
respect
of
that.
that car.
And I
Because if
respect
Yep,
you
that.
ain't cutting grass or you ain't fixing on the houses,
And
you better
stepping
have
with
your
your
ass
weapon on
outside of that
safety.
that's
goddamn
right.
town.
I
Protect yourself,
respect that.
That's
motherfucker.
right.
Before you make me. Take this
Virginia was
211 to
for
another
Victory.
level.
That's why when you get below Petersburg, you know what that was 95 is some days
Okay, somebody's breaking up.
what it's
Or
called.
is that
Yeah, he
me?
breaking
Jefferson's
up.
Highway,
No, that was
Memorial
him.
Highway.
Okay, it's actually been
And I
renamed. It's
respect it.
it's
I
Richmond
like there's a
Highway
lot of
now.
people that respect their culture. You know what I mean?
You're
What?
The
Oregon
South
right
Carolina
now.
was the first state to secede from the Union. They had the biggest black slave owner in South Carolina, in Charleston, South Carolina. He was the biggest black slave owner. That's what I'm trying to say. If you're privy to these things, you know these things. You just gotta. All you can really do is respect it. It's money. I can't. You know what I mean? As much as some black people out of town might want those might want those names changed. You know what I mean? Well, fuck that. They want those names changed because they don't have history there. So what would be the purpose of taking that statue down or taking that what is it? How would it pay to the people who inhabit those and have lived there for centuries and decades and have
That's
history on that
exactly
land?
why.
No.
That's
No,
exactly
I
why.
agree with what you're saying, but you're Oregon right now. You
No,
gotta
that's
get some
Yeah.
respect because you're Oregon.
I mean, my people have hundreds of acres in South Carolina. You know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? The white man know that. He come out there. He can try. Some do try. Some newbies. You know, some new people. But they got to be reminded. You know what I mean? That's not how it's finna go. You know, that's you just got to know where you at. You know what I mean? This ain't the right place to be. This ain't.
But do you have
That sound
anything
crazy.
but look, you saying that, but do you got anything trained on anything that's gonna come out there and take your shit? You got something trained on somebody? That's what I'm saying. So it don't matter. Besides your Borgen, I'm just saying, like is you gonna fight for it for real? Like we can talk on the internet and nobody can
Yeah,
see
but
each
that's
other's
how we
face
kept it
on the
this
shit
long.
show. What I'm saying is, like you're saying that, but it's an audience listening to what we're talking about. What do you do? Like, is you going do you got weapons trained on people who got weapons trained on you?
Yeah, I mean, if you, it's a matter of how much you want.
Zeb, your mic is messing up. Your internet messing up, gang.
I said, my fault, my fault. I said it depends how much you want land. You know what I mean? What you're willing to do to take it. I mean, nowadays it's money. You know what I mean? But 100 years ago,
You're Oregon, seriously, bro. Come
money.
on, man, get
I
your shit
mean,
fixed.
Yeah, I don't know
hold
if you're
up.
driving or not, but your data is you know, in and out.
Kind of like
Going on that
this is a
Peyton
bad
Ellis
area.
Bridge, huh? Or something.
Hey, y'all talk. My shit messing up. Then y'all talk. Go ahead.
No, I was just Bobby was saying what's right. Culture is as a Texan, I do believe that most of these people that are commenting are not from Texas. And there's a lot of people on the internet just lying. I ran into a white lady the other day. I posted on the summit. I said, according to that, I said, I just texted like, he gonna get off. So I don't know why y'all saying all that. She said, I have people in with the Dallas County Police Department. And I said, and my thing was, that's how you know you lying, because this is the Frisco Police Department. But go ahead. And she said, I have people on the inside, and they say he's gonna fry. I said, prove it. Motherfucker didn't answer back nothing else. I said, man, these
Trip the real
boxes,
deal.
yeah, these boxes
Trip is
doing
the
the
real
most.
deal, nigga. He's militarily trained. Never mind. I ain't.
Yeah, I didn't want to get into all that, but you know what I'm saying? But yeah, he gonna be all right. Like I told y'all, give it about 60 days. I have a feeling that white people gonna be real pissed off. They dropped his charges. I can't believe they let that killer walk free.
Listen, white people ain't gonna be more pissed off than they was when they let OJ free. And guess what happened then? Not a fucking thing. Motherfucker still went to work.
Not a goddamn thing.
Right.
Not a
Oh, you know they had
goddamn thing.
a
And guess
White
what?
Lives Matter rally in Dallas yesterday, right?
And they go keep on having them.
And they had 3 gay black men siding with the little white dude, telling another black conservative Republican black man with a cowboy hat on that he was wrong. The black dude called Austin's dad, and Austin's dad got on the phone and said, I don't want to have nothing to do with you people. You people are decisive. Y'all are keeping things up that don't need to keep going. And I don't want you to keep using my son's name. The white dude said, Mr. Metcalf, you're weak. You're being a weak man. You're being a weak man. You're not standing and absolving the killers, and these black people keep killing white people. You're being a weak man. I was like, God damn. I said, they'll even turn on the victim's dad.
They called that nigga.
I can send you the video. I got the video online
Please send me that
somewhere.
video. Please
I
send me
got
that
you.
video.
Let me do it.
But hold on. Bobby got children. I got children. Everybody got children. Now, what we got to do is like, what if your child, what they suspecting that this child did to another child, and you have to tell your children the truth about what's going on, right? And you got to succumb to the law of where we live at, because that's where we live at. Now, everybody gonna try to save their kid, ain't they? They gonna try to do that, but you gotta adhere to the law. These motherfuckers all of a sudden want to not let the law take place.
Yeah,
that's what we be on.
It's in the back chat. That's the short version of it. But if you can find a longer one, it's way more funnier because they call a black dude out. They got 3 gay black men with him, basically holding him down, saying, "Yeah, you're trying to stop the white man from talking. Look at you. You're being racist against the white man now." 3 black dudes, but they clearly are not on the spectrum of like ladies. I said, this is crazy.
Hey, Jeff, it's Jake Lang here. Jeff, first of all, my entire heart rests in your hands. I would be in my position, not even as somebody even knew your son, but somebody that shares the same understanding. I grew up as a 17-year-old young white man too, and I grew up in fear of my life around black people because they were killing and robbing people around me all the time. And I don't understand, as I was a father, you could sit idly by and not condemn the culture that killed your son. There is an epidemic problem in this country, and your voice could be one of the loudest voices in this country, but you've chosen to recoil out of fear and continue the suppression. Why will you not stand with me and with the rest of the people? We're not calling for racial divide. We're not calling for hatred. We're saying 350,000 attacks on white people by black people a year in this country is wrong. Why can't you stand that and say with that? Maybe you can. Would you be willing to stand by me in a press conference or in an individual interview and talk about this issue that is larger than Austin at this point? God rest the beautiful young man's soul that would have been one of our strongest voices if he was still alive today.
Are you done?
Yes, I am, sir.
Okay, my turn to speak. You are part of the problem, my friend. You're trying to create more race divide than bridging the gap. I do not condone anything you do. You do not have any.
That's called white guilt.
No, let it talk. But my son, let me finish. I give you your time. You take my son's face off your website. I am not associated with you.
You're creating more Austin Metcalfs with your weakness, sir.
Promote you.
You are creating more
Damn. Look how wild they disrespected that father. Man, listen.
Oh
This is
yeah, that nigga
Texas.
going
I'm
I
gonna tell
free.
you.
told you that white
I'm gonna
man
tell
don't
you.
want none
Hey,
no parts of
wait,
that
wait,
shit.
wait,
He
This
wait,
is
said
wait,
he's
wait.
Texas.
going
I'm
free.
finna
What's
be real
going
with you,
on?
Zeb. In all transparency, even though I feel Austin Metcalf acted irrationally, even though I feel that Carmelo Anthony did everything that he should have did according to the law to protect himself, and unfortunately somebody died. Even though I feel all of that, this is the shit that I'm talking about right here, Zeb. How disgusting of a person do you gotta be to say some shit like that to somebody who just lost their child, bro?
Man,
I
I'm
wouldn't
gonna be honest,
say
Bobby.
nothing. This white people saying this all because this man won't adhere to some goofy racism. That's crazy.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm talking about money, Bobby, because I see Trump flags flying around, and I'm gonna
they
be
don't got
honest.
no money. His
And
dad
I'm
don't
gonna
want
be, and
nothing
I'm
to
gonna
do
be
with them
honest. No,
people.
listen.
This
Hear
is
me out.
Texas. We don't
I'm
do
from
that
New
shit.
Jersey. Hear me out. I know people talk a lot of shit in the comments. I'm not worried about the comments. I'm talking on the panel with people on the panel. I'm saying I'm from New Jersey, where the mayor will throw a boat party for Donald Trump Jr. He'll throw a boat party, and you'll see hundreds of boats in a
And I'm
bay.
gonna have to say that again. This is Texas. This is not New Jersey. That white man got to live in Dallas, just like Carmelo people got to live in Dallas. And Dallas is half black. He know better, and he doesn't want all that smoke. I'm telling you, he's not with none of that. This is
I'm saying
Texas.
no.
I
I respect
respect
that. No,
that
I'm
father for
aware that
saying
the
that.
dad don't want smoke. No, because like there's no smoke that there needs to be. I understand he
But
did
I
everything
respect him for
legally.
telling them people to get your ass on and take my son off. All that shit, goofy.
But I'm saying they out there because of the money. That's my point.
Ain't no
Ain't no
money.
money.
Ain't no money in that stupid shit they doing.
You'd be surprised, brother. You'd be surprised, man.
That he just shut that shit down. He said, he putting cease and desist on these people selling t-shirts with his face on them and all of that. His daddy, that's why the black dude is the one with the phone talking to him. There's things that you don't know down here in Texas. If his dad did go to jail, I bet you his best friends and that bitch was black. That's how some of these white boys done turn not racist. Because black people down here, we fool with everybody. And sometimes when the white boys want to get you on that racist stuff, we the ones that's gonna be like, bro, you ain't gotta do all that. You know what I'm saying?
No, I'm
So,
with
so
that,
clearly his
bro.
dad has a
You're
black friend that
getting
just
mad.
walked up to him and
You're talking
said,
like as if I'm
this,
not privy to that,
but
bro.
I'm
I
telling you,
understand
this
that.
is not
I'm
New
saying
Jersey.
that those white people are out there waving Trump flags, and he's out there trying to convince people
But I'm
of a
trying to.
racial
But understand,
issue
hold on, Dev.
because of money, bro. Because of
Zev,
money.
hold on, but Zev, this is why I'm saying we gotta still be conscious enough to compartmentalize this to Texans, right? Because let me give you a quick understanding. Remember when Mike Brown happened here in St. Louis, the young man that got killed, right? When you saw that shit going down on the news, right? You hear me, bro? When you saw Mike Brown on the news and you saw all them people out there protesting and shit, and motherfuckers out there losing their mind, so on and so forth. One thing you got to keep in mind that a good 2/3, maybe even more, of those people who were out there weren't even from St. Louis.
Man.
You understand what I'm saying, Isaiah?
Idaho and shit.
When these situations get exacerbated like this on a national level, what people find is like when the riots happen and all that, is especially today, it be a large group of motherfuckers that come from other places to get that shit. Kyle Rittenhouse wasn't even from the place that he was out there causing trouble in. He came
Right.
from damn near 2 states over to get in the mix.
Mom drove him there
You
with the
feel what I'm
gun and
saying, Zev?
everything.
So
Go on out there, son.
for all we know, and I'm being honest, everybody who we see out here protesting and all, I guarantee you these is motherfuckers who drove out there for that. And it's gonna be the same thing if we see black people out there, protesting and saying free Carmelo. That's gonna be humbling ass that them been drove out there.
You got that right.
You see?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm be right there with her. Fuck it. Let's
I'm
go.
not saying I don't understand that. I understand that, Bobby. I'm saying that's being funded, man.
Like people
You
ain't
think
like
it's being funded to call that man's father weak? He disrespected the father on television now.
I don't think
It's
that's funny.
everywhere now.
That's
Bro,
crazy.
yeah,
That's
I think
crazy
so.
to
I
even
think so.
say some shit like
It's
that.
over with.
I
Whatever
think
they were
that's being
trying to
funded.
do, it's over with. No,
I
it's
think that's
longer.
being funded, man.
I'll find a longer one. If you think this, it gets worse.
No, they
try to call him weak like that, you know what I mean? And then and then they're waving Trump flags. I'm like, bro, like
But that's what I'm
these
saying.
people
That
is getting
I'm
paid to
not
be
saying.
out there.
Listen, I'm not saying everything that you're not saying is wrong. I'm saying they, for all we know, and from the looks of it, these are not Texans. I experienced this living in St. Louis with the Mike Brown stuff, bro. When y'all saw that shit on the news, and it was like, man, St. Louis niggas going crazy. It was like, no, St. Louis niggas going to work. These are motherfuckers from other places that got time on their hand to come travel all the way out here and do this shit. You feel what I'm
You
saying
got
out there?
the time is money.
Yeah.
You gotta have
No,
the money to do
I
this.
know the white
I
dude that
brought
was
up the
speaking. Let me give
example.
you some more
You gotta
backstories
have
here.
the money to throw a boat party
but
down
this
the
what
fucking river.
this what I'm saying. It don't take a lot of money to get a bunch of halfway broke motherfuckers to get on a bus to come somewhere and protest. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand, Zev. Ain't no money in that. We act like these niggas getting $20,000, $10,000, $5,000, even $1,000 to go out there and do that shit. No, them niggas is getting a bus ticket and a free meal at the most and a hotel room. They coming out there to cause destruction and they sleeping in their cars and shit, man. This is not that MAGA crowd and all of that shit. Them motherfuckers that you be seeing out there with them suits talking all good and undertone of racist. They talking that shit so they can get to some money. This is not the top. This is not the top brow of white America. This is white. These are the pigs of white
say that,
America.
man. I really wouldn't say that.
These are the pigs. These are the underbelly of white America dressed up in suits with perfume on so motherfuckers can see they don't stink. These are dressed up rednecks. Do you
And you're
feel what
saying
I'm
no.
saying?
I want to give you a backstory.
That's why I disagree, bro. Because I mean, I understand.
Okay, then let me give you his backstory. And then before you disagree, can I tell you who the white guy who was talking was? So, I forget his name. Let me get the name for you. His name is Jake Lang. He was arrested.
Your mic went out, brother. You said
Can you hear me now?
You said last thing I heard was he was arrested. Finished.
He was arrested for the January 6th protest. He was pardoned by Trump. He was in the federal penitentiary for like 2 years behind that January. Is it January 6th, January 9th? Whatever that is when they ran in the Capitol. So he's actually from like New York or something. So he was on Jason Whitlock's show, and I actually have that. Also telling Jason Whitlock off about white people being attacked by black people, and Jason Whitlock was trying to bring in God and stuff with him. And him and them people drove all the way down there from the northeastern states to do this rally, talking about black people are unjustifiably killing white people, and they want something to stop, like we just attacking them like a wild pack of animal dogs or something. Yeah.
Niggas drove. Niggas ain't got
no
plane money.
I'm not trying to counter what you're saying. I'm trying to help what you're saying, bro. Because I'm from the Northeast. I'm from where these white people move like this. I'm telling you, they'll throw $1 million boat parties. Don't matter if you're Democratic or Republican. All that shit is for the birds, bro. These people who you're saying are dirty and they sleep in their car. No, they got millions of dollars, bro. They got lots of money, bro. And they'll come from the north. I'm telling you, they'll come from the north and they'll be out there to sit there and paint black people a bad picture because they had the time and money to do these things, bro.
But Zev, look at what happened. He came to paint us. No, but listen, he came to paint us in a bad light. It basically painted all of them in a bad light by telling the father he was weak. That's a hillbilly.
I'm not disagreeing.
I'm
not disagreeing. Yeah, like you did. That's what I just saw. But I'm saying that I'm just trying to help you with what you're stating. Like that, these guys, they'll pay hundreds of dollars, bro. They knew that insurrection was going to happen. They knew knew that. Like these guys, like you know what I mean. That Democratic Republican shit, none of that. Obviously, I'm not telling y'all as if y'all don't know, I'm saying none of that matters, bro. It's money, bro. I'm telling you, from being up in the Northeast, it's money, bro. And they got it. They got the
And they money don't do nothing in Texas other than buy water
And
burger.
that's and this is the only thing I'm trying to get you to understand, Zev. If it was any other state in the union, maybe it would be slightly more credence to what you're saying. When you're dealing with a state that literally, in a lot of people's eyes, is ready to go to war with the United States. You hear what I'm saying? These people aren't even on the same energy grid as the other 49. I mean, the other 48 connected states. Do you understand what I'm saying, Zev? They
yes,
are
I understand what you're
separated.
saying, Bobby. I understand.
They don't agree with nothing the federal government got going on. They don't. They operate as if Texas is a separate country, because at one point it was, and in all aspects they still go by that. Zev. That's what I'm saying. It's a lot of nuance when you're talking about Texas specifically, because these folks from Texas look at Texas as Texas, not the United States.
If Texas seceded from the United States, it would be the 8th largest GDP country in the world.
In the world, brother. Not just in it, yes.
Just if we separated.
So Texas ain't no slouch, and Texas knows that. Right? When Texas went through that shit, why you think when they went through all that shit with the hurricanes, they had so much trouble getting federal funding? Because they got beef with the federal government.
And we don't have state taxes to send to them, so we self-sufficient. Right. It's fucked up.
They barely give money to the government or accept it from the government.
Yep.
I know I come off like I'm young and shit, but I'm aware of these things, Bobby. I'm just saying that it's been taken this far and it's taken this long, even in the right circumstance of the law that Carmelo abided by, because these white people have this much fucking money, bro. That's all I'm saying. I can vouch to that because I've seen that. That's what I grew up privy to. That's what I've seen. That's what I'm telling you. You see what I'm saying? So like how you're from St. Louis and how Trip is from Texas, and you guys know about that. Like, yeah, you're telling me. I'm telling you, yeah, this is how these white people are gangsters from New Jersey. Like that, they give it up crazy, bro. They put money on the table to try to paint the white people better than black people, bro. They'll do that, bro. They'll do it.
Well, I'll tell you something about Texas. We ain't never had gangsters from the north come down here and do a goddamn thing.
Well, you do now. That's all I'm saying.
No,
you know now, bro. He's talking like it. He bitched to do. He bitched to that.
But that's what I'm telling you, is that all of that shit he's doing is just conjecture talk. This is what I'm trying to get you to understand, bro. Listen to what I'm telling you, bro. When them folks came in droves and droves and droves, all those Democrats, bro, and all those people protesting for Michael Brown. Do you hear what I'm saying, Zev? And it was motherfuckers with money. A lot of people could argue George Soros and fucking Black Lives Matter was birthed and called his biggest boom through the Mike Brown situation, right? Right? You hear what I'm saying? These folks was down here and drove trying to go against St. Louis police politics, Republican views and all of that. And all of that money from motherfuckers coming from out east and up north and here and there to St. Louis to say this is wrong and protest and y'all police was wrong and blah, blah, blah. And you want to know what happened? That man got acquitted and rode off in the sunset. And the niggas that was from St. Louis ended up start getting murdered. The people that lived in St. Louis and had to deal with, like, after the rich motherfuckers left, yeah, they started dying. So that's what people in Texas know. Like, yeah, don't get too geek, because these motherfuckers gonna come down here protesting and doing all of this, even on the white people side. And once they ass leave, you finna have to stay. You still gonna have to live here in Texas, and they go and nigga, we gonna deal with you once the cameras leave, type shit. You feel me?
And also, just to put something to that, Texas is a very diverse neighborhood structure, and especially in our major cities, we are probably one of the less segregated like states as far as the bigger towns, but we do have like a town side of town. You say, okay, predominantly Mexican with the mix, predominantly black with the mix, predominantly white with the other mix. You know what I'm saying? So we all live amongst each other. So we don't think that's just not gonna fly down here. And you see, the father just proved to you, and that's what I'm telling you, that he is probably gonna get off. Texans do not. We know our laws. We know what you can and cannot do. And I think that father, knowing his heart of hearts, his son was wrong.
Right, and that's what it's kind of showing, that the father hurt, but he probably like, damn, I wish I would have taught my son better, like not to do no stupid shit like that, because it's Texas, and people could kill you for that.
Yes,
I'm aware of all of what you guys are saying. I completely understand, man. Like I said, I'm out here in different states every day, but being as if like you're trying to explain to me, but like, I guess you guys don't believe me. Like that's the proof that you just played on video, dude. There's white dudes that come. It don't matter like what party you associate them to or whatever. You know what I mean? There's gangster like people that will come from the eastern part of the country where I'm
and
from.
I'm
Right?
telling you that ain't gonna make no difference down here.
They gonna try. They're gonna try and
No.
You know what I mean? That's all I'm telling. That's what I'm saying. It's
Bro, gangster white people from the north ain't got enough cars to go down there to Texas to cause a dent. I'm telling you, they ain't.
No.
Gangster white people from the north, not saying they don't have power, but I'm saying that power don't travel like that. Just like it's a bunch of gangster white people in Chicago. That shit don't apply to New York. Gangster white people in LA, it don't apply to Chicago. Gangster white people in Chicago, it don't apply in Houston or other Dallas. It just don't. It don't even apply to Kansas City. It don't even apply in St. Louis. Cleveland. As big as New York is, it ain't enough gangster white people out there to come to like some of these smaller major cities and cause it. They're like, they got the numbers. They got the home court advantage.
And also, I want to remind you that we have an event that happened. Let me say this last thing.
I'm vouching that these people are real. I'm not claiming that they're gonna get done what they're trying to get done. I'm just saying they're there and they're doing it. Like that's the only point I'm trying to make, bro. Like,
Wasn't nobody at that rally for real, but we had a person down here named Micah X, who in that same city went to war with the police. So what I'm telling you is, it's just different down here. All that rah New York, we finna come save the white people shit. These people down here got black grandchildren. I'm telling you that this state is so different, that we are so mixed down here, that in every family don't work with a black guy. It's not going, all that is, we gonna ignore all that. Because at the end of the day, nobody want to see this dude go down, because that changed the case law on stand your ground. And Texas people don't like to be touched. We want to have our autonomy. And if you're going to touch me, then I can do whatever I want to do when I get scared. I don't want them to say, oh, you can't do that. No, that's not cool. Because what if it happened to me? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well,
that's how we think.
That's dealing with emotions, because you're saying Texas people, nobody like to be touched, bro. I'm saying
our laws reflect our values.
There's people that I'm saying the facts of the case and scenario, and I'm saying there's people coming from up north, and they trying. Listen to what I'm saying. They're trying to cause havoc, racial havoc. These are the facts that you just played on the video. You know what I mean? So you guys can bring emotions and talk about, well, they're not gonna do this. This is the laws here. This, that, and there. Okay, that's cool. But the fact is, there's people here trying to start racial havoc. That's the facts. That's what we just played. And that's all I've been trying to point out. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to say, oh, well, yeah, Carmelo. I'm not on that train. Carmelo deserves to get locked up or anything. I'm saying money's a big factor in this. You know what I mean? You can keep saying it's not, but I know it is. That's the facts. I see how that white man's talking. He's a gangster. My grandmother used to always say it, because she grew up in Brooklyn. Before he got in office, Trump is a gangster from fucking Queens. Trump is a gangster from Queens. He not out here trying to help black people, trying to help Mexican people. He not out there. He out there trying to get him and his buddies rich. That's what he's doing in office.
Well, let me tell you something about Trump in my state. You know, there's one governor that Trump don't fuck with, and that's Wheelchair Johnny, Wheelchair Greg Abbott. Him and Trump ain't on the best of terms, but they ain't on good terms either. But you see, he keep his name out of his mouth. Because I'm telling you, there is a Texas succession plan, and they've been talking about down here for the last 7 years. They really,
Do you
really tired of the
understand
federal
that,
government.
Zev? Do you understand that? That's what I'm saying. The state of Texas and the people who run Texas have a literal plan to separate from the United States. Worst
I
case,
know this,
and it
Bobby. I
ain't.
know this.
But that's what I'm saying. You can't. Okay, I'm saying that I don't even live in a place to where I will understand people that have a mind state to live in a place.
And
Do you
people kind of
understand?
agree with it here. So that's
Motherfuckers in Texas don't care about the rest of the United. That's what I'm telling you, bro. The Texas people view you as it's American. They view themselves as Texans. You and them, bro, they Texans first. They're Texans first, Zev. They not American first. They will step on this American shit. So they living by a completely different set of rules than the average American, right? And I'm not discrediting what you're saying about morals, being able to walk away, not, you know what I'm saying, you dealing with a different Wild West type of mentality, culture of niggas that's raised. And I ain't saying they just brutal, but they on some, bro, don't tread on me. We can get gunslingers stabby in this bitch quick.
right. And we got every race that'll come together for that shit.
I don't know.
Let me say this. Let me say this.
Brown state on this bitch right now.
What you say?
No, I was gonna say it's funny you said on.
Oh, my fault.
Yeah, he from non-standard.
Oh no.
Go ahead, hum.
Oh no, that's okay. Now I was gonna say Bankbone has seen it in Virginia is actually a license plate that has this snake in the middle that says "Don't tread on me." It's literally the Tea Party license plate. So, so when it comes to that, they have the same stance as Texans as far as the separation and all that. I mean, I know Texas that's their own thing, but yeah, it's a very popular license plate, and there's a lot of people that look like us that have that license plate. And it's a gold license plate, and they love it. So yeah, it's a big
Miss
thing
Humble,
here
let
too.
me tell you something about why
way.
we like that down here. When we're in elementary school, do you know that we don't pledge allegiance to the American flag? We pledge allegiance to the Texas flag first. You know what I'm saying? And in some schools, they stopped pledging allegiance to the American flag because they came out with that. You can't make the kids do it. And Texas said, well, you will pledge allegiance to this flag. We all are raised with Texas histories of banditos, of blacks, of black Indians, and all this. And we just, that's why I tell him that like all that New York City slicker, like I'm gonna come down here and call some stuff. This is a different land than anywhere else in America. And right next to us is a way different land called Louisiana, where they laws is fucking way harsher. In Louisiana, there wouldn't even be no question he going to prison.
Tread lightly, tread lightly, because if Cajun listening.
Louisiana, they police down there. They'll lock you up for something simple for a long time. What they call it, Napoleon law or some shit. So those are the two most oddest regions in America. You go through Texas to get to Louisiana, it's like going into a time warp. It's totally different culture.
Show me your papers, nigga. Show me your
freedom papers.
Are you free?
Show me your freedom papers.
Eyes free, boss. I bought my freedom 2 months ago.
Hey, Bobby,
you white people can't do this to me.
Check yes, no, or maybe.
Right.
Yeah, I'm aware of these things.
Who are you about to say? I need to cut you off, man.
You gotta be done. You gotta play dumb, nigga. You can't check neither one of them. White people be like, oh, nigga, when you learn how to read?
I got you. I got you now.
Boss, you thought you was gonna fix me. I don't know what none of these big words mean.
Louisiana, they say, "Oh, I got you, baby. I got you now, boy."
Yes, no, some.
Yeah, baby, you better go down there to the clink.
Oh, no, you know my small nigga.
Show me your freedom papers.
All that. Oh, no.
You gonna have to go do a
Show me your
Jost.
freedom papers.
You gonna have to go do a Jost. That's what they saying. You gotta go do a Jost now.
Right.
I heard something. I heard my cousin say, I said, "What the fuck is a Jost?" Like go do this shit.
Show me your papers, brother. Show me your papers.
Yeah,
no, go ahead, Zev.
Y'all are right. Like I've been trying to say, bro, my people's from South Carolina, man. Those white people ain't the problem. Like I'm saying, and like the video just showed, it's the white people from the inner cities.
You saying those white people ain't the problem. they're not the problem existentially, right? Meaning that if we're trying to look at situations that black people go through on a large scale, no, they're not the problem. But when you're talking about just individually walking around on a regular basis, them white people be the problem, bro. You encounter one of them random angry motherfuckers, like for instance, everything that Austin Metcalf dad sitting up there saying, he absolutely right. But that still don't negate the fact that on one random drunk Saturday night, him and his buddies might not have loaded up in a Chevy one time and went on a woo mission. You feel me? Am I lying, dog?
Caught them a Hector. That's what they do. I'm gonna go catch me a Hector tonight. I'm gonna catch me a Hector.
When white boys
A
is in the
Julio.
truck, bro, listen. Bank know this. Humbling know this. When white boys, you from Jersey, so I don't know if you, it might not hit the same for you. But in the Midwest and in the South, bro, when white boys in a truck going, woo, bro, that's dangerous.
That's a hootie hoo from the hood, boy.
Right, you don't know
Exactly.
what the fuck they
Exactly.
on. You just
And the
don't
higher
know.
the truck, the worse they are.
Bro, if
Oh man.
they got the monster truck wheels on that motherfucker, you might well bust the corner, bro. Don't even let that
If
shit
it got
happen.
5 shocks on it, yeah, it's over with, buddy.
If it's late, bro, this is what I'm telling you, Zeb. If it's late and you just walking somewhere and that truck come by and it's you on the street and them, you're in danger, bro. You in that woo, that's for you, nigga. Got one, woo.
Dang.
You better hope it's just them throwing a bottle or some shit out the car at you. You feel me, bang? You better hope it's just that. Cause
I done seen it down here where it's like they do that, pull up to the black guy asking for some weed. You got some weed to sell? And then go beat the Mexican up.
Crazy though. In our areas, bro, it be them immigrant whites. Like I
Oh,
see some
shit.
Italianos doing that, boy. Like all today, like tomorrow.
Them Italianos, I'm
Or
telling
them
you.
fucking them Irish niggas too, boy. They get
Irish
them
niggas
red
too.
haired niggas. They get drunk downtown. Niggas acting crazy on your black.
Hey, come here, man. Come here. Let me holler at you, Holmes. You got a fucking problem, huh? Fuck all that. I'm not fucking with the motherfuckers. That much I do know. I'm not taking the risk. I understand what you're saying. What you trying to say, Zeb, but I'm telling you, in certain places, it ain't even worth the risk. It's not even worth the risk trying to give a motherfucker the benefit of the doubt of, man, that ain't right. That ain't on no racist shit. Oh, man, listen. I done been some places, I done seen some things, and you know, shout out to Carmelo and them people. I know his dad probably mad that his son ain't gonna probably get the proper justice because all these other goofy white people just mucking it up for him, which, you know, in the case of Carmelo, it's great for him. Shit. Y'all just making the shit easier and easier and don't even know it.
Right. Because I think I said, but you were right. Most of the people online that are making this what it is don't live here. And that's why I want to show you that his dad is a person that lives here. And you see how he talking? He ain't talking like these online white people. He said, you the fucking problem. First of all, we all Texans. He probably feel now I gave so much respect for his father though, doing that, because that's what you're supposed to do from a person from Texas. Don't feed into these fucking hillbillies bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
He can't, even if he do feel that way, he can't do it. He can't. He could very well feel all of them ways, bro. He can't say shit. Because the country, like, all eyes on y'all now.
Mm-hmm.
You can't hide from none of this shit. So get your ass up there talking crazy if you want to.
See, Texas is so crazy. I'm pretty sure somebody sat him down and told him, like, listen here, boy, we are not going to have all that racializing this issue. You understand? You go out there and tell them people you're apologetic and you hope everything's just handled in court. Because if anything happens, we coming for your ass. You know what I'm saying? I could see that happening from the chief of police. You feel me? Give a fuck what you feel like. Better not say that shit.
Listen, bro. It's motherfuckers in that place that's calling in threats on the fucking judge. You feel
Right.
me? They not spooked or nothing. They on some other type of time. It's just that for whatever reason, in places like that, they might be trying to keep it in house, or you know what I'm saying. They. It's almost like if I got a way of doing racism or doing bigotry, or you know what I'm saying, manipulating the system. I don't need you coming here with your loud mouth ass burning up the block. You don't know what the fuck we got planned. You feel what I'm saying? So I gotta get on here and be like, I don't condone take my son off this shit. It may not be because I'm racist. It may be because you blowing up the spot, you stupid white motherfucker.
I sent you the longer video, and now I can kind of see a little bit of that when he's talking to that black dude with the cowboy hat. Because the black dude walked up and he was like, he was telling him he wrong and this and that.
No circumstances. Wow. Okay. So when I do this interview, that's what I'm going to ask him here in a minute. Like, have you spoke with the father? And since I have, the father says he wants to be part of this. Under no circumstances he wants his kid labeled with what's happening here. So since they're going to give me an interview, I'm going to go do it.
Wonderful. We are all very good at this.
The reason I punch a dagger into his heart.
We got a big old bus with Trump getting shot.
Texas better get this dude out of there, bro. I'm here on behalf of the father, Jeff Lincoln.
Okay.
And what he's asking you is to not use his son's image or likeness in what you're doing. You can do what you do, but that's not what he wants his son tied to.
Okay.
Out of respect for that family.
Now, I would ask Jeff Metcalf if he would be bold enough to act like a father of the deceased young man that was murdered, instead of being somebody suppressed, worried that he's going to spark the next race riots or some type of thing. He needs to stand for righteousness, not for the consequences of righteous actions. Always needs to be taken seriously. He needs to be righteous before he's fearful.
Some crazy shit to say to somebody just lost.
He should have been on the top of the bus today.
Man.
He should have been standing shoulder to shoulder.
That nigga said Carmelo should have been on top of the bus today.
There's this thing called grief. So let me tell you what's going on in his house. He's getting swatted. His only other son.
So the white family hired a black
spokesman? Community, but it's happening. That's on the police authority. Secondly, he has a son who's a twin, who his son died in his arms. So that means he needs to navigate that. Then his son, his only son, is getting death threats. So as a father, his hands is full. So the last thing he wants to be tied to is having this complex of race. So yes, violence is bad. Young black men are getting killed every day by young black men across this country.
Yes, but I'm not a member of that community. I'm a member of my community. My community is being victimized by the community of violent black.
But here's the problem. Here's the problem. When you stand up in the name of God, there's one body. And if you're not a part of that body,
I could read statistics. I'm also a pragmatic human being. So I understand when there's a problem, it needs to be addressed head on. If you tiptoe around a problem, that's how you get to the end result.
So your biggest concern is the loss of white life by black people?
No, that's not my concern. I have the concern is a repeating pattern. It doesn't stop. It just keeps going on and on and on and on. We just can't ignore it any longer. If it stops, we're good.
Let me answer that question. Do you believe more white people?
You see this black dude talking on the white people's side? That shit was crazy.
Domestic issues because we live amongst each other and uncles kill uncles and drunken barbecues and stuff like
that.
It's always the same amount.
So your response is let me respond.
Please let me respond.
Your response that Mr. Metcalf needs to get on your bus and tell people
if I was him, I would do it.
But he's not you. So what I'm saying,
I'm telling you, I'm somebody that stands for what I believe in, and I don't cower when it's time to stand.
If your desire
it's because of fear. My desire is that another Austin Metcalf does not happen next week. Like if I was his father, I would stand righteously to say, yes, but I'm a man. We all have common sense. We know. Hold on. We know. I'm speaking for white men. I'm not just speaking for white people. Hold on. Are you a father? Hold on one second. I'm not. But listen, I'm not done talking yet.
That nigga crazy.
You talk for an hour. So if you want to address, I can give you after I give this message. The bottom line is this. You have a father that's out of respect asking you not to put his son's face in the place. How do you say you're going to represent people when you can't respect the will of the people?
No, let me respond, guys. There's too much peanut gallery. That's not what his father said. His father did not say that. Can we please let me respond?
So you believe.
Hey, you believe. I'm having a conversation between you and I. Listen to this.
Then they said his father didn't say that.
He is a symbol of young white people being predatorized and victimized every single day, living in fear. He is living in fear. Our people in this country are living in fear. Austin Metcalf is no longer
Jeff, hold on, Jeff. Do me one favor, because there seems to be an issue that you're okay with Austin's name being plastered with this particular movement. Now, I've already addressed that. So now I want you to say one more time that you agree with your son's name and face being attached to this movement?
Hey, Jeff Metcalf, this is Jake Lang here. I wanted to talk to you, not be led into a question. This is a legal argument. It's called leading.
Do you agree with your son?
Can I have a conversation with you?
No, you could have called him before that. You could have called him.
I've been reaching out. I'm one of the biggest figures in America.
Jeff,
Nobody's ever.
I've given you a message. I've given you your message. Here's the
all
response.
family members, everybody.
I've given you your message, and here's the response.
You're not giving my message.
This guy said
your message.
What he said was this. What he said was this. He said that you, as a father, should be on the bus with him, delivering the message he's delivering. Unfortunately, he's not a father, and the gentleman with it is not a father. Maybe they don't understand what loss is. But at the end of the day, I've given your message, and they thought that it wasn't your message.
Let me have 1 minute of my message
Call
to
him.
Jeff Metcalf.
Call him.
Okay, what's his number?
He's on the phone right now.
So, Jeff, do you, huh?
This is not a good faith discussion.
Okay, hold on. Here's Jeff. Hold on. So, Jeff, go ahead. Go ahead, Jake.
Hey, Jeff, it's Jake Lang here. Jeff, first of all, my entire heart rests in your hands. I would be in my position, not even somebody even knew your son, but somebody that shares the same understanding. I grew up as a 17-year-old young white man too, and I grew up in fear of my life
like a
around black people
motherfucker.
because they were killing and robbing people around me all the time. And I don't understand, as I was a father, you could sit idly by and not condemn the culture that killed your son. There is an epidemic problem in this country, and your voice could be one of the loudest voices in this country, but you have chosen to recoil out of fear and continue the suppression. Why will you not stand with me and with the rest of the people? We're not calling for racial divide. We're not calling for hatred. We're saying 350,000 attacks on white people by black people a year in this country is wrong. Why can't you stand that and say with that? Maybe you can. Would you be willing to stand by me in a press conference or in an individual interview and talk about this issue that is larger than Austin at this point? God rest the beautiful young man's soul that would have been one of our strongest voices if he was still alive today. Yes, I am, sir.
You're trying to create more race divide than bridging the gap. I do not condone anything you do. You do not have any fucking.
That's called white guilt.
No, let it talk.
My son, let me finish. I'm taking your time. You take my son's face off your website. I'm not associated with you.
You're creating more Austin Metcalfs with your weakness, sir. You are creating more Austin Metcalfs with your weakness.
You are being weak. I gotta be honest with you about that, sir.
You're being weak. Condemn your son's killer and the culture that caused it.
Hey, Jeff.
This nigga refers to himself as black.
Bobby, that black dude in the back is crazy.
You're not gonna make
if we were all of your nature,
guys, listen.
You're not gonna say
what a weak man.
Do you know who you're
You are
talking to?
being weak,
You
sir.
don't do.
I'm talking to a black man.
You don't. No, you're not.
Okay.
You sit here, you talk about Trump.
But I am. You're not
Google my
taking that
name
down.
is Trump. No. When you do that, my name is.
I agree with black men.
Google that.
But they're not winning right now.
What you're doing,
becoming
what
degenerates
you're doing,
and murdering white
you're
people.
not helping America. You're no more patriotic than I am. No way.
Where were you on January 6th?
You've
You've been silent. It's only gotten worse.
Where were you on January 6th?
You've been silent. It's only gotten worse.
Where were you? Did you stand for your
So
country
you
when they
think that
stole our
made you
vote?
patriot because you showed up there? Does that make you a patriot?
Joe Biden
Because you showed up.
All you're doing is condemning us. What's your
My
solution?
solution is to help people where they're weak. So we have an issue in young black males' lives across the country.
It's not
It
say
doesn't
that to
matter.
Jeff Metcalf.
Say that to
Words.
Jeff
We
Metcalf.
talk about it, man.
Say it.
At the end of the day, the man is asking. So let me ask you this: you got a father who's grieving, and your response is he's weak.
My father is celebrating my strength right now.
You have no idea. You'll never win the Senate. And what I'll do, I'll come to Florida and run for Senate and run as a Republican, and I'll kick your butt.
No, you lose, bro.
You need 2 years of residency in Florida.
Because this behavior is why we're in the situation where we are.
No.
We get these. Is that what it is? Okay. Well, at the end of the day, he's asked you what to do and what not to do.
Listen,
you have a right to
he's
do it.
no
or not
longer
do it.
You can say nothing about Austin Metcalf, but we're gonna get
You
into
know
this movement.
I love somebody.
You love the
strong
song, using Austin for T-shirts, for propaganda, and to get out here and talk about
You want to shut down a white man right now.
I'll shut you down.
You're not shutting me down.
I'm not raising money like
Because
Carmelo
I got
Anthony.
family.
I'm not raising money like
put down
Carmelo
anymore.
Anthony.
No, bro, you stop.
finances
You came here to try to shut him down.
No, I came here to give him a message from a father.
And listen,
but I realize
no,
that's
bro.
not his deal.
Let's be honest. You're a black man. You're trying to shut him down.
I'm an American. First.
No, man.
I'm an American. No,
I am.
I'm an American.
I am.
That's
You're not.
why.
That's why I'm here. You want to silence him.
No,
You want to
I'm an
shame him.
American that
I've seen it
says
happen
this
over and
foolishness
over.
here
It's not
doesn't work.
foolishness.
That's what
You've
it is.
done nothing. You have not worked on anything. It's not changed nothing. We're here to try something different to stop this.
So what's
bro.
the difference?
The difference is we're actually coming out here with courage.
Saying what?
You just want to silence people.
No.
Saying that white people can't back down anymore.
I listened to you. I listened to you
like
for
this.
2 hours.
Yeah.
It wasn't
And you were
substantive.
raging. It
You
was.
had more people
You were
paying attention
raging.
to the
What
foolishness.
substance is that? What's
One dead, the 17.
Yeah.
Another one who's in jail.
He's a murderer.
And you
And
had
how
in
often
jail.
it happens all the time.
Who's been
He's
shot?
only We tried your way. It happens again and again and again and again and again. It doesn't stop.
At the other day is this. You probably bought that hat. Those flags, I probably sold those flags.
You're not a trumper,
So you have
brother. You're not a trumper. I understand what being a Make America Great Again patriot means. And it means addressing issues without
without being a pussyfoot around it. Don't tap dance around the issues. Address it. Black people are killing white people in this country, and it needs to stop. Yeah. We are being predatorized in our own country. We are being predatorized in our own country, and it's a weakness from Jeff Metcalf and people like you that is continuing the culture. Condemn Carmelo Anthony, condemn. Why are you confronting me? When it's called jetpack, I can say there's
Wait
no
till they
black
turn
man
this
with a
camera and you
Carmelo
see this
Anthony
other
jersey
little
on,
nigga.
parading his son's death.
It's
But
coming.
I'm standing strong against the murderer.
My name is Trump. Since you say
I'm standing strong against the murderer.
I want you to learn. I know. I got you. It doesn't matter,
He
guys.
said you're not a Trump. He said exactly what I said, man. Said exactly what I said, man.
No, I'm a man.
You're not a man. You're not Trump before then.
Everybody's up here talking about
You're not getting your process. You're not getting your
Here's
party.
the problem right here. You all follow a man off the cliff. I'm a man. I will call anybody
Donald
wrong.
Trump did not make
Yeah,
a
you won't
stance.
call him wrong.
Who
Listen,
won't?
you just want
When Trump is wrong, I'll call Trump wrong.
Racist tribalism. I see right through this.
Look at him.
Like seriously. Was it wrong for me to tell that woman to be quiet? No. It was wrong for her to spray you with that mace. All right. So me standing up for what I believe I'm good. And getting
This
sprayed.
nigga had 3 gay
She's
niggas
wrong,
with
so
him.
hopefully you press charges and she's
So
prosecuted.
is Donald Trump wrong for pardoning me in the January 6th?
I don't know your role, but if you're wrong,
I had the most violent charges of
You're
all the
just
January
mad
6th.
that we're calling out black people for doing bad
So
things.
you don't
That's why
agree
you're
with me,
wrong,
the 1776
That's why you're
mission
mad.
fighting for your
Because you're calling out
country?
black people
Or
for
do you
doing
believe
wrong.
the founding fathers are right to
the
go
founding
against
fathers were right
tyranny?
on some things and they were wrong on some.
I'm talking about tyranny. Were they right against standing against tyranny?
No,
Are we right against standing
your
against black
rationale
violence?
is
It is tyranny. We are living in tyranny. It is the same tyranny. It is the same tyranny.
If your concerns about black violence,
And
why are you not
racism
talking
against
about
white people.
what's going on in Atlanta? Why are you not talking about what's going on in Philadelphia? Why are you not talking about
Listen, I'm talking about black violence against white Americans.
Yes, sir.
I want to talk about cities. Detroit is one of the most unlivable cities in America. Up until the 1950s, Detroit was called the Paris of the West. Why is that? And why is that no longer the case? Because it's unlivable.
Here go another one.
Dude, I'm slow. I'm slow. I'm just not recognizing. That's not the issue.
The community that I
That
represent,
nigga beige, he don't count,
communities.
man.
We Republicans.
And he balded.
Yes, you are. You're trying to shame him. You're trying to run him off.
No matter you put
You want him to let him and get him to say that word. It's not even to the event.
Let me ask
How aggressive that nigga getting on this man, bro.
Calling out black people for doing wrong. Yes,
I
you
don't
are.
care, son.
You care. That's why you're
Hand
right now.
movements
That's
and
why
all
you're
kind of stuff. I'm telling you, we don't talk like that. That man oughta get me mad.
I know you have white family members like I do. I'm tired of it. Oh, really? I'm thinking Carmelo.
not have any injuries on my indictment. Why was I left?
Raised for Carmelo Anthony because he killed the white.
So I have two problems.
What's your issue?
I have two problems.
Yeah.
So no, hold on.
If Carmelo Anthony was your neighbor, would you allow your children to go play with him right now? Carmelo's answer, Jay, he's home on bond. Would you send your children over to go play Xbox with him right now?
I don't know the kids.
Exactly, because he doesn't
You don't know?
know.
Oh, wow. Okay. I know you were here today.
Why?
You're just mad that he's pulling out the problem of black people killing white people. Yes, that's exactly what I think. That's
You're
what I
for
think
black
you came
males
here to
murdering. How
start
about
some
for
shit.
black males murdering? Are you against that?
100%.
I think that I
So
think
why
Oscar
Carmelo
was
Anthony? Why is he
black
getting the
kid.
opportunity to kill the next person that says, "Hey, can you get maybe move over a couple inches?"
He's defending a white paper boy that's going to jump off the paper tomorrow morning. He's a danger to the community. If I killed your son, would you walk down the street right now?
I kind of agree with you on
Let
the
me say
bond.
this.
The issue is, no, hold on. I kind of agree with you on the bond. But no, hold on.
Murder is
He don't
getting
want you to
done.
be a man. He wants you to
That's
follow
not what I'm
no.
saying. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that you're being silent about the issue of black crime. You're saying, oh, what about Detroit? What about St. Louis? Those cities are unlivable. Those cities are unlivable, not because of
So
Indians,
you just
not
said I'm
because of
being
Chinese.
silent. I'll tell you what I'm doing. Since you don't know me. Since you don't know me.
You're running cover for
So
black
since you
crime.
don't know me, Google my name,
I
Bruce
don't
Carter,
care.
black on black crime.
I can
Hold
Google
on.
his
And
name.
I'm holding a meeting this Tuesday
Okay.
where I've called on the mayor, the city manager, Dallas County, and DISD.
Do something real
because you
and
have a
say,
problem.
get that man back in jail. If you're going to hold a
He
meeting.
doesn't need to be in jail, son.
Okay, so then put your kids over. Let's schedule a play date. Your father.
Let's schedule a play date. He's not a danger to the
So here's
community.
the problem.
Let's schedule a play date.
So, my name is Bruce Carter.
Let's schedule a play date.
So here's the
Carmelo
problem.
Anthony and little baby Bruce.
Okay, I
Carmelo
gotta go.
Anthony, little baby
I gotta
Bruce.
go.
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, I'm here. He said, I'm here, Trump. He said, I'm a Trumper. I'm a real Trumper. Like I
I'd
said,
love to
man,
know where did he get that
told you,
number
bro,
from?
them Trump flags ain't out there for no reason.
They don't get they get their numbers from just out the fucking
Yeah,
air.
300.
know,
We say
right?
300,000 attacks on white people
None of
a
that
year.
he just saying
Yeah,
Exactly.
300,000
Exactly.
attacks. We whooping the shit out them white people. Then I don't know what the fuck we've been doing.
Then we
The
need to step the
revolution has
game up
started.
then.
The
That's not
revolution.
enough.
we
Triple
ain't
that
killed
number
enough
this year,
people.
God damn it.
Right.
Yeah, we
Make
need
it
to
a
up
million
them
at the
numbers.
minimum.
Yeah, up the numbers.
Shit.
Oh,
Exactly.
Jesus, that means the revolution must have started what years ago then. Niggas just been out here just Indian scalping motherfuckers all around America. Oh man.
Sense right there.
I thought you would be interested in that. I
Hey
had to make
man,
sure
all I'm gonna
that
say is I
everything.
knew it was money, man. I knew it was money. I knew it was money.
What archetype of black person was that though? Like,
I don't even. I said that was some.
Which one? Bootlick nigga.
they all fit the same bill, humbling.
Yeah.
I know, right?
Licorice boot nigga.
I don't even know. Like, that's worse than coon to me. Like, it's not even a term for how bad that was to me. I've never seen nothing that bad in real time.
I didn't even know those people really existed. I just thought they came out of slavery movies. I didn't
Bro,
know there was actually people that thought.
now I gotta agree with Zev. Zev might be right when he say them folks got money. Cause that nigga,
They
them
got
niggas
money, bro.
had to be paid to do that goofy ass shit right there. You ain't doing that for the freebie.
Well, respectfully, for someone who actually lives in the DMV that been seeing this ad nauseum, it's not about money. It's
Oh
about
my,
because I don't see myself as you.
oh my
You got to remember, I'm the Huxtables, y'all baby kids.
god.
Yeah, I just don't see myself as y'all. I mean, look at C.J. Pearson. If y'all have never heard of C.J. Pearson, Bobby, you can just go to YouTube. If I just type in C.J. Pearson, he'll be there. Think about as a matter of fact, trip up here. What's that congressman name? T.J. Watts, I think y'all had in Texas. They've been here forever. I think that's
Mm,
his name, right? T.J. Watts, I
no,
think.
TJ Watt, a
You
football player, but
no,
I'm trying to
no.
think.
Of
Where you
course,
know what district he's from? Because we
for
got a
the
lot of.
for the Steelers, I know exactly who TJ is. The best pass rusher to ever play the game. Well, let me say it correctly. And
JJ Watt.
Yeah.
no, is that his name?
No,
JJ Watts?
TJ Watt is the brother name.
No,
TJ Watt is the.
TJ the
Ain't that the
brother,
brother?
but JJ
Yeah.
JJ is the GOAT. TJ good, but TJ ain't better
No,
than
I
JJ.
ain't talking about the football. No, his name was J.C. Watts. That's his
Oh
name.
yeah, J.C. Watts. Yeah, he trash. That nigga love white people.
Yes. Now, mind you, now J.C. Watts is almost 70 years old. So going to Zev's point, he was not paid to do nothing. He was bucking and doing all this back in the 80s and 90s. Thurgood Mark. I mean, I'm sorry, not Thurgood. What's the one that's up there now? Clarence Thomas
Clarence Thomas. Yeah.
been bucking since
That's
the
a bootlick.
70s.
That's a bootlicking
So it's
nigga
not
right
about
there, bro.
money. It's because they don't
It
see
is about
themselves
money.
as what we call black. So what I'm saying is I'm not discounting what you're saying, Zell, but there was a life that was existing before you were born. And this has been going on. And I'm not dismissing you. I'm just saying that these things have been going on forever. They have gotten on the microphone and have said they do not identify as black.
Yeah, they
They just
bootlick,
never
bro.
seen them say exactly. And the
No,
white
you
folk.
guys are okay.
Oh, go ahead.
No, this is not my point when I'm saying money. I'm saying money. I'm going with the Bruce guy with the cowboy hat. I'm with what he's saying. He's saying the problem he's been fighting is black on black crime, right? I'm saying that has to do with money. These people, these white people, and I mean even black people, the bootlickers, are out here because of is a financial issue, and I'm not necessarily trying to point out a fact that these people who are out, particularly out there in Texas right now, trying to sway the whole case in itself, they're being specifically paid or funded. You know what I mean? But I'm saying it is a money problem. This is a money problem, man. It's a money problem, and whether they were funded to be out there or not, he's screaming Trump's name. He's talking. He's yelling about the January 6th, the whole January 6th issue, like all of that shit wasn't just covered up by money. It is.
That's the
I
federal
can't, you
system.
know what I
No,
mean? I'm not trying
that
to speak
money not gonna
personally on
mean
how I
nothing
know
down
these
here
things,
though.
but it's true. You know what I mean? And you keep talking emotionally like that ain't gonna happen down here. It is.
I'm just
That
telling
is
you the
currently
politics.
happening.
It doesn't.
He's down there trying to sway people from all
And you
over
see
the
how little
country
that
about
crowd
a
was and
place
how bad that went.
that is
And
in
it
Texas.
didn't work. It didn't go good at all, though. That's what
It
we
didn't go.
saying.
They failed.
I'm not saying it went good or bad. I'm not. That's emotional, bro. I'm stating the facts of the matter. That's what he is down there trying
But
to do.
but the point that I was making earlier with the Mike Brown is that they came in droves to St. Louis with the exact opposite argument, arguing against the police, and it did not help anything. It didn't. Like, you could argue that they did all of that. just to
Well,
leave.
isn't that what the Democratic and Republican party
Right,
is for?
right. So I'm saying, so my point is that I would logically assess from this that he's doing more to bring attention to his individual self than anything that got to do with this case.
Mm-hmm.
And what was his name again?
I'd
I
say
don't
he's
know.
trying to bring attention to
Hold up, I'll get it for y'all. Sorry, hold up.
See,
good or
It's
bad.
Jake Lane.
Listen,
Jake Lane.
the Humler said that being funny. Like, what was this
Oh
nigga
yeah,
name? Like, literally, like we just watched
yeah.
all that shit and we still don't know who the fuck dude is.
Yeah, I don't
Straight
even
dude.
remember the white dude's name either. But I'm saying, I would say, Bobby, I would say he's trying to bring attention to Trump's name. You know what I mean? Good or bad. You know what I mean? It's bad
But
kind
no,
of in this
no, I'm
case.
saying, but
Like
that's
it would be bad.
But I'm
That's
saying
not
it's
bad.
usury. He's not trying to bring attention to Trump name. He's bringing attention to his name by using Trump. Like that's attachment. People do that all the time. Like,
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
It's a like right now. It's a motherfucker that can shake Michael Jordan's hand, and nigga, they gonna use that to try to get in 50 doors. Yeah, I'm the guy that shook Michael Jordan's hand when he left. Like, you feel what I'm saying? Like, they gonna keep using that. I'm the January 6th guy. I'm the guy that Trump pardoned. Like, Trump probably met this motherfucker once in life, and Trump probably don't remember dude's name. Like, you feel me? But people will use that to further their own endeavors, which is what it's saying.
You hear the black dude said if you run for Senate or whatever in Florida, he gonna come down there and run against him and kick his ass because he's got like political aspirations. But I do think he's the first generation. I think they trying some shit. He's just the first gen. Wait till the fourth guy comes like him. He gonna be able to say all this stuff even more prettier. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
He's too brash right now. You know.
That's why I respectfully, I was with what the black dude with the cowboy hat was saying. Like, you know,
Shit, he gonna be running but he gonna be running for either in Florida and in your state because he's only he lives in Florida, but he's originally from New Jersey, New York. So if he wants to run for something, he probably gonna be up there with y'all spitting that shit.
But that's what I'm saying. It's not gonna be swayed that way because of lobbyists, and lobbyists is money. It's not like that's not going to happen. I'm just trying to be honest. I'm just trying to speak the facts and the history behind the facts. You know what I mean? I understand Texas. I understand the culture and the history of Texas because I'm a geek when it comes to the to older history of this country. You know what I mean? Like, I know why Texas is the way it is. It's because of the Alamo. You know what I mean? You had a whole bunch of people come together. And it wasn't actually a bunch. It's actually a little. And they were all Texans. They all called themselves volunteers, Texan volunteers. And they fought off the Mexican army. They fought that Mexican army off in San Antonio. And that's what you get. You know what I mean? It was all types of people that felt that they were Texans and they fought against the Mexicans. You know what I mean? To keep that piece of, because Mexico thought Texas was Mexico. That's what Mexico
Not thought is.
It is, yeah. It is, but it ain't. It's Texas now.
It's Texas now.
Texas. So, but they believed, they knew. I guess that's what you're trying to say, Bobby. You know what I mean? They knew it was Mexico, but those volunteers of Texas fought for it to be Texas. You know what I mean? And that's what.
But
Texas
even in
Mexico,
Texas was chaos.
Texas. You know what I mean? So that's that culture you're dealing with. But I'm saying, yeah, I mean, that dude, he was well spoken and he was a patriot. I felt more than that dude. You know, he was more of an American than those other black people that were cooning for that white dude that was vouching for Trump. You know what I mean? And I'm saying that a lot of those white people have a lot of money and time from the area I'm at, and these are the things they try. That's what I'm saying is factual, and that's what's being stated in this video. You know what I mean? That's all. I'm not trying to say it's gonna be swayed in any way. One way it's gonna be, another is good or is bad. You know what I mean? I mean, it is bad. It's fucked up that they're trying to do this. You know what I mean? At this level. You know what I mean? But it's kind of like the January 6th situation. You know what I mean? I mean, it's just for division. It's all just for it's just for division. That's what the two parties are. You know what I mean? That's what Democrat and Republican is for. It's just for division.
So the question I always ask Zev, because again, and like I said, it's not to discount anything you've ever said. We've been hearing this ad nauseum. So now what? Because everything you're saying has existed for years now. We've been seeing this over and over and over, and we've heard the paid thing didn't really come into play really until Bobby, would you would say, with the last maybe 5 to 7 years.
Yeah,
But
that's
these
right.
people were still doing this prior to. So my question would be not, and it's kind of rhetorical to be fair, what is the end result? Then what? Now what? Because again, everything and I've been saying this for the last what 4 5 years, Bobby. Everything we hear with these theories on the internet, and again, I never discount them. What is the end result? Because even if they are being paid, okay, now what? What's to come of that? That's all I'm saying. Like I want to hear more of that because we've been hearing even with Columbine, they oh they're paid actors. Okay, well I'm just saying. Now what? I
Well,
mean,
I mean,
and nothing has changed. So
I mean,
that's why I'm just asking that question. Yeah,
I
go
mean, I
ahead.
don't want to sound like that dude. You know what I mean? I don't want to sound, but I'm saying like the whole aspect of occult knowledge, right? Occult knowledge, right, is deception. So I mean, my whole point is he's being paid to deceive people. That's not something hard fetched to understand, especially where I'm coming from, like in where I grew up at. Oh yeah,
Then it begs the question:
I'm
what
getting
is the
paid to deceive
deception?
people. Yeah, that's easy. I mean, if I don't know occult
For
knowledge,
what
you know what I mean. I
deception?
can say a whole bunch of bullshit. Like who knows what he was saying was even. He's talking about 300,000 black people killed white. Bro, like is that number even? Are those numbers even true, dude? You know what I mean? But people like numbers. They're like, oh my god, that's a huge number. Is that many white people getting killed? Like you know what I mean? They don't like. Who's going around like is that census? Like, you know what I mean? You see what I'm saying? Like, who knows that many black people are killing? Is that number even that large? Is it larger? You know what I mean? Like, come on. It's like when Trump's talking about numbers. Oh, this many
Yeah, and
people
this
don't
sensationalism
have
has always
jobs.
been there. The sensationalism hasn't changed. I mean, that's what I'm saying. We've heard this ad nauseum. So what I'm saying is like just based on your theory and your logic, what's going to be different now? What would I mean? Again, I'm not saying like you know in the absolute sense, but based on what you're saying, there should be something where we can say, okay, this is what we probably will see now in the future. Because again, these things just keep repeating themselves, and nothing has changed. Even going back to Mike Brown, going back to Rodney King, going back even before that.
I
So
can
with
answer you.
all this rhetoric constant being repeated, I just have to always ask the question, okay, now what? We're still
Oh,
waiting for these
I can
things to
answer you.
happen.
There's more division in Texas. That's what's going to come out of this. There's more division in Texas. You see how he's talking? Like he just wants to bring division in Texas so that Texas won't be so much of a republic in the future, and they're just paying toward that. They could be on the, I wouldn't say a bracket, but like they could be paying towards this country. They can be a part of this country again, or like for the first time, because I guess Texas really wasn't ever really a part of this country, like how you're saying, how you and Tripp been stating, Bobby. You know what I mean? But I mean, to bring division in Texas, you know what I mean, that would kind of break its sovereignty. You know what I mean? Like that's what that they're bringing that northern shit down there. You know what I mean?
Well,
Because like,
constitutionally, it'll never happen. I mean, it's a trip to tell you that it's a theory and a thing pretty much like that's always been going around in Texas, but constitutionally, it'll never happen. So they can talk it all they want, but it'll never happen. As far as them being separated from the yet to be United States. Oh, shut up. From them being separated from the yet to be United States.
Yeah, it would take a little bit of bloodshed.
Exactly, exactly. But but as far as the division is concerned, you have now more than ever. And again, and I'm just saying it's just based on age, not about knowing any more than less. But the groups that now are coming out, the biggest fear we had, quote unquote, and I'm using that term loosely, fear we had was the KKK. Now the groups, the white nationalists, the NAZIs and all these other groups are coming out. They're more in the forefront. So we're not quote unquote afraid of the white hoods no more. Now these other groups. So the division is there. The biggest thing is who's going to really have the quote unquote balls, if you will, to say, I'm going to lead the movement. And that's what we're waiting for. Not, and I say waiting
Who's
loosely,
the
of
next
course. So
David Duke? That's what they
exactly.
trying. That's who they trying to find.
Exactly.
He And this dude here is just auditioning, but you're not bringing that back to Texas. I'm telling you, it's a whole different opportunity. That's why I say that money they spending down here is not gonna work. Not gonna work. Too many
I'm
people
with you,
that was
Trip.
once
Like
racist
I
is
hope it
raising
don't.
half breed children
I
right
have
now.
faith it won't work. I have faith. I'll stop saying hope. I have faith it won't work because of how Texas
Yeah.
is set up. You know what I mean? But they gonna try, man. I'm telling you that. You see what I'm saying? That's all I was saying. They gonna try.
But they've been trying
It's a
forever.
cult shit.
They've been
You know what I mean?
trying
Yeah.
It's like
forever.
it's
That's what
the
I'm saying too. Like, what's different? This is nothing new.
Yep.
This
It's
is
not nothing
nothing
new.
new.
And when I was kids, they tried to do stuff like this. But we actually had real. You gotta remember, a dude got dragged behind a truck down here till his head popped off in a drainage ditch. Like when we talk about our sundown town, there was a time in Texas where these people was crazy. They was killing out, but then Texas cracked down on that. We have a state they'll kill you. You know what I'm saying? They'll put you in a chair or they'll electrocute your ass. Which one? You know what I'm saying? So it's different. They treat that shit harshly down here. So all that money they spent, that shit is dead here. Like I said, it's too many old white people raising them little half-breed children running around here, and they can't see little Tyrone that they love so much. It done brought so much joy in their life. Have to go through something
Tyrone and
like this.
Paco.
Yeah,
Paco
yeah,
Jr.
or little
and Maria.
Julio, yeah, and all them shit.
Now my
Hell
little,
no, they
now
love
my little
them
Jorge.
grandbabies.
Now
Yeah,
my little Jorge did not do what you say he did. Now look,
they
old
not
white
having
granddaddy.
it.
Wait, look, hey, Zev, you gonna be fucked up when old white granddad get out of church. Now, what the fuck you said my grandson Marcus done did? They gonna be like, this your grand, get your
Marcus and
motherfucking
Jose.
hands
Zev, let me
right.
tell you something I seen here the other day, and I wish I had took a picture of it. I seen two old white women walking with a half-breed child, and they had those box braids in their hair with the color in them, and they had their hair in box braids with the little black child.
That's
And
crazy.
I said, God damn,
It ain't
black baby done turned granny into,
Zev. It's not
grandma is a
crazy.
granny.
It's not crazy, especially I live here in St. Once I moved here to St. Louis, where it's more integrated. Like you see more race relations and stuff, bro. It's a lot of white, and I'm talking about white women walk around with little black babies, and you have to damn near stop sometimes. Like, hold on, bitches, you kidnapping? This my grandbaby, and I'm like, that little black baby, this my grandbaby, Latasha, and y'all better stay. And I'm saying they like with Trip saying they protected like. They
They
still
love them little bundles
hey,
of joys.
I don't give a fuck if she black, brown, Mexican, Japanese. This my grandbaby. And that white granny gonna fucking listen.
Slide for
You
that
know,
baby.
look, you go over nigga house, nigga be darker than the moon at night. You go over there, he be like, yeah, that's my granny Eartha Lean. You be like, hold on, man, that white lady right there, your granny. You like, hold on, nigga, how yeah, you know, my mama's yeah, that's my granny. I got a cousin, Contrell, nigga. This nigga dark as the moon, just like me, right? His daddy is bright skinned because his mama's super dark skinned. You feel me, Trip? His mama's
Yeah.
super dark skinned, but his daddy bright skinned with green eyes. His granddaddy is a white man, like straight up and down, because his daddy mixed. His granddaddy a white man. When you see this nigga with his granddaddy, it look like, nigga, is you kidnapping this white man? What the fuck you doing with this white man, cuz? Do you
Real talk.
It look like, nigga, you just kidnapped a random white dude and taking pictures, smiling and shit, nigga. What you doing with this white man? Nigga, that's my granddad.
Right. Like he got a stock photo.
Right, like what
nigga, this is you AI
nigga,
nigga in the
real
picture.
nigga. This ain't your real granddaddy, nigga. You look like this nigga Kunta Kinte now, but this white man look like George Washington. What did you talk about? This your granddaddy? And that's and
real shit.
them niggas from Kentucky too, straight up.
Yeah, down here these white grandmas and granddaddies slide for their black babies. That shit don't woke their ass up, or Mexican or Asian, like
Wait,
she said. It
Trip,
don't matter. They love they.
Can you explain to me,
Yeah.
being a Texan, why Texas sought out for annexation from the United States of America when it was its own independent country?
Why did they come together?
Yeah, why did it?
Because
Why
the
did it need
U.S.
to be?
because the
Texas wanted
U.S.
to keep them
paid.
slaves, boy.
Yeah, U.S. paid Texas to come in, and they paid them because of the U.S. Mexico war, and so they were either going to charge
Oh,
him.
okay. Oh, they
They
paid
were
them.
going to.
Okay, okay. No, no, no. That's all I have to hear from a Texan. Okay.
No, but it was about that war too. We were fighting. Texas had two wars going on at that time. One was the war against the Comanches in the West, and then they actually three. Then there was a roving band of banditos running the border, and then you had actually Mexico. So it
And I
also was
actually
to get
didn't. That wasn't
military
like a
help.
rhetorical question. I actually didn't know
You
that.
know.
But do you know who paid? That like I did not know that. Thank you for telling me. And I'm glad a Texan could tell me that. You know what I mean? Because you know what I mean. I could have
Yeah,
went
my
online
granddaddy
and
was
saw
a
anything.
black Seminole scout. My great grandfather, excuse me, his father was a black Indian Seminole scout here. And when he was growing up, my granddaddy, he grew up like in a town called Seguin, which is like in the south. But then they moved to like North Texas, and then they moved out here to the west because they had to move around and basically fight Mexicans. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it was some bad
So that I
motherfuckers
mean,
running
so I
around
guess
here.
that
But
was
the
division
United
in
States made it easier to get the weapons they
I mean,
needed
I guess
to
that was
fight
division. I
these
see what
wars.
Humble is saying. I guess that was division in itself. You know what I mean? But you guys are aware of who the United States even before that had to pay. You know what I mean? When the British burnt down the White House in 1812.
British
Right?
burnt down the. I don't know. That's that
We had
13
to pay.
colony
We had to
shit,
pay the
man.
French.
You
We
know.
had to pay the French because the French came with hundreds of boats and they assisted us in whooping the British ass for the second time.
Well, that's kind of what
So
Texas
that's
did,
what
being
that.
its
But that's
own
what. So
country,
I'm
except
assuming that's
France
what
way
that.
over
I'm
there. You
assuming
know.
that's what that black man was saying with the cowboy hat. You know what I mean? I'm a patriot. I understand these things you guys are speaking of, but realistically, like uh,
That black dude
I
right there is
see
everybody
the
down here
money is
uncle that
just
ride
division. You
around
know,
with a
it's just
herringbone, playing blues music with some gin in his pocket, talking about where them young girls at. That nigga out there fooling. I know a million niggas look like him, talk that shit. That nigga finna go get on a four-wheeler, get him some jack or something, and ride around and fool with people all day. That's how he got cool. Probably got cool with that white man. Somebody told him, no, he's cool. He's cool, you should talk to him. Think he got his daddy number. All I'm saying is that money shit ain't gonna
That
work
black
here.
dude, yeah, that black dude name in this circle of white friends is Nigger Bob. Zell,
who with the cowboy hat.
yeah,
Yeah.
they call him Nigger
Love
to
him.
his face. Nigger Bob, there go good old Nigger Bob. Hey.
And he
Fuck
don't
That's
mind
that.
it.
terrible,
He
man.
good time. He gonna get drunk. They gonna screw white women together, do some cocaine. He's a good guy. All the way around. They can shoot him a rifle. You know?
And then when they meet you, Zev, that's what they gonna say to you. But why can't you be more like good old Nigger Bob?
Right,
Nigger
right.
Bob don't give us none of these goddamn problems Joe Yankee ass give us, Zev, with that New Jersey shit. Be more like Nigger Bob.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. The division's crazy. You know what I mean? I see what Humbling was saying, but I mean, at the end of the day, it is money.
Like I said, he got a black judge.
I mean,
He
and
got
like
a
I said,
black judge.
respectfully,
That
I
don't
get
matter.
that that's the thing now, but it there's been so many cases that we can go over that money wasn't even remotely an issue, and the quote unquote black person came out victorious. So that's what I'm saying. I would love to just see more specifically, how it applies. And again, I'm not being and Bobby will tell you, because I mean, obviously Bobby been knowing me longest. By no means am I ever oblivious, naive, or gullible, but I always take the dissension on purpose, because I know how we can spout out things, but I'm like, I'm gonna always take the counter just to see it from another angle. Because if you make a claim, I'm like, okay, you gotta be able to stand on it. And so, well, I can't tell nobody what to do, but in that same vein, that's why I'm going to always refer to things that have happened in the past and what the outcome was, and compare it to the things now. And as of this conversation, I haven't seen anything different that we haven't seen before that didn't warrant or result anything anymore strategic, anything more crazy, more dynamic, no race wars, no nothing. But there's always a first, so I do understand that. But at this point, we haven't seen nothing that we haven't seen before. That's all I'm saying. So I just want to see something so egregious to say, damn, I stand, I stood to be corrected because this time is different. So
And also, do you remember Bobby
I
read
mean, I
the
don't
case
think
law on
anybody's
this
really
kind of
trying to
killing?
say you're incorrect. You know what I mean? I'm just stating the facts. Like,
You are not.
no, those aren't actually facts. Those are just theories because there's no one here that can prove facts of anything. We're just going by what people have theorized and put out there.
no, it's not. It's not a theory. That's why I asked Trip and a Texan. You know what I mean? Like, well, how was his independent country that he lives in annexed to the United States of
Oh my
America?
god.
And he explained me. I'm
But
saying
Bobby
I mean,
got
but
killed.
hold on,
it was
Bobby.
done in the
real
same.
quick.
It was
Even
done in the same
but hold
circumstances
on,
as
Zeb.
how
Even
America was
but
made.
hold on,
You know
Zeb.
what I mean?
Even when Trip gives you his point of view, it's still nuanced in in his experience. He not speaking for all Texans. He just giving you his perspectives. You know what I mean? Which is which is a better view from inside Texas than outside Texas. You know what I mean? But still, you can't just take it for face value as this is what the majority of Texans feel like.
Right.
I would take his word as being somebody in Texas as a little bit more credibility than somebody like myself or yourself that's outside of Texas viewing it from our perspective.
Well, no, because I thought that was the whole point of this night when you talk about people being groomed from like being actually from these places. Because then I think it really matters if we can't really take his point of view from how his state was even, how his country was even became a state in the in this, like, you know what I mean, in this, within this country.
Well, no, I'm saying how his country became a state at this point is American history that we all get the privy to study, whether we inside or outside of Texas. But when it comes to the day-to-day living situation in Texas, and social situations, economic situations, so on and so forth, that's what we speaking about, as it pertains today, where his experience is a little bit more valid than any like statistics that we may get. Not saying that the statistics are wrong, but he could probably give us a better, view of certain statistics or relationships, being that he boots on the ground. You know what I'm saying?
And speaking of which, hey Trip, now based on what I've learned and what I've just studied throughout the years, if I'm not mistaken, and again, I stand to be corrected, with the annexation, that's something y'all wanted with the separation from Mexico, right? Y'all wanted to become a part of the union, right? Because y'all had to
Yes,
vote on it.
yes, they
I'm
had.
just asking, yeah.
So everything that the United States government has, Texas has. We have a House, a Senate, and then Greg Abbott stands as the quote unquote president, the governor. The governor's seat in Texas is like the president. So they voted according to our history. All the regions had to come together, and it took like I think 8 to 13 years. I think 8 years they tried it once and they got voted down, and then they tried back like a little later than that, and they finally came in because of those wars. They wasn't whooping them wild Indians from the Pueblo, So yes, there had to be a vote through our three branches of government. You know what I'm saying? And that's how Texas became a state. But I also want to say that Bobby brought up case. So this is how crazy our state is, right, Zeb? Bobby brought up a case of a Mexican student that was fighting his homeboy, and he ended up stabbing his homeboy, and he was wrong in his stabbing. But because this state is so wild, they gave him 30 days in jail and 10 years probation for killing somebody. That's how
Right.
our laws is.
And again, to add to the point of that case, and thank Humbling for finding that too. The situation within that case that's pertinent to point out is that the reason why he got the negligible homicide and not the murder is because they deemed during the fight that he engaged in, even though he pulled the knife out, that he was, quote, I think, bagging away, right, Humbling, that he was bagging up in a defensive mode, right, Zev? So this is how Texas views these things, that even though he went to engage in the fight, when he didn't want to fight anymore, he pulled out the knife and started bagging up. Dude should have stopped attacking.
Cowboy laws. When I give up and I yield to you, you come off my ass. Now you don't come off my ass. Whatever happened after that, I'm
Right.
good. You
Right.
know what I'm
So you
saying?
understand what I'm saying, Zeb? Somebody could literally challenge you to a fight in Texas, get your blood boiling, you walk outside ready to pummel this motherfucker. They pull out a knife like, hey, stop. And you be like, oh, no, not now, motherfucker. And they stab you up, and nigga, that's your fault.
I understand. I respect that. That's Texas law. I'm just like, I mean, that don't stop. That don't stop.
Well, what he's saying,
That
but
don't
you
stop
still not
gangsters
getting it.
and
Money don't
politicians.
stop the
That don't
law.
stop. Evidently, from the video you just played for about 10 minutes, that don't stop gangsters and politicians from coming down there and
But he's not a gangster nor a politician.
Who?
The dude who was just speaking on that tape to the man father like that. He ain't a gangster nor a politician.
Yeah, okay.
He just a random white man that's
a gangster,
talking.
bro. That's a gangster. That's a gangster, bro. That's a gangster with the bread. That's what
You think he was a gangster running with them soft ass black dudes he had with him? Them Play-Doh soft white dudes he had
in
with
order
him.
for you to talk like that and you're telling people you're spreading deception like that, because people don't know them numbers,
Hey,
bro.
I think this is
that's true.
But hold on, real quick, Zev. I think another problem, and I ain't saying you, but when it comes to politics, right? I think another problem people have is that we view the field of politics as this thing separate from regular folks. Like they actually live in this so far away tax bracket or living situation or money situation that they're just not in the same spaces as us. Let me give you an example, right? Where I live right now, I'm not no millionaire, Zev. I'm not no 300,000 there. Do you know who live around the corner from me? The city treasurer. You know who live 5 minutes up the block from me? The alderman. You know who else live around the corner from me? The head of the SID board. You know what I'm saying? Which is like the business planning board here. You know what I'm saying? My little neighborhood. I'm saying all that to say, like, politicians, a lot of times we think it's this great amount of money attached to these people, or great amount of money attached to people that run for political office or get seen on TV. You feel what I'm saying, Trip? Or get seen until you realize
majority means it is.
No, I'm telling you, bro. Listen, Tashara Jones, the mayor, the lady who was just the mayor of St. Louis, lives in a nice house in St. Louis. She don't live in her financial situation is no different than anybody that just work a nice job and stack their bread and get a 401. You feel me? Humbling.
I feel what you're
probably
saying.
got more money than this lady. Tripp probably got more money than the mayor of St. Louis. Do you understand what I'm saying? And
I understand what you're saying.
I'm saying that jokingly,
The
but
best
I'm
thing
saying
you can do for poor people is
don't
not
be
become
one of
one.
them. Do you hear me, Humbling?
I understand what you're saying, but I just want to. I just don't want to.
We be thinking niggas got money when niggas don't got. Humbling. When I used to go back around my people, when in my hustling days, little shit. It like if you go to the grocery store around broke people and don't spend nothing on a link card, boy, you got paper. Humbling, do you hear me?
Yeah.
Let $300 come out your pocket on just groceries. Wait a minute.
That's the difference between the East Coast and the. That's the difference between the East Coast and
that ain't got no East Coast or nothing. I'm telling you, bro.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, you're talking about your okay, St. Louis, right?
I'm saying in Chicago.
I can tell you, I'm not going to do it
about
for
Chicago
the sake
too,
of
bro. I'm
okay,
saying Chicago
you can
too.
say Chicago too. Okay, right? You can say Chicago. You can say Chicago too. I can talk about instances in New Jersey too, but I'm saying it's a area thing because the two highest held income states with the highest held income are New Jersey and Maryland. You know what I mean? So I mean,
but is that on the politician side though? Are those politicians? If you look at the people in those states that
I can give you
the
my
jobs,
experiences with
the jobs that
I can
hold
give you
that
my
type of
experiences
income.
with politicians, but that's what I'm saying is the majority that have money. You know what I mean? You seen a couple political figures living I guess basic lives or off basic
I'm not
incomes, I
saying
guess.
basic. I'm saying I'm saying that in 2025, to me, what people consider having money ain't like having money to me. You see what I'm saying? Like
that's how you grew. I get the
like
same way you said the laws, right?
$200,000
I can
house
say that's
and
how
all
you
that.
grew
That
up.
ain't having money. Like, and I'm saying that most of these politicians here and other places, they live in nice houses, nice neighborhoods. But when you say having that, they're not living like a celebrity or some billionaire million. No, they live in the same neighborhoods as people who work 9 to 5s and got good jobs and went to college and shit. Like they're not in this extreme money situation where they just got all this money. And then when you're talking about people that's coming into that field or trying to tap into it, like in the case of the brother who was down there protesting, the little racist white dude,
That's your experience, Bobby.
they got even less money.
That's your experience. Because I mean, like you said, New Jersey doesn't have the same laws as Texas, obviously. I mean, they don't make the same amount of money, and I'm
That
not
don't
gonna
mean
use
wait.
Texas.
You putting two things together that totally unrelatable. Somebody not having the same laws don't mean that the financial disparity is different.
I'm not saying I wasn't saying that. I'm saying that's what you had to help me understand, right? Like we could say you helped me understand that, right? Like you said it in past couple streams too. Like, you know what I mean? Some people grow up different places, so they're groomed differently.
No, I'm saying that socially,
you're groomed differently to how much people had money. You know what I mean?
No,
Or
no,
what
no,
money
no, I'm
looks
not.
like and how they use it.
No, wait a minute. But that don't mean people don't have money though.
I'm not saying they don't. I'm saying you're saying that those politicians didn't necessarily have money based on how it looks like they're living. That's what you're stating.
No. I'm saying what you perceive, I don't know what type of money you talking about these politicians have. Because you're speaking as if it's millions upon millions of dollars that they have access to. And I'm saying for
the majority, yes.
And I'm saying no.
But you're just saying that off of experience. I'm saying that.
No, I'm saying that for most politicians, they're not dealing with millions of dollars.
Okay.
Right. Most of them.
I'm talking about
Yeah,
the
exactly.
vast
Ask Kwame
majority.
Kilpatrick.
Right, the vast majority of politicians, but I'm saying mayors, aldermen,
Yeah, mayor's
city
broke. They be working
councilors,
jobs.
That's your
motherfucking
experience.
treasurer.
That's your experience. That's where you
That
grew
ain't
up
my
at.
experience. This is this is just in America, bro.
Nah.
You gotta look
Mayors
there.
don't make that much money.
I would have to look up the
Zev, let
household
me ask
income
you this.
in
Tell
Illinois.
me, if you tell me where you live at right now, what city or a city in the state that you at, I could look up the politicians there and their income.
Mm-hmm.
Their income doesn't matter about how much money they have.
Yeah, it does, because then I can look up
So
their
why
family.
does every president leave the office with millions of dollars?
That's at the highest level. That's like the top 5%.
Right, you talking
No.
about right?
But that's
Listen to what
still
I'm
a
saying.
political position. So you can't hold those people to their income from the job.
The majority of politicians aren't the president, though.
I know they're not, but you still can't hold the income.
You're literally talking about you're literally talking about the top job in America as far as politics go. You can't compare that to
You can actually look up how much most of the senators and shit make anyways, and they don't make that much.
And then on top of that, most presidents do not leave the presidency as millionaires.
And that's what I was going to say, Bobby. I think that it's being negated that they have occupations and professions prior to, like case in point, Obama being an attorney, Trump being a bankrupt businessman. They actually have businesses and other things going on. It does give them access to these revenue streams. It does give them access to this clout, if you will, give them access to these bribes and different things. But as far as that is concerned, many of them, if you look them up prior to, they had net worths in the higher 100,000s prior to becoming in those positions. And we can't compare federal representatives, federal politicians to the local guys as well, because many of them do go back to just mediocre jobs after the fact. But the federal ones, now that's a different story.
Humbling, you said something so deep just a minute ago. You said bankruptcy. You are so right. He is a bankruptcy baron. And
Yes.
he is running our country, which means the country's in bankruptcy.
Oh yeah,
Because he the
we're well
only
privileged.
one that
We're
knows
well
how to
privileged
shake
of
out of
that in
that
Jersey.
shit.
We're well privileged of that in Jersey. Those casinos
Oh
are 10 miles from
no.
where I'm from.
You hit hard with that one. I ain't gonna lie. You just brought
So
something full circle in my mind.
I
she's not
did.
lying. She's not lying. I'm aware of this.
Yeah, you can't bankrupt a casino and be considered a successful businessman. I'm
Oh
just
no,
saying.
yeah. I would
Yeah, but
I
he
would
I've
know
never
how
go
to
always
in
bounce
there,
said.
back
but
out of
he's
bankruptcy. That's how he,
successful.
yeah,
Exactly.
Shit.
he ain't gotta be successful. He a
He's
bankruptcy baron.
definitely
I know how to get in and get out.
he's definitely successful in being deceptive. That's
Exactly.
my point.
And I just want to take a
Yeah.
moment for station identification. Robert is being so neglectful of the chat. Shouts out to the chat. Y'all know usually I say that at least 100 times an hour, but the conversation has been going great. But I just want all of you people in the chat to know that y'all could be anywhere doing anything, but y'all here with us on the shit show. And that's why we love the chat. That's right. So shouts out to the chat. I don't have a device in front of me where I can read some of y'all comments, but just know I am there with y'all. And can y'all believe it? It's 11:15 and I ain't sleepy yet. But I guarantee I will be asleep in the next 15 minutes. Won't he do it? Damn. Y'all got it.
Hey, Miss Humble, I want to ask you, what did you think about the dude, not the dude in the cowboy hat, but the other guy that was protecting Mr. Lang, the black characters that came up in defense of him?
The white supremacy at its best. He doesn't identify with quote unquote what's considered black. To be fair, I do understand there is no set thing. I mean, we are not monolithic by no means, but in his mind, he identifies as white because more than
Oh
likely
Lord,
that's who and or what
because
he's
he
been
did
around
say,
his
"I'm
entire
here,
life.
I'm here to stand up for them." He's right. He's right. I was like, "Yo, this dude is crazy."
Yeah,
You
like
said the DMV area, there's a lot of people that look like think like that.
yes.
I've never seen that in real life. I ain't gonna lie.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It definitely is. Because, especially for those when they get certain positions in the federal government, at this point now, I am above you. So it's like you little peasant that's down there, working the black guy. And again, I'm just using it just for context. The black guy that's the that takes the money when you exit. Well, I know things are pretty much automated, but takes the money in the parking deck. But I work for the Department of Interior, whatever. I don't identify with you, although we came from the same neighborhood. I don't identify with you because I quote unquote made it. You're still struggling. It's amazing, especially when I'm above Fredericksburg, when I'm in Arlington, when I'm in Alexandria, when I'm in DC, when I'm in Chevy Chase, when I'm in Hagerstown. And again, we're not saying all, so I'm not putting a blanket statement. But when you have conversations with many of these people, that's what you're going to see more of the dude that was stepping fetching than the dude with the cowboy hat on. Because again, they don't identify as black when they're around white people. Now, when they're around the other black folk, some of them still gonna be separate, but for the most part, you see a difference. All of a sudden, like, oh damn, yeah, accent doesn't change. Oh, you're down home now. So yeah, it's it's a big deal up here
Because of money.
because of the acceptance.
I'm gonna tell you right now, ain't enough money in the world. You're gonna get me to ride around on a bus with them niggas right there. That ain't a
Because
good
to
crowd
be
to be
fair,
riding with.
if it truly was about money,
Not for you, but they take that money.
Michael Steele, J.C. Watts. So I can go down the list of how many people will still be in those positions if it was about money. And again, I'm not saying it's no one all be all, but I can definitely find more situations where money was not a factor than what it was. Because there's like I said, there's oh my God, there's just so many that if Bobby could pull clips up just over the years, they were doing the exact same thing and they still got the boot.
You know, I do
So
want to
again,
say the
JC Watts,
Boondocks was
where
so
he at
on
now?
point. Look at how actual Uncle Ruckus was shown in front of our face, and they called that shit years ago that them people existed. I just thought it was a joke. They really exist, and they
Exactly,
coming
they
from up
really do.
north.
Yep, they really do.
Shit,
Exactly.
Ben Carson had money. And they
That's
still gave
another
him the
one.
news.
Exactly.
Jesus. Yeah, I thought that was crazy. I showed that to my mom. She said, "What's this, a skit?" I said, "No, this is real." She's like, "Nah, that boy ain't gonna be talking like that for real." I said, she kept asking me, "Where they from?" I said, "New Jersey, New York, somewhere up there." It's how them niggas talking. I said, "Shit, that is crazy."
It's a different type of relationship. One thing that always fascinated me about New York, right? From the outside looking in, and I don't know if all the East Coast like it, is their race relations when it comes to friend groups, you know, and intermingling, right? Usually what you will see, even in a place like St. Louis, where let's say people intermingle, right, Trip, right, Humbling.
Mm-hmm.
What will happen is somebody within that relationship will have to lose a majority of their perceived culture. You understand? So if
Yeah.
it's a white dude that's kicking it around a majority of black dudes, a part of his cultural perceived whiteness is gonna be gone. He gonna acquiesce to what the niggas doing. Vice versa. If you see a white dude in some of these places kicking with a black dude, a part of what they culturally represent is gonna be gone. In New York and places, it's kind of like that don't happen. You understand what I'm saying? You just get these blended, amalgamated groups that just come together under wild ideologies. Because even as you hearing them talking, saying, we're defending white, it's like, that's so ridiculous that even the white people are like, what the fuck are you talking about? You feel me, Trip? Like,
Right.
the concept is so wildly
It's
ideological
foreign.
and
Yeah.
niche. It's like when you look at that group, you like, oh, there's got to be some shit from a wild amalgamated group that is just made up, like it's white people, gay black people. It's probably Chinese dudes in there, Mexicans, I mean Puerto Ricans, like, you feel what I'm saying? They probably it's like New York is like that. And guess what? The same group that'll be boom bap hip hop will look the same way.
Oh
Coming
my
out of
God.
you understand what I'm saying, Trip?
Yeah. I know
You
what
take
you
that
saying.
same group of people that look the white dude, the black dude, and that same group is somewhere in New York doing boom bap hip hop or painting or artists that like they groups are so amalgamated and weird like that like nigga, that dude from New York can either be that wild type of racist nigga that'll go to Texas or an extreme Wu-Tang fan.
And
What?
speaking of
Yeah.
which, hey
Nah,
Bobby,
that's facts,
does
Bobby.
St. Louis have like a little Chinatown, little Italy, little Cuba?
Italy. We have Italy because St. Louis is heavily mob Italian influence, right?
Ah,
So we
okay.
have Italy, but we don't have like Koreatown. We just have
Ah,
parts of town where you find them. So it ain't it ain't necessarily like defined as like in Chicago is Little China, New York is Little China. In places they got Little Italy
yeah,
and stuff like
DC
that. Like
Chinatown.
in St. Louis, it ain't Little Italy, it's the Hill. You feel me? People in
Gotcha.
St. Louis just know when you say the Hill, you talking about where all the Italians at.
10
If you
minutes, shrimp
say
fried rice. I cook for
right.
you.
If you
I call it
say
extra shrimp.
oh, I was over there on the south side by the international stores, they know you talking about the Asian people.
Okay.
You see, like in like specific to St. Louis. If you say, oh, I was
FOU?
deep out south, then they gonna be like, oh, you was out there by them
Lulu
bars.
got pen? Fortune cookie?
Oh, but wait, this
10
is where
minutes. 10
St.
minutes.
Louis kind of difference from other cities, though, Humbling, because guess what? Asians here link up. So ain't that like Africans here link up? Ain't no like Somalians, no, they Africans. You see what I'm saying? They know the difference between them, but as they come here, they all like gravitate to the same areas and cohabitate. When you go to like where the Asians at, it ain't like Chinatown. It's Vietnamese, Korean, this, that. Like you getting pho, noodles, sushi, all that shit on the same block. All the
Damn.
yes, that's what I'm saying, Trip. Like they ain't got no time to be playing that Asian separation game in a place where it ain't a lot of them. They like they bulking the numbers.
They got a ride.
Yeah, we bulking the numbers. So it's the same way with the Bosnians, with the Africans, with the Mexicans. Like when them Venezuelans came up here humbling. I don't know if you remember that day I was on the panel when we was giving away them coats, and I was like, it was a bunch of fucking Colombian people from South America. I guess that's when they started first busing them, and they came up from South America to St. Louis, right? Trip, and I'm talking about it was
They don't all look alike.
We were kicking them the hell up out of here
I
because
know
they
they
knew
don't
that
look
shit wasn't
alike,
gonna go well.
but they told us through the little Google translator on the phone that they was from South America, humbling with your racist ass. Look, but it was a bunch of little kids though, right? And I was tripping because wherever they came from in South America, them folks had just dropped them off in St. Louis, right? And you got to imagine they come in the middle of winter, humming. These folks walking around St. Louis in the middle of winter, no coats. They pulling up to the coat driving t-shirts. I was like, what the Trip? Do you hear me?
Ooh, that's rough.
I'm like, what, y'all ass just came from the tropic to this shit with no coat.
Yeah, you tripping.
And them folks were sitting there like, please, coat. Like they was on the Google Translate, like, no, they told us come here and get. I was like, oh man, listen, y'all can have all these coats, gloves. I mean, I was stocking them folks up. But what I came to notice is that when they got ingratiated in the neighborhood, they was with the Mexicans.
Right.
Mexicans didn't give a fuck that they weren't from Mexico. Nope, y'all over here with us because we need our numbers to look like this. And motherfucker, you speaking close enough to what the fuck we talking, so you a part of us now.
Now I heard these see, we got Mexicans and we got Chicanos. Them Chicanos do not like them Paisas as they call them. So that's why the Governor Abbott was busting their ass up out of here because they had a big ass fight in Houston when they first got here. He said, hell to the no. Y'all want to bring them in, take them up north. You know what I'm saying? Because these Mexicans out here got the amenities of Texas, which means AR style rifles with 100-round drums on them.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's gonna get crazy out here if they got them kind of street fights going on.
Yeah, that shit did.
You know what I'm saying? They bust them to Chicago, St. Louis, Connecticut. They were getting them the hell up out of here. Remember that shit?
Yeah,
they were doing like 10 to 20,000 people a day. We never saw immigrants.
I can't even front. When I heard, from what I understand, it wasn't a new term, but when she popularized Governor Hot Wheels, I was laughing for days on that one.
Yeah, that is funny because we all kind of call him that. I said, boy, she brought out something from the streets right there. People don't know that's what black people call him. Hot Wheels down here. Or the child support man, because he used to be the child support on all the child support paperwork. You know what I'm saying? So that's only this two now. I was sick. I said, well, she brought some South Dallas shit to the Senate. I said, she crazy as hell. Jasmine gonna lose her, but actually Jasmine ain't gonna lose her seat because the dude running behind Jasmine is one of them dudes like that dude in the black and a blue shirt who gonna try to go against him, and the people of Dallas don't like him. So because he too white people right, black people wrong shit. That's what I was gonna say to Zev. I hate when people say black on black crime. There's white on white crime, Asian on Asian crime. It's just crime. You can't stop crime. That's an inherent part of the capitalistic system.
You can't stop crime. The moment you try to put a label on it, it's just division because people gonna have their own moral justification for any type of situation, you know.
No, some people they don't have a moral justification. Some people just doing shit.
And some people, I mean, yeah, some people don't have any
moral
moral
justification. Niggas say shit. What you mean? It's a safe in that house. Let me go see. Nigga just doing
I'm saying
shit.
once you put a label on it, that's when it becomes divisive. Like, you know what I mean? And people that like it's making it worse, you know. Just say these people did that crime and
because that case I told you about, it was two. What was it, Bobby in San Antonio? Was it two Mexicans, right? It was or a Mexican and a white boy.
I think it was a Mexican and a white boy.
Yeah, like look at that. That's what do you call that? Mixed crime?
Yeah, I
No,
bet
that
you we
would
don't got the numbers on that. Bro, he
that
was
would be
talking
white
about
on white crime.
400,000,
Oh yeah, dude, you
350,000
right,
people.
humbling Caucasian on Caucasian. Yeah, I got you.
No, and it would just be white on white because you got Hispanic, non-white, and
That's what
what is
they
it?
say
Hispanic,
too.
non-white, and something. Yeah. So since they identify as white, it would be
Yeah,
white
I done
on
seen Mexican. I got Mexican partners that showed me their birth certificates because they had to get them so they wouldn't be deported with their grandparents and shit. And them motherfuckers shit say white.
Yeah, it says white. Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, damn nigga, you white? He's like, no, I'm Chicano. I said, nigga, you say here you white. You a white man, you ain't know. I used to fuck with them
Yeah.
about that shit. Like y'all
That's why
basically
their numbers are so high. Yeah.
right. It's mostly Mexicans.
Yep.
So, that's what I was trying to say to him. Money don't mean that much down here. He got a black lady judge. Dallas is fair. North Texas is just they more just with that kind of stuff. Yellow Beezy might beat that case. That Texas follow the law. If you can't prove without a shadow of a doubt, they gonna make sure you get off of that. You better have some clear evidence. Like it can't be no murder has intent. You can't prove intent. This shit is dead.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
nah, I
shit over
respect
with.
that. I respect that. You know what I mean? I respect that I mean you kind of feels that way. You know what I mean? I mean that's what the
I'm
law
just
is.
telling you,
But
look at our case laws. If I can show you 1,000 cases like this down here in the last year. Self defense is up in Texas because we got a lot of people that move from California that don't know how to keep their hands to themselves. So you go down to like Houston and Austin, there's been a whole bunch going on, and a lot of people getting their head blown off, and other person going home.
I'm sure.
People from other states used to tell people don't go to Texas, and they ain't talking about the police. Them niggas will kill you down there. And some people in other states think it's cool to do all that punching and all that. We don't do that down here. We keep our hands to ourselves. That's how we was raised. But if you impede on my place, that's why we keep our hands to ourselves. I got the right to kill you.
I understand that, man. It's just like you said before, man. People will just be doing crimes anywhere, anyhow.
Oh,
You know what I mean? Like Bobby said before, and like I think you were aware too of Camden. You know what I mean? Like there's bad places
yeah,
everywhere, man.
I used to run around up there in Camden, go across
Yeah,
that bridge, North
I
Federal.
used to
Yeah.
live there. I'm saying you know what I mean? There's bad places everywhere, man. You know what I mean? On the rate of crime like Chicago, I wouldn't place it there because
No,
Bobby can tell
Camden
you.
way worse than fucking Chicago. What are you
I
crazy?
mean, but
Most
there's less
definitely.
people. You know what I mean? It's worse
That's
because
what
there's
make it
less
worse.
people. That makes it worse.
Yeah, but again, that's what make it like way worse. Because even when you get into the raw numbers, like you're not looking at thousands upon thousands of people that die in Chicago. It just ain't happening.
And most of them Camden bodies be in Philly because, like he said, they'll go across that bridge and try their luck with they laws.
A lot of those
Right.
are unsolved murders too.
Yeah, because they be in Philly and they run their ass back to Camden, or they from Philly and they going into Camden. There's a relationship between them two cities that's all about murder gang.
Oh,
That is a very deep murder gang place. That's basically where all the assassins
that was
on the
my
East
only
Coast come
pushback
from.
between
Shit.
murder, like between defending yourself. You know what I mean? Like because it comes to a certain extent where you can actually like be caught and actually be held accountable. You know what I mean? That was the whole point I've been trying to make. You know what I mean? I understand
He being
Texas, but
held
that don't
accountable
change
by
how
just being
people.
on TV and all his death threats and stuff. Other than that, he did what he was supposed to do by our laws. You don't back
No.
down, and you don't let nobody put their hands on you. And if people want to put their hands on you, you got every right to do whatever you have to do to come home. I mean, that's something all our fathers and grandfathers have told us our whole life down here. Because back then, like I said, I grew up in the era where white boys was really trying shit down here for a long time. Until, like I said, these grandmothers started having these black babies, and now they all sweet on us. You know what I'm saying? Integration helped us in Texas. These white people hearts done got warmed by them little bubble of joys. My grandbaby. I'm telling you, I done seen some of the most hardest people I knew maybe 4 years ago before that baby was born hated niggas until they got little Jessica. And they said, oh, fuck it. They're all right. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Like every state ain't got it like that. Like I thought when I went to Missouri, I was in Kansas City. It was segregated to me. All the black people lived in one place, and
Kansas
it was
City is
like,
again. That's what I'm saying. Nuances. I wish what's the name was up here. He'll be able to expound a little bit more on this T-Bay, but Kansas City is vastly different from St. Louis. You understand what I'm saying? It to some people it would be like night and day, and it is entirely more segregated. And don't get me wrong, St. Louis is segregated too, right? But it's
yeah,
more it is white people segregated, but it's more financial segregated. You understand what I'm saying? So it's one of them places where what you would tend to see in the South, where poor black people and white people will still tend to stay away from each other in places like in St. Louis, this is just what I've seen. You tend to see where poor white people and black people tend to like bond more over that. Like we both be in the you see what I'm saying? They
right.
bond, they got babies. Like it could be, you know what I'm saying? A dude with the undertone of racism, and he grew up like that, but still his sister got pregnant by a black dude, so his nephew is a little black. You know, it's like they don't.
Mm-hmm.
They
Bobby,
can't
New
hold,
York.
like you saying in Texas, they can't hold them strong sentiments like that, because it's like you got to look at motherfuckers in your actual family and be like, well, fuck, like I ain't gonna say fuck they nephews and they cousins and shit like that. So it's
Yep.
No, you're right, Bobby. You know what? I would say New York is opposite of that. That type of, like, you know what I mean? It's set up opposite of that. But I say Philadelphia is more like that. Like South Philly, once you cross the bridge on like the Walt Whitman, you get by the stadiums and shit where like the Phillies and the 76ers play. That's all white. That's all white people. That's literally old white Italian white families, and they got all their businesses right over the bridge in Jersey. You know what I mean? I mean, they still got some businesses and like steak houses and shit in South Philly. You know what I mean? Right outside the casinos, you hit those restaurants up. But I mean, like once you North Philly, like you know how they banned the ski mask, right? That's all because of all the crimes happening out in North Philly. That's all the murders that were happening in North Philly. Because then you got Center City, and then you got like West Philly, but I mean, nobody really calls it West Philly. Because once you start getting west, you start hitting more like I wouldn't say I say urban areas. You know what I mean? Once you start getting west of Philadelphia, it's Conshohocken and Chester, south of South Philly. It gets worse once you get out of South Philly. It gets worse. You hit Chester, Pennsylvania. Chester. And Chester's worse than South Philly, but I mean North Philly is what makes up most of the majority of the crime in Philadelphia. It's North Philly. That's where all that bad shit's happening.
So since this white boy has revamped David Duke's talking point, and remember the white boy that killed his parents was part of a white power organization called the something Order of the Nine. I remember when you had that story the other day. What is that saying about? Do we got a bunch of sleeper cells in the country? You think that's coming from the north, or that dude from the Midwest and the northeast of the portion of the country? Is that what's going on? Because remember the white boy, there was a white boy, I think they were from Ohio maybe, that he killed his parents, bought a drone, brought a motherfucking C4 pack or something like that online, was riding around different states. He planned on killing Trump to incite some kind of revolt, and he was a part of a white supremacist group called the Order of the Nine something. And then I couldn't remember the end of it. I'm gonna look it up tomorrow.
Well,
And
Bobby,
dive
most
into
of
who
those
these
occult
people
groups,
are.
right? Like those Freemasons and shit. Then they come from like Illinois and shit. I heard like there was like the 33rd degree. No, not the 33rd. But I heard somewhere in Rockford they used to for a long time.
Freemasons in every state.
I wasn't saying that was a Freemason. They said it was a white supremacy group. I don't know if he met them online or what, but they convinced him to kill his parents and then ride around 15 bands in a in a C4 pack.
I know there was a lot of cool shit out of like right outside of Chicago, like Rockford and shit. But like, I mean, I don't know about these white supremacist groups. I mean, I'm sure.
I know. I never heard of
White
that
people,
one. That's why I said, give me a couple days, man. I might have some.
You know what I mean?
Cause that used to be. I told him this before. I used to go into them white this place called Stormfront. Used to be a big page for those type of people, and that's how I started noticing that Texas was changing because some of them Texas posts got smaller and smaller. I told you them. You know, I even seen a dude say that I got a black grandbaby now, and I ain't gonna lie, I love her. You know what I'm saying? I think and they kicked his ass out the group, but I got kicked out because they found out I was black. But But if I could find out who this Order of the Nine shit is, that's money. If you talking about that, but that shit ain't. I don't think that shit going on down here. I mean, yeah, we got our biker gangs, but like I
I'm
said,
about to
most of them
say y'all
Arab.
biker gangs. I know y'all big on biker
But
gangs.
our biker gangs
Even one
love
of the dudes
helping.
I
Our
truck
biker
with
gangs
said
are about
that shit.
children. Our biker gangs will align with Bobby more than anybody because Bobby is all about the kids. All of our biker gangs down here like to chase down dudes that mess with kids and make sure that they do a lot of drives and clothing drives for the kids. That's almost all they do. They don't do none of that old gangster shit down here. They really be about the
They
kids.
don't? Okay, yeah, because I mean,
I saw that firsthand.
I know a biker who said they be trying to like help people, and I'm like, oh shit, like that was new to me. You know what I mean? Being from Jersey,
Yeah, they
because we
don't.
had that one biker that I forget what had happened, bro, but he fucked a lot of shit up. He was killing people and shit out of New Jersey and shit. He was a part of the Hell's Angels, I think. No,
Yeah, them Hell's Angels don't ride down here.
yeah, don't you see that? But that's what the biker was
We
telling me.
got
He was
the
like, "Hell,
banditos.
there's
They
certain places
don't
where
fuck
we
around
don't
down
ride
here.
and we don't go to bars because we know shit going to get fucked up." I was like, "Damn, like y'all like a gang."
See, the
Like,
Hell's
damn,
Angels got a bad rap of messing with kids. That's a lot of their paperwork. You know what
that's
I'm saying?
crazy,
A lot
bro.
of them biker gangs in Texas don't play that shit. They love kids. They'll fuck you up
That's what
behind
I'm
the
saying.
kids.
Like,
You
it's
know what
certain
I'm
groups
saying?
and certain people, I guess. You know what I mean? Certain places acting crazy. Everybody acts different places. But
Yeah, I used
Texas
to be
is
real close with one of the biker gangs when I rode. I wasn't in the gang, but I had a band at the time, and I was throwing benefits for them because, like, they had these little fundraiser events and shit. And that's where I learned all that. Like, I was like, damn, I didn't know y'all did all this. You know what I'm saying? They had a fundraiser one time for some kids who had like whatever that shit is, that cancer of your kidney or whatever. It's not leukemia, but it's something else. But they were raising money for the hospital and shit. And I was like, damn, y'all don't really be now. I don't think that there ain't some gangster motherfuckers in the group, but as a whole, they don't be on that type of shit. The one percenters just got caught up in Midland in a bust because they crack down on that kind of shit.
I mean, they still, yeah, you're right. Some of them be on some weird shit, like you said, though. Like I said, the one dude up here in Jersey was killing people. He was supposed to be like a doctor or something like that. I forget what happened, man. But it was crazy. But I mean, I know they
Don't
swear
y'all
into
got
this
a
shit.
woman? Don't y'all got a woman? Oh no, that was Boston. That woman that killed that police officer up there, and they trying to lock her ass up this month. You know about that, Miss Humblin? Yeah, it's a white woman that had like hit her boyfriend. He was a police officer. She hit him with his truck and then like kind of ran him over, and he died in the snow.
I
And
know
then she
about that.
rolled back by with
I know
they.
about that motherfucking black judge that shoot niggas in they sleep. Humlin ain't tried to talk about that.
There's a black judge sloop niggas in the sleep. Hold up. Story of the week. Let's get a news clip on that.
Everybody quiet about that. It's a black female judge that shot her side nigga and her husband in the head, in the sleep.
Oh yeah, I do remember her now. Old
Yeah,
lady with the glasses, yellow bone.
yeah. She is out here dangerous. That girl is dangerous.
Well, if she ever get your goddamn phone on lock code, it might be your last night. Oh, he want to talk to Shirley Ann, huh? I got something for his ass. Wake your ass up, nigga.
Who is Ethel? Who is Ethel? You be like, nah, I told you, Mary. Leave me the fuck alone. I don't feel like hearing this shit tonight. Okay.
I got you. Go get you a good night's rest. This gonna be your last sleep anyway, nigga.
But to what you were saying, Bobby, about Missouri, yeah, it's well diverse. Because I mean, I met a trucker who he was talking about his daughter, this, that, and the third.
He just
And I
skipped
was
over
like,
that shit.
it shocked me where he showed me his daughter, and she was this is a completely white man, bro. He gave me vibes like he was he was on some cowboy shit. He's a cattle hauler, right?
They do be. That's what I'm saying. They don't.
And he showed me when he's talking about his daughter lives in Arizona. He showed me it was a completely black woman. I was like, oh shit. I'm like, damn, this is from
like
Missouri.
that. Yeah, bro. Missouri is a diverse place. Like, think about it. Okay. Russell Simmons married. What's that lady Russell Simmons married? 𝘾𝐼𝐎 Lee Simmons.
Yeah.
Right? She from the Lou.
Is she?
Exactly.
That's crazy.
Exactly.
That's crazy.
Right. She's from St. Louis. You see what I'm saying? SZA is from St. Louis.
People know her there? Or I know they don't know the new her.
The first time I seen SZA perform was at a small club here in St. Louis with all her family in there, her granny, the people she went to high school with. I still got the video on my phone.
Damn.
Motherfucker so close to the stage, you could have high-fived her. This before she was big. So that's what I'm trying to tell you.
One of my favorite R&B singers called Jordan Ward. He's from St. Louis too, I think. He got some.
It's a dude named Smino. A lot of people probably heard of him. He from St.
Yeah,
Louis.
I know Smino. I didn't know he was from St. Louis. I thought he was from Cali.
Exactly. Just like people back in the day thought that nigga Domino was from Cali. Here we go with that 2, 1, 2, and they thought that nigga was from Cali. He was from St. Louis. It's Bloods and Crips in St. Louis, bro.
Yeah, I know. Well, my homies from Kansas City, they banged hard. And I don't know. I heard St. Louis got the same shit going on, but
Kansas City different. Well, no, I'm not saying gang different, but Kansas City, even though they got the gangs of LA, Kansas City is more of a Oakland vibe.
Right. Oh yeah, you kind of. So what y'all like LA?
Yes.
You right? Them niggas is like Oakland niggas. The way they talk and everything.
The way they move is more like Kansas City relate more to Detroit and Oakland than it do St. Louis.
Yeah, because you told me you was from there. That's why I say Kansas City niggas talk like this. Or like that Cali, like,
right.
Like, yeah,
That's what I'm trying to say. I know that. Kansas City niggas bump Mozzie, boy.
Yeah, for shit show.
Oh man, I'm out here, bro. I know what's going on. Them niggas is Oakland out. Them niggas superhero is fucking Mac Dre in Kansas City. Outside
a lot of them singing to look like that too.
Outside of Tech 9. You see what I'm saying? It's either Tech 9 or Mac Dre when you're in Kansas City. Straight up. They got their own culture, but it's more related to West Coast Oakland.
I mean, the Midwest really had like the best music. They did. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna gonna lie. They did.
The Midwest has the best music is because of where we're located. We're in a centralized area to where we can pull from everything. So when you look at the music that form hip hop, like samples and stuff like that, a lot of it is what's originated either in the South or the Midwest. You feel me?
Yep.
When you listen to like boom bap, New York, a lot of them soul samples and drum breaks and they getting that from either Philly soul or Midwest shy-lights and stylistics, dramatic shit like that. You dig what I'm saying? When you listen
you're right. I'm with you.
Listen to Cali sound, that funk, all that funky worm and all of that shit, all of that come from Midwest Ohio niggas, Cleveland, Cincinnati, Boosie Collins, Parliament, Funkadelic.
No, you're right, man. You're right. The Ohio players,
Ohio players, right? Roger and Zapp, all that is Ohio, bro. That funk period. That's all Midwest.
You
That
know
is
what I mean? When you
crazy,
think
bro.
about
That's crazy, really.
when you think about that now, when you think about, but the coldest place to me is Memphis, right? Because Memphis got Willie Hutch. And when you think about the sound of Memphis, it's literally them updating that sample sound of Willie Hutch and all that, because 3 6 Mafia, they live and die by Willie Hutch samples. You see what I'm saying? Like them, every hit that you could think of probably from 3 6 Mafia is a Willie Hutch sample, bro. Every single one.
Right.
Am I
A
lying?
lot.
No trip.
Nah, you ain't lying. Willie Hutch is
That's what
like
I'm being for real. It's very few hits that 3 6 Mafia got that where you
crazy thing
say it
is
ain't a
Willie
Willie Hutch.
Hutch is from ain't Willie Hutch from Dallas?
I think Willie Hutch from Memphis.
No, I think he might be a different singer. One of them old blues singers was from Dallas.
He is from Dallas.
It is, and yeah, because I know this dude named Black. He is like great nephew and shit. He be always talking about him and shit.
He was born in LA, raised in Dallas.
Yep, and DOC was raised in Dallas, and moved to LA.
Born and raised in Dallas. So
Yeah.
I take that back about Willie Hutch, because I always thought Willie Hutch was from Memphis. So it's like, even when you think about Memphis and they sampling, all of that sound is coming from Dallas. You feel me? And then you can kind of even hear the relationship between Memphis music and Texas music. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot
Big
of the Texas
relationship.
music is kind of like slow down Memphis drums or sped up Memphis. It's like they use the same style of snare and the same kind of
It come from that
sample
Swab House
blues.
time.
Right.
Yeah.
You feel what I'm saying? Like they all in
right.
the same Skinny Tila, all of that. They in the same vein of
Yep.
like what they like to sample, how they like to ride. Even if you get to UGK, the type of shit they sample. Listen to a UGK album ain't gonna be too far from listening to an 8Ball and MJG album. You feel what I'm saying?
Pretty much the damn same.
Yeah,
for
my
sure.
You feel what I'm
grandfather,
saying, Trip? Like,
my grandfather, he's from Whiteville, Tennessee, and he loved Joe Tex.
Joe Tex. Oh, Joe Tex is the man.
From Texas, yeah.
Joe Tex the man. I ain't gonna lie, that nigga cold too. You feel what I'm saying? But yeah,
I thought Jackie Wilson was that dude until my grandpa was like, nah, nigga, you ain't no shit until you see Joe Tex. That's where you got all his shit from.
you say Memphis not running anything. Now I will beg to differ. I would say Memphis probably not perceived to be running things, but I think a lot of like what you hear of the updated trap sound is like them taking that Memphis sound and, you know, spreading it out now. So even though Atlanta is still like, you know, got the quote unquote throne for when it comes to putting out like trap music and all of that, a lot of people could argue that a lot of Atlanta artists took that Memphis sound and kind of like morphed it into another sound down there into Atlanta.
That Memphis sound is still a mixture of Memphis and Dallas, because the drums is like 3 6 Mafia, like from Memphis, and then the sounds are like that Dallas crunk music. Most people don't even know about Tom Tom and all them niggas. Yeah.
So that's why I'm saying, like, even with the Willie Hutch influence, I'm agreeing that they get a lot of that sound and that swing from Texas, Dallas specifically, because
it's like a pipeline from Memphis to Dallas.
Right, them Memphis niggas live by Willie Hutch. I promise. You glitching, bro. You glitching, Zeb, unless that's me.
That's good, Zeb.
Okay, yeah, you glitching, Zeb. Yeah, but shit, a lot of people, Willie Hutch did the whole Last Dragon sound.
Because if you go from Dallas to Houston, that's how big the state is. The music dramatically changes.
Mm-hmm.
When you go down to Houston, that shit don't sound nothing like Dallas music. You know what I'm saying? But Dallas music is like, Memphis and Dallas got a heavily influential play on each. I think that's, but you know what? My mama told me this one time. Memphis is the first stop if you heading on the North Chitlin circuit. If you're not going towards Florida, the first stop you go to really make some money outside of Texas is going to be Memphis on the Chitlin circuit. So that used to be like, you know what I'm saying, a pipeline for all them artists that was playing blues or music to go straight to Memphis, because it's not as far as most places in Texas. You know what I'm saying?
Can y'all hear me?
And Louisiana is too racist, so you ain't gonna be down there.
I was saying Texas. I said Texas. Dallas to Memphis is like Chicago to Philly, really. Or I could say New York, because New York is a little farther east, but I mean, not really. You know what I mean? It's just more north of Philly, but it is farther east than Philadelphia. But it's like
I
the
want to
same
say it's
distance.
4.5 hours, but I'm not.
Huh? What you say?
I think it's like 4.5 hours, maybe.
What, from Memphis to Dallas?
To Dallas, I believe so.
Really?
To touch Dallas. Let me
Maybe
look it
400
up.
miles, but it ain't 4 hours. 4 hours is damn. That's crazy. I didn't think maybe just Arkansas. You
I'm
might be
talking about
right.
like, cause you gotta remember Texas is down there, like, cause my sister and them live in this town called Blytheville, Arkansas. It's not that far from Texarkana. If you say I'm just leaving the state, you know what I'm saying? Like, but Dallas, yeah, hold up, Dallas. I'll look it up. Cause my mama used to be a drummer in a lot of bands and shit. So I remember she used to say they would go to Memphis a lot. It's on air flight.
You're right, man. 6 hours, 6.5 hours straight shot. Straight
Yeah,
shot.
so,
Now,
yeah.
if you want to go all around and shit, you're right. Dallas to Memphis. Damn.
So
I didn't realize.
that's about from Dallas to Houston. Maybe, yeah.
So no, that's even far.
If
What I was saying is even farther. Chicago's like, I'm not gonna lie, Chicago probably 850 miles.
Chicago far as hell from Philly. Hell yeah.
Yeah, it's like
Good drive.
850 miles from. That's another.
You go drive at least a half a day.
Yeah, it take about a day and a half, 2 days in the truck. But I didn't realize how big, like you were saying, Bobby, how big the Midwest was. And the Midwest is bigger than all the other regions of the country.
The Midwest, that's what it's the heartland for a reason. Like,
yeah, it's bigger than all the other regions.
Yeah, that Midwest region when I started driving is crazy.
Explain that to people. Like, even, the parts of Texas could be considered the Midwest. That's why I was saying, like, to the size of Texas earlier.
Right.
Like, Texas is so fucking big. It's parts of Texas, it's like damn near you could say like the whole top half of Texas is the Midwest.
Right.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people. There's a lot of people from them regions that move to them areas. I ain't gonna lie, because even with that, there's a Dallas to St. Louis or Missouri pipeline as well, and they come back from them cattle days. You know what I'm saying? Like, like I said, this region, like I would say, those are the three big ones for music or anything going on. Are gonna be closest. Is gonna be Memphis, Kansas City, St. Louis, and then like parts like probably like North Texas. Because you can say anywhere. And North Texas so big, it's too much shit to cover. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's Texarkana, Dallas, Tyler. I could go down the list. There's a lot of towns that still like people still come from them towns to move there, and people come from there to move here. That's some crazy shit.
Nah, yeah, Texas is fucking giant, man. Yeah, you're right, man. I ain't even.
That's why he was trying to tell you that you can't take your experiences coming from New Jersey and try to when we have like regions inside of our state that are so diametrically different that you wouldn't even believe it. You know what I'm saying? Like these have to be a different people. Like I said, go to Houston and then go to Dallas and deal with them people. Dallas niggas is turned up like they from like a northern southern city. You go to Houston, everybody chill and slow, and you know what I'm saying? Like, and it's real country shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, then you go to Austin, and then it's just a party city, the biggest party city in America. You go to Austin, the whole town is catered off of parties.
But like you saying, like y'all so diverse out there in Texas. I bet you. I was trying to tell people, man, Tennessee is probably one of the most racist places you can go. One of the most racist. Because I lived out there for a couple years. Man, like I didn't like. I mean, it wasn't as bad. New Jersey is racist, but they rate like we were trying to say earlier. They like they're racist in a different way. You know what I mean? Like he was like talking about numbers that nobody even knew about. That's what I was trying to say. Like that was like the racist shit that was coming off from that one white dude that was like vouching for Trump and shit in January 6th insurrection. Like he was like that's as racist as it gets in New Jersey. But that's that weird shit though. But I'm saying that like Tennessee, like openly, like they like even South Carolina too. Like I bet you they more racist than Texas because like in Texas, you know what I mean? Y'all, it seems like y'all are well diverse and well rounded. You see what I'm saying? And y'all more people.
You gotta be. That's what he would tell you. You gotta be. This is a no touch. I told you this is a hands off state. When you live in a state where you put your hands on somebody, you can't handle stuff with your voice. That person got a right to kill you. Black, white, or indifferent. That's how we look at it. So you better learn to talk. You better learn to get along.